Blackstone Audio presents Shadow of the Raven, a Dr. Thomas Silkstone mystery, by Tessa Harris, read by Simon Vance. To Katie and Gabriella, with love. Author's notes and acknowledgements. Picture a typical English landscape, and it will probably look something like this: gently rolling green hills divided into neat fields, lined with high hedgerows and dotted with deciduous woodland. But this green and pleasant land, as the poet William Blake so famously called it, is not natural. It is the product of man, and more precisely of landowners. Over the centuries, the English countryside has been both hunted and fought over, foraged and farmed, burned and felled, divided and developed to produce the landscape we know today. A crowded network of cities, towns and villages, with patches of agricultural land in between. And in a very few places, tracts of land are allowed to be natural, even though they still need managing. These are England's commons and common woodlands, where the public is free to roam. Some of these areas fall within the boundaries of national parks, or are owned by the National Trust, a conservation charity. Others give access and rights of way, and they form the backdrop to this, the fifth novel in the Dr. Thomas Silkstone Mysteries series. As usual, I have taken my inspiration from a true story. Between 1604 and 1905, almost 11,000 square miles of land were enclosed by Acts of Parliament in the United Kingdom. These acts became more numerous as the effects of the Industrial Revolution of the late 18th and early 19th centuries began to take hold. Land once farmed and enjoyed by the community was fenced off to produce higher yields, and rents were increased. As a result, many peasants were forced away from their homes to seek work in towns and cities, causing huge disruption, dispossession, and discontent, which, in turn, culminated in major riots in the 1830s. Otmore is an area of land that lies to the north of Oxford, and my inspiration came from the resistance of its inhabitants to enclose it. Although the moorland was eventually enclosed, it took almost 45 years, several attempts at sabotage, and many violent protests before the estate's owner, the Duke of Marlborough, could achieve his goal. The people of Otmore put up a courageous fight, often landing in jail and even risking execution to preserve their rights, which they seemed to have believed in all sincerity were given to them by a mythical lady. Some even said the Virgin Mary had originally bestowed the land upon them. In their struggle they had much sympathy. The extraordinary account of their release from custody by an Oxford mob is well documented, as are numerous gatherings around the area that saw the deliberate destruction of scores of miles of fencing. In a handful of cases, the military was called upon to restore order. A permanent police presence had to be maintained to keep the peace. The unrest continued intermittently for many years, eventually leading to the riots of 1829 to 1830. Finally, 2 years later, the opposition to enclosure seemed to have melted away, and the landowners in the area had their way. In my research, I have been helped and encouraged by the following people: historic firearms expert Jeff Walker, Ian McIntosh with his knowledge of fulling mills, and woodsman John Roberts of the Weald and Downland Open Air Museum. As ever, my thanks go to my editor, John Sconiamilio, my agent, Melissa Jolinski, John and Alicia Makin, Dr. Kate Dyerson, Katie Eachus, John and Mary Washington Smith, and Liz Fisher. Finally, I wish to acknowledge the love and support of my husband Simon, my children Charlie and Sophie, and my parents, Patsy and Geoffrey. Thus, with the poor, scared freedom bade good-bye, and much they feel it in the smothered sigh, and birds and trees and flowers without a name all sighed when lawless law's enclosure came, and dreams of plunder in such rebel schemes have found too truly that they were but dreams. The Moors, John Clare, 1793 to 1864. Chapter 1. Oxfordshire, England, April in the year of our Lord, 1784. Was there blood on his stockings? For the second time, or maybe the third, the gentleman had stumbled on the steep slope. Catching his buckled shoe on a slippery shard of flint, he had lurched forward. His young assistant's head darted round in shock as his master clipped his shoulder. "Sir," he stammered. Cursing under his breath, the older man righted himself, tugging at his fustian coat. As he did so, there was a clatter. An object fell from his pocket onto the stony ground below. Having a good idea what it might be, he peered down, and now as he did so he noticed that his worsted stockings, although thankfully not torn, were spattered dark red. A closer inspection, however, confirmed the substance was only loamy mud. What concerned him more was the fact that a few inches from his feet he spied the pistol. Mercifully, although fully cocked, it had not fired. Bending low to retrieve it, he secreted the weapon in his pocket once more and allowed a shallow sigh of relief to escape his lips. He felt safer with it about his person. It would be a deterrent, if one were needed, against any undesirables they might encounter. A quick glance up ahead reassured him that his assistant had not seen. "Infernal stones!" cursed the gentleman out loud, making sure his complaint was heard by Charlton, his chainman. The freckle-faced young man turned round and nodded his red head in agreement. Geoffrey Turgoose, master surveyor and cartographer, a man held in high regard by the rest of his profession, should have worn stout boots more suited to a woodland trail, although, admittedly, he had not anticipated having to make his way through the forest on foot. A series of unfortunate events had, however, necessitated it. First and foremost, his employment, thus far spent in the service of Sir Montague Malthus, the new caretaker of the Boughton Estate and lawyer and guardian to the late 6th Earl Crick, had been fraught with difficulties. Every time he had set up his theodolite in the estate village of Brandwick, he had been taunted by barefoot urchins or impudent fellows intent on disrupting his mission. There had been threats, too. In his pocket he carried the note that had been slipped under his door the other night. "Beware of Raven's Wood," it warned him. Heaven forbid that Charlton should see that. The boy would run all the way back to Oxford. Turgoose harumphed at the very thought of it. No, it would take more than ignorant peasants and a badly scrawled warning from a lower sort to deter him. Nonetheless, such unpleasantness did, of course, rankle. He could not pretend otherwise, and it added to a certain miasma that seemed to hang low over Brandwick and its surrounds. From what he had gleaned, there seemed to have been great ructions on the estate. Apparently the death of Lord Edward Crick, swiftly followed by that of his brother-in-law Captain Michael Farrell, had been most inopportune. They meant that the latter's widow, Lady Lydia Farrell, had inherited Boughton. It was thought she was childless, but the re-emergence of her long-lost young son and heir, thanks in no small part to an American anatomist by the name of Dr. Thomas Silkstone, had put a fly in the proverbial ointment. What's more, it appeared that such upheavals had taken their toll on the poor woman and sent her quite insane. She was now safely ensconced in a madhouse, and Sir Montague had installed a steward to take charge of the quotidian running of the estate. If that were not enough, Geoffrey Turgoose was encountering his own problems. First, the cart that carried himself and his equipment became bogged down and stuck fast in the yielding ground leading up to the wood. For the past few months now, man and beast had left their imprint on the sodden earth. Now the cartway was so beaten down by wheels and hooves it had become impassable. Not wishing to abandon his plans, the surveyor had continued with just one blasted mount that went by the name of a horse, although in reality it was just as stubborn as a mule. His assistant, Mr. James Charlton, had been forced to dismount and walk in order to lay the burden of all the paraphernalia of their profession on his own horse. Peeping out of one pannier were bundles of markers and a circumferentor, while the other was packed with measuring chains. A tripod was strapped to the saddle along with some measuring poles, making the poor horse appear as if she had been run through with a picador's lances. Such unforeseen irritations had put the surveyor in a very sour humour. Was his mission not onerous enough? He was not accustomed to exercising his profession under threat from local ruffians, but such had been the villagers' reaction to their presence, he had been compelled to take precautionary measures. The ignorant peasants were harbouring the notion that the common land had been bestowed upon them by some mythical woman. The Lady of Brandwick, they called her, and they all knew the legend. While still at the Breast, they were taught how, in the days before Bastard William invaded, a lady had ridden a circuit of the area from the edge of the woods to where the oxen could ford the river. In her hand she held a flaming brand, and by her favour she gave the land to the villagers. That was how the parish came to be known as Brandwick, and that was how they came by their ancient rights. Or so they thought. In fact, Boughton's steward, the Right Honourable Nicholas Lupton, appointed by Sir Montague as the new custodian of the estate, had indicated that he felt his own position was being compromised by such innate insubordination. The Chiltern charcoal burners, turners, and pit sawyers, who laboured in the forest all day, were not known to be militant men, Lupton had told him, but since their livelihoods were under threat, since their cherished rights were in peril, there was no telling what they might do. Pointing out that there had been riots in other parts of the country where landowners had endeavoured to enact similar measures, the steward had persuaded Turgoose to have a greater care for his own safety and that of his assistant. He had been persuaded by Lupton's recommendation of a guard and guide, Seth Talland, an occasional prize fighter and an uncouth sort. The man seemed competent enough, and, as it turned out, he was most thankful for his presence. Apart from the threat of lurking highwaymen and footpads, there were gin traps, too, set about the woodland floor to deter poachers. And there were still a few men in Brandwick who'd suffered a leg snapped in two by the iron jaws of such a brutal device. They never poached, or walked without a limp again. Lupton had told him there were upward of 300 acres of woodland, and measuring the boundaries alone would take 3 days at a conservative estimate. He'd heard that in America they'd surveyed 17,000 acres in just over a sennight in Virginia, but they had not measured angles to the nearest degree, and their distances were to the nearest pole. Such slipshod work would not pass muster with Geoffrey Turgoose. "Would you rest, sir?" Charlton's speech was always laboured, and often the most frequently used words seemed to cause him anguish, yet he looked even more concerned than usual. "A moment," Turgoose replied, turning his back to the slope and looking down into the valley at Brandwick. A fading sun hung in a patchy sky, offering a less than perfect light. He was glad of his decision to bring his trusty old circumferenter instead of his usual theodolite. Akin to a large compass, it worked on the principle of measuring bearings. It would be particularly advantageous, he felt, in such a heavily forested area, where a direct line of sight could not be maintained between 2 survey stations, even though he could see the tower of St. Swithin's Church clearly enough. He shook his head as he took in the view. He'd even heard of some of his colleagues having to survey land under cover of darkness, like fly-by-night poachers. Such was the strength of feeling against enclosure. Of course, Turgoose, too, had expected some suspicion and resentment. He was accustomed to that from those who had most to fear from enclosure, cottagers mainly, and those who faced losing their livelihoods. A free rabbit for the pot or kindling for the fire had been the mainstay of many a paltry existence over the centuries, but times were changing. Land was a precious commodity, best managed by those who knew how to make it pay. So he and his assistant had been commissioned to plant themselves on Brandwick Common like unwelcome thistles, to record the mills and monuments, the wetlands and ponds, and the bridle ways and tracks and paths made by feet that had trodden them freely since time immemorial. To those ignorant peasants, he and his assistant may as well have been alchemists, with their strange equipment in tow. There was, of course, an analogy. Alchemists turned metal into gold, while he and his cohort were turning land into potential profit. That is what his client, Sir Montague, wanted to do on behalf of Lord Richard Crick, Boughton's 6-year-old master. Despite the hostility from the villagers, the surveyors had managed to do a good job thus far. The weather, although on the chilly side, had been fair, the sky clear, and their observations and measurements easily recorded. After the common land, they had turned their attention to the village dwellings, the market cross, and the church, all lying within the boundaries of the Boughton Estate. Precision and order could be imposed on this chaotic fretwork of man's own making using that most noble of shapes, the triangle. Trigonometry was the answer to all humankind's conundrums. At least that is what Geoffrey Turgoose had told Charlton and anyone else who would listen. After all, was it not Euclid, the father of geometry, who said that the laws of nature were but the mathematical thoughts of God? To that end he had convinced himself that he was doing the Almighty's work, and this confounded wood was his final task. Up ahead, Talland, his scalp as bald as a bone, looked round to see what had happened to his charges. Set, square as a thick-necked dog, he carried a club for protection, and a small sickle hung from his waist. "All well, sirs?" he called back in a coarse whisper. Thankfully he was a man of few words, thought the surveyor. "Well enough," replied Turgoose. He gave Charlton a knowing look and proceeded to delve into his frock-coat pocket. He checked that the pistol was still there. The youth did not suspect. Such knowledge would send him into paroxysms of fear. Instead, Turgoose brought out a hip flask and took a swig. Talland emerged from the lengthening shadows a moment later. "I'll make safe our way, sirs," he told them. "I heard sounds from up yonder." Turgoose nodded, then turned his back and gave a derisory snort. "I'll wager you have heard sounds, man," he said to himself as much as to Charlton. "We're on the edge of a wood. There are foxes, squirrels, and all manner of creatures, not to mention the wretched charcoal burners and sawyers." He shrugged, took another swig, then plugged the flask once more. The old mare shifted as she stood and began to fidget under the weight of her burden. Charlton frowned at his master. "What if there's someone up there, sir?" he asked. Turgoose noted that when his assistant was anxious, the register of his voice went even higher than usual. Dropping the flask into his pocket, the surveyor shook his head. "Then Talland will deal with them," he reassured the chainman, even though he did not feel entirely secure himself. This was no way to carry on. 3 men and a mare that should have been boiled down for glue a long time ago. His was a most burdensome and precise task, so why had he been made to feel like a cut-purse or a scoundrel going about his business? As they breasted a small ridge, Talland, who had momentarily been lost from sight behind a screen of spiky gorse, came into view once more. The prizefighter had made it to the trees and was entering the wood through an avenue of tight, packed hawthorns. If need be, he would clear a path for them to follow a few paces behind. The beeches were still naked after one of the longest winters in memory. Crow's nests clotted their bare branches, and russet leaves still patterned the woodland carpet. Crunching over cast-off acorn caps and husks of beech mast, the small party proceeded at a tolerable rate. They wove through green, slimed trunks and past thickets as tangled as an old man's beard. By now they had left behind the bird-song and the caw of the crows, although the odd pheasant would let loose a throaty call. All the while they were heading deeper and deeper into the woods. Turgoose's plan was to determine the apex of the hill in the wood and then take measurements using the church tower as a fixed point. The task would have presented its own challenges had he been operating in clear conditions, but with the fading light, the execution of such an undertaking would rightly be considered sheer folly by many of his fellow surveyors. Moments later, the party found themselves progressing along the narrow avenue of hawthorns. Underfoot it remained muddy, but Talland had found a serviceable path that, judging by the lack of vegetation, seemed to be in regular use. They were forced to travel in single file, with Charlton leading the horse first. They had journeyed perhaps a mile into the woods when the mare's ears pricked and she came to a sudden halt. The young man tugged at her leading rein. "Come on, old girl," he said firmly. Instead of obeying the command, however, she began to back-step, forcing Turgoose to retreat. "What goes on?" he called from the rear. "She's afraid, sir. Something troubles her." Turgoose tutted, and, seeing a row of dried-out stalks at his side, he broke one off near its root and thwacked the mare's hind quarters. "Get on with you!" he cried. The shock had the desired effect, and the horse moved at once. It was Charlton who was now reluctant to budge. "Well, man?" asked Turgoose impatiently. "What is it now?" Passing the horse, he drew up alongside his nervous assistant to find him squinting into the distance. "'Tis Talland, sir. I've lost sight of him." Turgoose strained his eyes in the woodland gloom. "Talland!" he called. "Talland!" They waited in silence for a reply. None came. Charlton's expression grew even more fearful. He started to say something. His mouth opened, and he tried to form a word. His tongue jutted out, and he grunted, but his master cut him off. "We'd best catch up," said Turgoose, in his no-nonsense fashion. He did not want to betray his own unease at the prospect of losing their guard. If they were waylaid by an unruly mob here, they would have little chance of assistance from any quarter. He barged forward, past Charlton, intent on finding Talland. Only as he did so he heard something crunch beneath the thin sole of his shoe. It was definitely not a twig. He glanced down. The carcass of a dead raven, or rather part of a carcass, lay under his foot. Its head was the only recognizable feature that remained intact. The rest of its body, save for a few feathers, was nowhere to be seen. The surveyor's nostrils flared in disgust as he scraped the sole of his shoe on nearby leaves. "What time is it?" he barked, looking up to see the young man's anxious face. Retrieving his watch on a chain from his pocket, Charlton flipped open the cover. "Almost 5 of the clock, sir." "We must press on!" There was an urgency in the surveyor's voice. "Talland! Talland!" he called. They quickened their pace in the direction where they had last seen their guide. Without him they were lost. They were too far into the woods now to retrace their steps. The old mare was happy to oblige at first, and hurried her pace too, but then slowed again, becoming agitated after only a few yards. The trees were pressing in around them, their branches twisted into grotesque shapes against the sulphur yellow of a dusky sky. A mist was rising from the woodland floor, making it harder to find their footing as the gradient began to climb again. "Talland! Talland!" Turgoose called. Still no reply, but a noise. "What?" They stopped in their tracks to listen. They heard footsteps heading toward them through the undergrowth. Talland reappeared. "All clear up ahead, sir," the guard shouted to Turgoose. Charlton edged forward, tugging at the mare's leading rein, but she refused to budge. Seeing that the young surveyor was having difficulty with the horse, Talland offered to lead her. "Let me, sir," he said, walking over to the mare and taking her by the rein. They began to walk on ahead once more. Despite the fact that Talland had endeavoured to clear it, the path grew narrower, and the tree's gnarled fingers still reached across it. To make matters worse, the mist was thickening and made visibility poor. In his mind, Turgoose determined that they should abandon this foray altogether. He would inform Talland of his decision. Before he could do so, however, he felt a whip of a twig lash his cheek, and the stinging sensation momentarily robbed him of his breath. He gasped and let out a sharp cry. "Sir!" came Charlton's plaintive voice from behind him. "A scratch, nothing to worry about." Turgoose rubbed his cheek and felt the syrup of warm blood on his fingers. Talland, a few paces up ahead with the horse, did not even bother to look round. They set off once more. They had gone only another few paces, however, when from somewhere nearby, it was hard to tell where, there came a shuffling and the sound of cracking twigs. "Sir, did—" "Yes, I heard it, Charlton," snapped Turgoose. Suddenly he found himself feeling very slightly afraid. Perhaps they were being watched by the villagers, mocked silently as they braved the woods, or worse still, a highwayman. He would give the villain anything he wanted, his pocket compass, his silver flask, even all his equipment. But he digressed. He gathered his courage and tried to dismiss his fears. He looked up ahead. The horse's rump appeared now and again through the trees, but Talland seemed to be powering on regardless of his charge's much slower pace. "Sir, we must go back," Charlton whined again. "You're probably right," conceded Turgoose. "We shall try again tomorrow." "Yes, sir," answered the youth, his shoulders heaving in a sigh of relief. No sooner had Turgoose decided to call to Talland, however, than up ahead he heard the horse let out a loud whinny. "What the— Talland?" the surveyor called. There was no reply. Charlton stayed rooted to the spot, his legs planted by fear. His body, however, began to shake violently. Turgoose shot the snivelling wreck of a youth an irritated look. He may have been his master, but he was not a soothsayer. How was he to know what had happened to Talland up ahead, any more than the chainman? Naturally, the surveyor feared he had been ambushed, waylaid by the mob, but he must not show his own trepidation to Charlton. He appeared circumspect. "Wait here," he said. "Sir?" His assistant looked at him with baleful eyes, as if pleading not to be left alone. His master, however, was adamant. Charlton was more of a hindrance than a help. Nevertheless, as he started to walk toward where he had last seen Talland, he remembered the pistol. He patted his pocket. It was still there. He turned. "If it makes you feel any safer, take this," he said, plunging his hand into his pocket and placing the firearm in the youth's palm. He closed Charlton's fingers round the walnut grip. The chainman's eyes bulged as if he had just been handed a poisoned chalice or dubbed with a mariner's black spot. "You'll not need to discharge it, I'm sure," his master reassured him, "but if you are threatened, just point it at anyone who challenges you. They will take fright and run." Charlton, looking down at his hand, his mouth wide open, swallowed hard. "Yes, sir," he said. Satisfied he had gone some way to relieving his assistant's anxiety, Turgoose turned and resumed his quest to find the guard. "Talland!" he called. Within seconds, Turgoose had disappeared from Charlton's sight and had located the prize-fighter a few yards ahead. He was struggling with the mare. The old horse had stumbled into what seemed like a deep ditch and appeared unable to extricate herself. Talland was tugging at her rein, trying to coax her out, but she was reluctant to oblige. "A saw pit, sir," he explained, pulling at the horse. "Woods are full of 'em." Although he appreciated the difficulty that the situation presented, Turgoose found himself smiling. It was a minor inconvenience compared with the ambush he had envisaged. "I must fetch Charlton. He will help you," he told the guide. He turned back to retrace his steps. How relieved his chainman would be, he told himself, rustling back through the bushes once more. He could see him now, still visibly shaking, his back to him but only a few feet away. His gangling body was framed by thick foliage. The surveyor opened his mouth to call to him, but before he could make a sound, the youth twisted round violently, his eyes wide in terror. Suddenly a high note split the air, a semi-quaver of a shout, a warning, perhaps. It was followed a heartbeat later by a shot, a single report that sent a murder of crows scattering above the trees. There was an odd, gurgling sound, as if a new spring had bubbled its way above ground, a rustling of leaves, and a dull thud, as Geoffrey Turgoose hit the strew of the woodland floor. Then silence. This time the dark stains that spattered his worsted stockings were not just mud. They were most definitely blood. Chapter 2. Had he not known what horrors lay within its walls, Dr. Thomas Silkstone would have surmised this magnificent building was a bishop's palace, or the Lord Mayor of London's residence. The fine, towering facade of Bedlam Hospital was surrounded by pleasant avenues of trees and shrubs that afforded a place of recreation for those of its patients well enough to enjoy them. Yet, despite its pleasing aspect, the edifice before which he now stood held only trepidation for him. Somewhere inside those thick walls with their grand pediments and colonnades, Lady Lydia Farrell was held captive. Taken against her will and certified insane by a corrupt physician on the orders of her late brother's guardian, Sir Montague Malthus, she was a prisoner. Thomas had not set eyes on her for almost 2 months. Despite repeated requests and letters to the hospital's principal physician, Angus Cameron, his efforts had drawn a blank. Once more Thomas found himself proceeding toward the grandiose entrance. He'd lost count of the number of visits he had made. Glancing up, he saw the familiar, elaborate carvings depicting melancholy and raving madness on either side of the door. At this point he always found himself seized by the same sense of deep unease that he had experienced when poised on the threshold of Newgate Jail. This institution may have called itself a hospital, but care and compassion were seldom prescribed. Proceeding through a grand central door and down a hall that opened out onto a great central staircase at its end, Thomas was directed into a reception office. There, behind a high desk, sat an officious clerk with bulging eyes. Thomas noted that they were probably a symptom of goiter, but the man's brusque manner did nothing to solicit empathy. Thomas had encountered him on several previous occasions, but the man had never endeared himself to him. Yet again the doctor felt himself tense. His efforts to see Lydia had never taken him beyond this point. He had always been refused admission. Judging by the clerk's familiar expression of contempt, today would be no different. "Yes." "I am come to see Lady Lydia Farrell," Thomas heard himself say for the umpteenth time, knowing the fellow was fully aware of his intentions. His voice sounded thin and hollow as if it belonged to someone else, and the words scratched in his mouth. With the supercilious air bestowed on him by his modicum of authority, the clerk looked down a list in a ledger before him. He cleared his throat, but said finally, "I regret, sir, her ladyship remains indisposed." These regular encounters had degenerated into a type of pantomime farce, with each man having his set lines and gestures. After the first shake of the head, Thomas would move forward and repeat his request. The clerk would lean backward, blink, slowly because of the size of his eyes, and look vaguely indignant. Then the doctor would sigh heavily and retreat, admitting defeat once more. Only on this occasion it was different. On this particular morning the clerk conveyed a further message to Thomas. "Her ladyship is indisposed, and furthermore I am to tell you, Dr. Silkstone, that you will no longer be allowed within the hospital grounds until further notice." His words were haughty and deliberate. He was clearly a willing messenger. Thomas dipped his brows. Unprepared for such a rebuke, he felt his normal self-control tested to its limits. "I demand to see Dr. Cameron," he said firmly. "Fetch him, if you please." He slapped the desk. The clerk's bulging eyes registered an affront, but he withdrew, leaving the doctor to pace the room. Suddenly, from a low door at the side, 2 men in hospital livery marched in. Approaching the doctor, but without warning, they grabbed him by both arms. "What is the meaning of this?" Thomas asked indignantly. The clerk reappeared, his eyes seeming to protrude even further from their sockets. "Orders, Dr. Silkstone," he said, barely able to hide his satisfaction. "You must be escorted from the premises." Dr. William Carruthers had never known his protégé so dispirited. Despite the fact that he could not see the frustration on Thomas's face, the scowl on his lips, or the furrow on his brow, the old anatomist could hear the drawers being rifled and the cupboard doors being slammed in wrath. "You were refused entry again?" He knew there could be no other reason for Thomas to exhibit such uncustomary ire. He had tapped his way to the laboratory with his stick to investigate the noise and found the young doctor gathering his equipment with undue haste. Thomas paused as he packed his medical case. "Worse, sir," he replied, pausing to look up. "This time I was thrown out of the hospital like a common criminal." His voice trembled slightly as he spoke, not with weakness but with rage. Carruthers shook his head sympathetically. "So what will you do now, dear boy?" Not usually one to abandon any goal, Thomas took a deep breath. "It is useless trying to gain access to Lydia by conventional means," he said enigmatically. He reached for a reference book from the shelf, sending dust motes dancing about the room, and dropped it into the case. "Ah," Dr. Carruthers raised a finger, certain that his protégé had formulated another plan. "So you will approach the conundrum by an unconventional route. What other means do you propose?" Thomas shrugged his shoulders and continued packing his case. There was nothing scientific in his methods of dealing with Lupton or Sir Montague Malthus. He only wished there could have been. Had they been tumours, he would have cut them out long ago and been rid of them both. As it was, there seemed no logical way of dealing with these Machiavellian charlatans who had so blighted his beloved Lydia's life, and, therefore, his own. "I shall simply go to Boughton and see if I can persuade Nicholas Lupton of the error of his ways before I confront Sir Montague," he told his mentor, securing the stopper on a bottle of iodine. "So you believe Lupton is Malthus's weak spot, as it were?" Thomas detected a note of scepticism in the old anatomist's voice. He nodded to himself and paused in thought for a moment. "I do. I refuse to believe that there is not a shred of humanity within him. He befriended her ladyship and her son, and the young Earl's affection for him was clear to see. Call me naive, but that surely counts for something." Dr. Carruthers nodded. "It is good to know that even after all the betrayal you've suffered, you can still see goodness in everyone." Thomas looked up suddenly, slightly taken aback by the observation. "It is the only way forward," he replied. The old anatomist clicked his tongue. "This is such a ghastly business, dear boy," he said, "so removed from the tenets of our vocation." Carruthers's words pulled Thomas up short. His mentor was right, of course. He had not travelled more than 3,000 miles. leaving his family home in Philadelphia to endure the hostility and suspicion of an enemy nation, only to throw away all the vast knowledge he had gleaned on some vengeful quest. How different, how ordered and logical his life had been up until the day Lydia had walked into his laboratory. She had pleaded for his help to uncover how her brother Edward, the 6th Earl Crick, had died, and he had found himself incapable of resisting her entreaties. She had turned his methodical, organized world upside down. It had been a world of clear delineation. There had been boundaries, sickness and health, life and death. If a tooth was decayed, it was removed. If a foot was gangrenous, it was amputated. But in this new and unexplored realm, nothing was so straightforward. Contagion spread, arteries leaked, infection set in, and prognoses were harder to give, let alone remedies. But of one thing he remained sure: he would not allow the corruption of others around him to infect his own beliefs and principles. He walked over to Carruthers and laid a hand on his shoulder. "Primum non nocerum," he declared. The words of affirmation from the Hippocratic corpus brought a smile to the old man's lips. "Quite right," Carruthers nodded, and clapped his hands as if spontaneously applauding Hippocrates himself. "Never forget, you must first do no harm, dear boy." "I shall not, sir," Thomas assured him. Returning to his case, the young doctor was about to resume his preparations for travel when Mistress Finesilver, the anatomist's peevish housekeeper and cook, arrived at the open laboratory door. She sucked in her cheeks and took a deep breath as she handed a missive to Thomas on a salver. "A message came for you not 2 minutes ago, sir," she told him with an unthinking curtsy. Opening the seal, Thomas read the letter. It was from Sir Theodosius Pettigrew, the Oxford coroner and his most powerful ally in his battle against Sir Montague. "Well, young fellow?" Carruthers tapped his stick impatiently. Thomas looked up. "It seems, sir, that I will need to break my journey in Oxford before I reach Boughton." "Oh? And why might that be?" asked a baffled Dr. Carruthers. "Sir Theodosius wishes to see me urgently," he replied. "There's been a murder on the Boughton Estate." Chapter 3. There had been a hanging at Oxford, or, more precisely, 3. After breaking his journey in Amersham, Thomas arrived in the city shortly after 8 o'clock in the morning to see a stream of people flowing from the gates of the castle. Some women seemed most distressed and in need of comfort. He shot a look into the courtyard as his carriage passed and saw that the gallows had recently taken the weight of 3 men. They still hung from the crossbeam like limp rag poppets. Yet the mood among the spectators was not one of raucous celebration, as he had so often witnessed at Tyburn. Those who came away from watching the gruesome spectacle seemed more solemn and reflective. There were those who seemed even angry, the scowls on their faces speaking of some great injustice. A few hapless souls clustered round the dead men's feet with cups to catch any sweat that might drip from their corpses. Thomas knew they believed the secretions contained healing properties. He turned his head away with a mixture of despair and disgust. The carriage set him down in the High, and he ordered his baggage to be taken to the Jolly Trooper, where Sir Theodosius had booked him a room. From there he made his way to the coroner's office. It was only a short walk, and after the rigours of the journey he felt as stiff as a wrung-out rag, and was glad to stretch his aching limbs. Ushered into his office by the coroner's familiar sneezing clerk, Thomas found his old friend chomping his way through a pear, the juice squelching down his chin. "Silkstone, my dear fellow, how good to see you!" Sir Theodosius called through his mouthful, then, in a more measured mood, added, "But at such a testing time." He gestured to the chair in front of his desk. "You have heard no word of her ladyship?" The coroner frowned as he spoke and cocked his head. He and his wife, Lady Harriet, had remained childless and regarded Lydia with an affection that would have been shown to their own daughter. He had already gleaned from the aggrieved expression on the young doctor's face that she was not faring well in Bedlam. "It seems I am forbidden to see her ladyship," Thomas replied, seating himself on the edge of the chair. "Malthus?" asked the coroner, wiping his juice-spattered chin with a napkin. "I can think of no other reason, sir," conceded Thomas. Sir Theodosius nodded. "He is tightening his grip," he muttered cryptically, eyeing the bowl of fruit that sat on his desk. "Your notes spoke of a murder," said Thomas, still unaware of the circumstances of his summons. His own eyes settled on the fruit. He noted that one of the pears was overripe and a dark brown stain of mould was blooming on its skin. Sir Theodosius paused to frame his reply, fingering a goblet of claret on his desk with sticky fingers. "Yes, murder. A most distressing affair," he said. "An old friend of mine, as a matter of fact." Thomas showed his concern. "What happened, sir?" The coroner relaxed into his chair and sighed deeply. "'Tis a long story, Silkstone." "I shall not leave until I hear it," replied the doctor, dipping his brows. "Then you'll be needing one of these," the coroner said, reaching forward and pouring out another glass of claret. He pushed it across the desk to Thomas, then took another gulp of his own, as if he needed the strength it gave him to continue. "Great changes are afoot at Boughton," he began. "Changes?" Thomas leaned forward in his seat. Sir Theodosius heaved his frame closer to Thomas, his elbows on the desk. He lowered his voice. "An act of enclosure was lodged at the quarter sessions last month." "Enclosure?" Thomas repeated. The implications of such an act were not entirely familiar to him. Even so, he knew it would involve the fencing off of much of the Boughton Estate. His mind flashed to the common land with its vast acreage that was home to cattle, geese, and pigs, the wetlands, too, around Plover's Lake. He thought of the beech forests that skirted the village of Brandwick and covered the surrounding hills, and he thought of the people who relied upon them. Such land, held as it was by the community, bestowed its bounty without charge, or stint, as it was known. He knew it to support many a man and his family. At this time of year the woods would be singing to the sound of saws as the beeches were pollarded, their branches cut for firewood and their canopies thinned so that animals could graze on the growth below. "This will have a most detrimental effect on all those who live on the estate and in Brandwick," Thomas ventured. The coroner's shoulders suddenly shook in a mocking laugh. "My dear boy, 'twill change everything. It means that Sir Montague is applying to take control of the whole area, to use the land for his own profit." Thomas paused for a moment, digesting the unwelcome news. "And he can do this with the sanction of the law?" Sir Theodosius nodded. "Young Richard is his ward. Malthus argues that he is acting in his best interests, and that enclosure is necessary for economic improvement. Remember, he is a lawyer too. His case will be watertight." The coroner's logic made perfect sense to Thomas. Sir Montague's estate near Banbury bordered Boughton at its northernmost reach. It was as if a fog had suddenly lifted to reveal the lawyer's real intentions. The man's machinations were even more far-reaching than Thomas had ever envisaged. He had always believed that the enmity Sir Montague had shown him was purely personal, that it was entirely due to his American citizenship. He had never imagined that there was some greater plan for the control of the Boughton estate, yet here it was, evidence that his adversary had set his sights on a bigger prize. Thomas looked at the coroner incredulously. So this is why he wanted Lydia put away, to add Boughton to his own lands and profit from their annexation. "Exactly so," said Sir Theodosius, nodding. He took another gulp of claret. "And he would make the young Earl his puppet, while the Right Honourable Nicholas Lupton holds sway on his behalf." Thomas shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "And this act will give him even more power." "Indeed," said the coroner with a nod. "The common land and the woodlands where parishioners are allowed to roam freely will be fenced off and become exclusively part of the Boughton estate. The villagers will lose their rights to graze their cattle, to gather firewood, to catch rabbits." He broke off, shaking his head in tacit disagreement with the policy. Thomas was aware of the new thinking in agriculture. He had seen for himself the puny cattle and the bare-worn grass of the commons. He knew from inspecting Boughton's own ledgers that the common harvest never yielded as much as those crops planted on estate land. He'd heard landowners argue that the soil possessed by many in common was neglected by all, and that greater efficiency and productivity could be achieved only by taking complete control of it. And yet he was also aware that such progress came at a price, and the poor would have to pay for it. Will there be no compensation? Sir Theodosius heaved his great shoulders. Some landowners are fair. Tenants are granted allotments in return for giving up their parcels of land, but you know as well as I, Silkstone, that fairness and decency are not words in Montague Malthus's vocabulary. Thomas thought of Brandwick's poor cottagers, the people whose meagre homes he had entered on so many occasions to treat their various ills. Their misfortunes were often brought on by their wretched living conditions. Lydia had made it her goal to improve the lot of her tenants, but now Malthus, it seemed, wished to reverse their fortunes. He appeared intent not on mending their roofs and repairing their windows, but on driving these people out altogether. But surely the villagers will protest. Sir Theodosius raised a brow. If they do, they'll end up dangling at the end of a rope like the peasants this morning. The image of the 3 lifeless bodies strung up from the gallows resurfaced in Thomas's mind. They were hanged for protesting? Arson! They set fire to a hayrick, and I doubt if they'll be the last to resort to such violence. And you fear the same will happen at Boughton? I fear it has already started. Your friend's murder? Asked Thomas. Sir Theodosius raised his hands and rolled his eyes in a gesture of despair. Geoffrey Turgoose was his name. Known him since Eton. Fine surveyor with a practice here in Oxford. I saw him last month. Told me he had been commissioned to work at Boughton, asked to make a preliminary map of the whole estate before the posting of the Act of Enclosure. So that Sir Montague knows just how much land he would control? Interrupted Thomas. Exactly so. But Turgoose was having trouble. I knew that much. Trouble? The villagers resented his work, jeered and taunted him and his chainman as they went about measuring. I dined with him one evening, told me his surveying chains had been sabotaged. The coroner paused to slurp more claret. He was mapping the woodland when he was shot. Shot? Echoed Thomas. The word rang out across the room. And you think one or more of the villagers killed him? Malthus thinks so. He looks on each and every man, woman and child as guilty. He's enforcing a curfew, and until the murderer is caught, the entire village will suffer. The coroner's eyes had settled once more on the bowl of fruit. And you, sir? Who do you think is responsible? Sir Theodosius shrugged and reached for the mouldy pear. A vengeful villager, a highwayman. I believe the woods are plagued by them. The coroner's voice trailed off as he considered the options. I see, said Thomas. He knew that Sir Theodosius was looking to him to uncover the perpetrator of this heinous act. Moreover, until the surveyor's murderer was apprehended, the people of Brandwick would continue to endure their new master's wrath. The killing offered Sir Montague the perfect excuse to run roughshod over the whole community. And you wish me to conduct a post-mortem on Mr. Turgoose? The coroner was studying the mouldy pear as it lay in the palm of his hand. Then, without warning, he closed his fist round it and squeezed. It squelched in his hand so that the juice oozed through his fingers, leaving behind a mushy pulp. He looked up at Thomas, who had been observing him with a strange fascination. His body arrived this morning, he said. Chapter 4. Sir Montague Malthus received Gilbert Fothergill in his study at Draycott House, near Banbury. His clerk's arrival from London just as the light was fading could not have been more fortuitous, coming as it did at the end of a meeting with the neighbouring landowners. Of course there had been some expectation that the good news would arrive that day, but the way in which the little man entered the room, flourishing this most important scroll, proved, in the lawyer's opinion, rather a coup de théâtre. Nor did Fothergill arrive a moment too soon. Talk had inevitably turned to the murder of the Boughton surveyor 3 days before. Sir Montague had shaken his head and said he was doing all in his power to apprehend the vile peasants who had carried out such a villainous crime. It was an unwelcome diversion from the matter in hand, so when the clerk arrived from London, his mood lightened. Present that afternoon was the elderly and ailing Sir John Thorndyke, whose estate bordered Boughton, along with Lord William Fitzwarren, the owner of 3,000 acres in Northamptonshire, and the Earl of Rainton, whose lands also fell within the proposed, but as yet most secret, scheme. Another landowner, Sir Arthur Warbeck, who happened to be Brandwick's magistrate, was also present. Nicholas Lupton had ridden up from Boughton Hall that morning. Fothergill had clearly not expected such a reception. Never a man given to showing his emotions, he nevertheless managed a gracious, if slightly awkward, nod of his grey, goat-wigged head as the gentleman rose and applauded his entrance. "Bravo!" guffawed Lord Fitzwarren, a ruddy-faced man and the loudest of them all. "Hear, hear!" echoed Rainton and Lupton in unison. Sir John Thorndyke, however, remained seated. His heart condition was growing steadily worse. Nevertheless, he still managed to raise his glass of sack to Fothergill. Sir Montague stood to pat the bemused clerk on the back. It was the first time he had shown such a gesture of appreciation to Fothergill in more than 30 years' service. "So, gentlemen," he began, "we have successfully reached the first milestone in our exciting journey." He was beaming as he scanned the assembled faces for shows of appreciation. "But there are many more hurdles to jump," butted in Lupton, continuing the travelling analogy. Sir Montague threw him a disapproving look. There was no love lost between the two men. It suited the lawyer's purpose to have Lupton in place at Boughton as his temporary steward, but he was not showing himself to be the man of vision Sir Montague had originally thought. Rather too egotistical, he felt, although time would tell. "But we shall overcome them," exclaimed Fitzwarren, as bullish as ever. From his seat Sir John nodded. "Indeed we shall, but it will take time." Rainton concurred. "'Twill be another year until the Act is passed, at the earliest." Sir Montague was clearly irked by his companion's wavering. "But it will be passed. Of that there can be no doubt. And in the meantime we can enlist the support of more backers, gentlemen. Do you not see? We cannot fail in our endeavours." Rainton, however, seemed unconvinced. "And what of the objectors?" Lupton shot an anxious look at Sir Montague, who parried the question. "A minor setback," he nodded dismissively. Rainton snorted. "You call the murder of your surveyor a minor setback?" he retorted, casting around for support from his fellow landowners. Sir John nodded and looked pointedly at Sir Montague. "The villagers obviously hold you responsible for depriving them of their beloved Lady Lydia and stepping too hastily into her shoes," he said plainly, adding, "There is a general ill-feeling at Boughton and in Brandwick." "'Twas ever thus among the proletariat," sneered Fitzwarren, coming to the lawyer's rescue. Sir Montague's nostrils flared as he shot a look of disdain at the ailing old knight. "Those responsible will be made an example of, I can assure you of that, gentlemen," he said, adding, "and, of course, Lupton, as my steward, will see that order is kept on the estate and in the village." "So you are the proverbial whipping boy," said Rainton, fixing a look of cynical amusement on Lupton. The steward's expression remained neutral, even though inwardly he acknowledged he would be the one to bear the brunt of the villagers' wrath. Before he could answer, Sir John piped up. "Speaking of boys, where is young Crick?" he croaked. "Where are you hiding him, Malthus?" Sir Montague straightened his back and sniffed. "Not hiding him, merely shielding him from harmful outside influences, sir." "Does that include us?" Fitzwarren quipped, before bursting once more into a fit of laughter. "May we see him?" asked Rainton, ignoring his colleague. "After all, it is he who will ultimately benefit from our scheme." The lawyer thought for a moment. Lydia's son had been made a ward of the Court of Chancery, and he was his guardian. "Very well," he said, pulling the bell cord. A few seconds later his butler was taking instructions to bring in Richard Crick. Before the young Earl arrived, however, Sir Montague had a word of warning for those assembled. "This matter must be treated with the utmost discretion, gentlemen. If word gets out, I needn't remind you that all hell will break loose." Lupton raised a brow. "'Tis bad enough now. There is general disquiet among the villagers about us raising rents." Rainton concurred. "The lower sort could prove a great thorn in our sides. There have been riots at Fritwick." Sir Montague smirked.
As I said, I am fully aware of the antipathy of the common horde, dear Rainton, but it is up to us to remove that thorn by fair means or foul."
For a moment there was silence, as the gentlemen contemplated the implications of Sir Montague's words. Then their host lightened the mood as the young Earl was announced. The boy, dressed finely, and his unruly curls now tamed by a ribbon, stood at the doorway flanked by his nursemaid. The kindly-looking matron, Nurse Pring, who had previously been in Lydia's service, gently pushed her charge forward into the room. He turned back to look at her, but she flapped her hand at him, and he took a few paces forward.
"Your lordship, I would like to introduce you to some friends of mine," Sir Montague told the boy, softening his tone. The child pursed his lips, and a look of apprehension settled on his face. "They would like to be your friends, too," Sir Montague told him, holding out his hand. Sir John's eyes widened. "How like his mother he is!" he exclaimed, staring at the young Earl's chestnut hair and large eyes. Sir Montague chose to ignore the remark. "We have been discussing business," he told his bewildered charge, hooking him close to him. The boy's expression remained unsettled, his gaze darting from one man to another until he finally settled on Nicholas Lupton's familiar face. He let Sir Montague's hand drop and hurried over to him. "Mr. Lupton," he cried, tugging at the steward's sleeve. But Lupton looked slightly abashed and fended him off in a jovial but firm manner. "No, sir. You are a young man now. Gentlemen do not behave in such a way." Fitzwarren laughed loudly at this remark. The others sniggered, but the collective smile was soon wiped off their faces by the child's next remark. "Where is my mamma?" he asked, looking up at Sir Montague. The lawyer shifted uneasily. "Why, sir, you know your mamma is unwell and in hospital." "But when will I see her again?" There was an awkward silence. "When she is fully restored." "But when will that be?" The boy stamped his foot as he spoke. Offended by such behaviour, Sir Montague nodded to the nursemaid. "Your lordship," she called harshly, "that is quite enough. Come here now." She slapped her skirts. The child looked at Lupton, who stared back, icily, giving him not a crumb of comfort. It was then that the young Earl's eyes filled with tears and his face reddened. "Now," repeated the nursemaid, ignoring her charge's sobs. With heaving shoulders, the child dragged his feet over to the door. "Send him to bed," instructed Sir Montague. The woman curtsied and was walking out of the door when the lawyer called her back once more. "And no supper," he barked. She acknowledged his order with a nod, took the boy's hand, and pulled him from the room. The men listened in an uneasy silence to the child's pleas as he was dragged upstairs once more. It was Sir John who spoke first. "He has his mother's good looks," he said. "But no manners," ventured Fitzwarren with a snort. "'Tis hard for him," said Lupton, sympathy softening his tone. "He found his mother after all those years, and now she has been taken from him again." Sir Montague frowned and upbraided his steward. "Tush, tush, Lupton! Do I detect sentimentality?" He was aware that Lupton had become fond of the boy, and, he dared say, of Lydia, before the steward's treachery had been revealed, and he had slipped so effortlessly into the role of estate manager. Lupton cocked his head. "No, sir, but—" "Good!" Sir Montague cut him off abruptly. "After all, the boy will benefit from this scheme in the long run," he pointed out. He was ringing the servant's bell once more. "And what will become of Lady Lydia?" chimed in Sir John. Sir Montague's lips twitched. "You always did have a soft spot for her, didn't you, John?" He recalled the time that he had offered his old friend Lydia's hand in marriage, if he were to assist him in his plans to fend off Thomas Silkstone. "You say she has gone quite mad?" asked Rainton. Sir Montague twisted his head and nodded warily. It was clear he suddenly felt that his authority was being challenged. "Quite," he replied firmly. "So there is no possibility of her recovery?" pressed Sir John. Sir Montague knew exactly what he was driving at. "Even if she does recover, she no longer has any say in matters concerning the estate," he said emphatically. He turned to address everyone else in the room. "Your investment will be perfectly sound, I can assure you, gentlemen."
When the butler appeared at the door, Sir Montague called for glasses to be recharged, endeavouring to lift spirits. The sack poured, he proposed a toast.
"Gentlemen, to our future success," he cried.
Each one eyed the others, drawing on their mutual strengths, and in that moment their confidence seemed to return. They were entrepreneurs, pioneers, men of vision at the dawn of a new age of industry and invention. The power lay in their hands to use as they saw fit. And as with all worthwhile endeavours, there would be those who would fall by the wayside and be trampled underfoot. The way ahead would be strewn with difficulties, but their power weighted the odds very much in their favour. The men raised their glasses high.
"Our future success,"
they echoed. Chapter 5. Great Tom was tolling 10 as Thomas walked under Wren's pepper-pot dome and up to the doors of the Christ Church Anatomy School, Oxford. Within moments the familiar shock of hoar-frost hair that belonged to Professor Hans Hascher appeared to greet him. The professor, a native of Saxony, had been most helpful in his dealings with Lydia's late husband, Captain Michael Farrell. He had put his own laboratory at Thomas's disposal as the young anatomist had tried to prove Farrell's innocence.
"It's good to see you again,"
said the Saxon, lunging forward and kissing Thomas enthusiastically on both cheeks in the continental manner. His English, though understandable, was heavily accented. "And you, Professor," said the doctor, taken slightly aback by the effusive welcome. "Although I am sorry it is a post-mortem that reunites us," he added. Hascher tilted his snowy white head.
"And not a pretty sight, I fear,"
he groaned. Without ceremony he led Thomas into a small room with high windows at the back of the school. While the light might have been adequate, the ventilation was not, and the stench, so familiar to Thomas, though not yet nauseating, indicated that the unfortunate victim had already made his presence felt. The covered corpse lay on the dissecting table in the middle of the room. The two men approached it, and with a silent nod Thomas indicated he was prepared. The professor then pulled back the cloth to reveal the face of Geoffrey Turgis, staring blankly up at the ceiling. His eyes were wide open and his features frozen in shock. Apart from a long, thin scratch on the man's cheek, which seemed to have been recently inflicted, there were no other outward signs of violence on his face. Thomas glanced round at his colleague. "So, Professor, we have work to do," he said, divesting himself of his coat. He donned his leather apron and laid out his instruments. The saw, the curved knives, the trocar were always arranged in the same order so that he could reach for them blindly, without having to turn away from the corpse. The professor, meanwhile, silently lit lanterns and fetched clean water in a sort of well-rehearsed priestly ritual that always preceded an autopsy examination. All was set. Knowing the story of a dead man in life, when his heart still beat and the blood still coursed through his veins, did not make the anatomist's task any easier. Quite the opposite. Each organ held within it an imprint of his history, each slice of brain tissue a fragment of a memory. Thomas always had to remind himself to put up his emotional shield and render himself detached as long as he was in the presence of a cadaver. A murder, however, threw up its own conundrums. For the task in hand, it was the immediate past of the victim that interested him. Where had Mr. Turgis been found? By whom? Where was the weapon that had discharged the shot? Sir Theodosius had been able to answer some of his questions, but not all. The coroner had been given a third-hand account of events by Nicholas Lupton. The source could therefore not be relied upon for accuracy or impartiality. It was, nevertheless, all that Thomas had to work on for the time being. The report ran thus. Mr. Turgis and his assistant, a young man by the name of James Charlton, entered Ravenswood with a guide in order to conduct a preliminary survey. Abandoning their conveyance because of the muddy conditions, they continued through the wood on foot. The horse that was carrying their equipment was being led ahead of them by the guide, and apparently stumbled into a saw pit. Whether or not this was a diversionary tactic on behalf of the party's attackers is not known, but what reportedly happened next appears straightforward enough, albeit resulting in tragic consequences. Hearing the obvious distress of the horse being led by the guide, a man whose name is Seth Talland, Geoffrey Turgoose went ahead to ascertain the source of the commotion, leaving his assistant alone. According to both Charlton and Talland, it was then that the brigands, their faces blackened with soot, struck. Emerging silently from the cover of the trees, they first ambushed Charlton, threatening him with a gun if he raised the alarm, then robbed him of his pocket watch. The young man, seeing his master approach, let out a scream, but in response, a varlet discharged his weapon, shooting Geoffrey Turgoose as he returned. When he fell, mortally wounded, the bandits set about Charlton, who feared for his own life, punching him in the face. Hearing the shot, however, Talland came running and frightened off the raiders. They left with only a few trinkets. Finding Charlton injured and his master shot, Talland did what he could. He tended to the surveyor, but soon realized it was too late. Geoffrey Turgoose had clearly breathed his last. Shocked and in great distress, the guide and the surveyor's man managed to make their way back toward Boughton Hall, where, as soon as they reached the main gates, the alarm was raised. Both men were traumatized and exhausted, although Charlton's injuries, it is believed, are only minor. Thomas paused briefly out of a sense of reverence before he began the grisly task in hand. Professor Hasher, at his side, also took a moment to compose himself. At least he could be grateful that this corpse was relatively fresh. Mr. Turgoose had been felled only 3 days ago, and the cool weather meant that putrefaction had not yet begun in earnest. At the young doctor's signal, Hasher took a deep breath and drew back the rest of the covering to reveal the corpse in its entirety. Forcing himself to focus, Thomas leaned over the cadaver. Mr. Turgoose had been divested of his clothes and shoes, something of which Thomas did not approve. He felt it vital to view the body as near as possible to how it was at the moment of death. Irritated, he glanced at a pile of garments on a nearby table. There were buckled shoes, too, still caked in mud. Staring at the feet, his magnifying glass in hand, Thomas detected nothing untoward, save a small bruise on the right foot. The lower torso, too, was devoid of injury on first inspection, so it was to the chest that Thomas devoted most of his attention. Leaning over the thoracic cavity, he examined the mortal wound. There was little doubt in either man's mind that a gunshot was the cause of death. It was also clear from the amount of blood loss that the missile had punctured a main artery. "The extractor, if you please, Professor," said Thomas, peering into the wound. The shot had entered the victim's body on the right lateral chest, shattering a rib. It had gone on to pierce the right lung and caused damage to the right atrium of the heart and the pulmonary artery, before lodging itself between the second rib and the flesh. Death would have been instantaneous. Taking the instrument, Thomas inserted the shaft deep into the wound. Then, turning the handle to lengthen the screw, he could feel it latch onto the lead ball. It was a procedure he had undertaken only once on a living patient, and that was when the shot had pierced the bone and the shards threatened to infect the wound. Too many a man had died of sepsis rather than by the ball, in his experience. There were those who still believed that the shot itself was poisonous. Up until relatively recently, such wounds had been scalded with a red-hot iron or oil. At least Mr. Turgoose had been spared the lingering death accorded to so many soldiers who fell afoul of such ignorant practices in field hospitals. Thomas nearly always preferred to leave the shot in situ, knowing removal would most likely lead to infection and inevitable death. In this case, of course, the threat of corruption was not an issue, and he carefully excised the missile. The mortified flesh made a strange sucking sound, but yielded up its unwelcome visitor without too much resistance. Walking over to the window, where the light was much brighter, he inspected the shot. Professor Hasher joined him. "What make you of this?" asked the Saxon. Thomas was silent for a moment as he studied the lead ball under his magnifying glass. "I am puzzled," he said at last. "Puzzled?" repeated the professor. "How so?" Thomas walked back to the corpse and dropped the shot into a kidney dish on the adjacent table. "'Tis so small, no bigger than a pea." Professor Hasher, peering over the dish, had to agree. "But big enough to kill poor Mr. Turgoose," he ventured, shaking his head. Thomas eyed him intently. "Of that there is no doubt," he replied. "But for highwaymen and footpads, the blunderbuss is the usual weapon of choice." Asher pictured the large, cumbersome gun with its splayed muzzle and nodded.
Boom!
His hands jerked upward, and he spread out his fingers to signify an explosion before returning to glare at the wound.
"This wound is clean," said Thomas. "This is the only shot, and it is small in caliber."
He squinted at the lead in the kidney dish.
"So, if not a blunderbuss, then—"
"I'd say Mr. Tougoose was shot with a pistol, and a small one at that," said Thomas. He flung a look over at the clothes, crumpled and bloodied on the nearby table. Without a word, both men advanced to inspect the dishevelled pile. There was something discomforting to Thomas about going through a dead man's clothes, like checking his bills or reading letters from his wife. He picked up the pair of worsted stockings. Both were splashed with blood mingled with spots of mud. The breeches, too, were spattered, but it was the fustian coat that had borne the brunt of the terrible affair. The professor held it aloft so that Thomas could inspect it more easily. The right breast was drenched in dried blood, and at the centre of the large, dark red stain was a hole. The Saxon was about to fold it and return it to the bundle when Thomas stopped him. Experience had taught him always to look in a dead man's pockets. He delved in, first to the left, which he noted was torn, then the right.
"What have we here?" he asked, pulling out a crumpled scrap of paper.
The professor leaned in, frowning, and hooking his spectacles onto his nose.
"Well, well,"
muttered Thomas as he scanned the note. Written in an ill-educated hand were scrawled the words, "Beware of Raven's Wood." Chapter 6. Up in the woods that spilled onto the Boughton Estate, the men were hard at work, coppicing in the coop. The longer spring days saw them rising with the birds and taking up their tools, not downing them again, save for the odd break, until dusk. The woodland floor should have been bursting into life by now, but where clusters of cowslips and celandine would normally peep their yellow heads above the leaf carpet, the beech mast still lingered underfoot. Spring was late. The trees in this coop were hazel, beech, and a few sweet chestnut. They were particularly good for fencing. They stood with their branches thin and straight and pointing upward, like hairs on the heads of frightened men. Because their arms had been lopped before their prime, their branches neither thickened nor spread. They could not reach out and entwine in a thick canopy as they did deeper inside the forest, so that grass and moss grew at their feet, enabling cattle and pigs to graze and forage freely in the mire. On this particular morning, 2 men and a boy were working the stools to the northeastern corner of Raven's Wood, cutting mainly hazel, but a few ash and sweet chestnut standards, too, that were allowed to grow bigger for sturdier roof timbers. Although it was mid-April, the leaves of all but the oak had still not been persuaded to unfold themselves. The men did not complain. It made their task much easier. It was 7 years since the older ones had last worked the area. The poles on most of the trees had grown high, upward of 4 feet from the crown, and straight, too. There was good timber to be had for fencing and roofs, firewood as well. It was Chiltern's wood that kept London fires aglow day and night, and the coppices could barely keep up with the demand. Nearby, an old mare grazed contentedly. She had been unhitched from the wagon and hobbled. By the end of the day, she'd be pulling it down the hill into Brandwick, piled high with timber. Abraham Diggott, or Abe as he was known, had the most years under his belt. He'd been born in the forest, and had worked the trees for near on half a century, and now his face and hands were as gnarled as the broadest oak. It was often said by those who knew him that when he cut himself, it was sap, not blood, that ran from his veins. The dull thud of the axe, followed by the rasp of the saw, were sounds as melodious to him as the call of any nightingale. And seeing the bodies of his son and grandson move in and out of the dappled shade of the coppice as they cut through wood gladdened his heart. This joy, this sense of being alive, was what the forest gave him. These days, however, he knew his body was failing him. It no longer obeyed his commands. Like a blunt axe, it was not fit to work, only, unlike an axe, it could not be peened and sharpened. His time was quickly passing, and he knew his son Adam, tall and broad, would soon have to take charge. He taught him well, showing his heir by example that the quality of the cut was more important than the tool used, and that not all species of tree reacted the same. The common alder was best left untouched, and if an ash was coppiced in winter, the stool might not throw out shoots for 15 months or more. Adam's son Jake was also learning. Just 13 years of age, he already knew how to slice a clean pole. But his grandfather feared the days of the younger ones could be numbered. Rumours had been blowing around like fallen leaves for days, and when the map-makers came, the woodsmen knew them to be true. The place his family had called home for generations would soon be subject to an act of enclosure. The very trees they were felling would be used by the Boughton Estate to fence off not just the commons, but the forest too. Their livelihood could be cut away any time soon, just as surely as their saws could sever a branch from its trunk. When they stopped to sup their small beer close to midday, it was clear the same thoughts were troubling Adam. "We're building our own coffins," he told his father. They had become just 3, in an army of men Nicholas Lupton had engaged to fell trees for the very posts and fences intended to bar them from their livings. Young Jake was at the whetstone that had been nailed to a stump nearby, sharpening the billhooks. Adam did not want him to hear what he had to say. The older men sat on mossy trunks and ate hunks of bread. A weak sun trickled through the trees. The air smelled sweet with sap and was full of bird song.
"There'll always be need for us coppicers," replied his father, through a half-chewed mouthful of crust. "Aye, but we won't be our own men. We'll be under Boughton's yoke," countered Adam. He'd heard the stories from Northampton and from south of High Wycombe. Families were being driven out of woodlands and off commons, forced to pack up their belongings and leave their messuages. They had no other choice but to head for the towns and cities to find work. A few had not gone quietly. They had gathered in the village square and broken windows. They'd even fired a hayrick in Fritwick. But in the end, those who weren't jailed still had to pack up what few belongings they had and depart. "If this petition goes through, we'll be turned out of the forest." Adam clapped his hands on his broad thighs. "Mark my words."
Abe, his grey hair flecked with bark and twigs, shook his head.
"We've been through hard times before, son, and we will again."
Adam was not so sure. His father was of the forest, a man of the trees and of the seasons. To him everything had its turn and its place, a natural order and rhythm. But life was not so simple. One family's winter did not always give way to spring, and the promise of a good harvest was so often dashed by violent storms.
"I'll not stand by and do naught as they close the wood to us."
The younger man jerked his head in Jake's direction as the boy sat peening an axe.
"I owe it to myself, and I owe it to him."
His father shrugged his withering shoulders.
"You'll do what you must do," he said, "like you did the other day."
Adam shot him a nervous look.
"What do you mean?"
Abe gave a wily nod as he recalled seeing sooty smears on his son's forehead and neck.
"I know you'll put up a fight, and I know you won't be the only one."
Adam sighed deeply.
"We stand to lose everything, Pa," he said.
The old woodsman nodded and was silent for a moment before he raised his gaze toward the crowns of the trees in the coop, as if he half expected to take some inspiration from them. He chewed his scabby lip until finally he said,
"You've a future ahead of you, son. You must do what you think fit. Only have a care for Jake. He needs you, and so do I."
Chapter 7. By the time the post-mortem on Geoffrey Turgoose was complete and notes had been made, the light had begun to dwindle. After washing the blood away from his hands and scrubbing his fingernails, Thomas politely declined the offer of a schnapps with Professor Harsher so that he might go and report directly to Sir Theodosius, who was anxiously awaiting news. A good fire blazed in the grate in the study of the coroner's town house. Thomas found Sir Theodosius seated in a winged chair staring morosely into the hearth. The voluminous bags under his eyes suggested to the doctor that sleep had evaded his old ally. Indeed, his whole visage seemed to have drooped as if being pulled downward by the burden of both worry for Lydia and grief for his dead friend. It was clear to Thomas that he was in need of company. A decanter of brandy and a glass sat on a small table at his side. Acknowledging his visitor with a nod, the coroner lifted his tumbler into the air.
"Get yourself one of these, will you, Silkstone?"
he mumbled, pointing to a cabinet on the other side of the room. Thomas obeyed, poured himself a drink, and joined the older man by the hearth. Cradling his brandy in his chubby hand, Sir Theodosius gawked blankly as the flames danced in the grate. Sensing his mood, Thomas settled himself opposite and prepared to lend a sympathetic ear. There seemed to be a tacit understanding that as the coroner talked, the anatomist would listen.
"We were friends at Eton, you know,"
Sir Theodosius began, his eyes remaining fixed on the blaze.
"Grew up together, then went our separate ways, yet still remained in touch. Had a practice in the High."
His delivery grew more maudlin with every gulp of brandy, until by the time he had told Thomas of his friend's life history, of his wife, 3 sons, and 12 grandchildren, his eyes were brimming with tears. Not wishing to embarrass the coroner, Thomas also directed his own gaze toward the fire. He had been attentive. As was so often the case with his patients, his presence and the ability to listen were all that had been required. The fire had begun to die down when, after a reflective pause, Sir Theodosius asked,
"What did you find?"
The sudden question, delivered with such surprising bluntness, pulled Thomas back into the moment. There was no delicate answer. "A shot to the heart." He paused, to gauge the reaction. Then, when none was forthcoming, and to soften the harshness of his words, he added, "It severed a main artery, sir. Death would have been swift." Yet his answer was met by the coroner with an unforeseen show of indignation.
"Damn it, Silkstone, I know how the man died. What I need to know is what varlet discharged the guns, that I may personally see him choke at the end of a rope."
Thomas nodded. "Of course, sir," he replied, sensing that despite unburdening himself, the coroner remained in a state of deep distress. It was as if he was carrying some of the blame for his friend's death. It seemed to weigh so heavily on his broad shoulders. Here is a man, thought Thomas, who deals daily with mortality and the fragility of human existence, yet he clearly finds it difficult to cope with the passing of an associate. Sensing more was expected of him, Thomas continued. The ball was a small caliber, not a blunderbuss, as one might expect in such a case, but quite possibly a pistol. At these words, the coroner's bulky frame suddenly gave an odd jerk, as if he was tensing. His hands gripped the arms of his chair.
"A pistol?"
he repeated. "Yes, sir, a flintlock, most probably. But Sir Theodosius's hand flew up, stopping the anatomist in mid-sentence.
"Not a blunderbuss? You're sure?"
"Quite sure, sir." Sir Theodosius dipped his brows. A look of unease settled on his face.
"I feared as much," he muttered.
"Sir?" Thomas watched as, despite the warmth from the fire, the coroner seemed to grow pale before his very eyes. "There is something—"
"Yes, Silkstone," the coroner cut him short. "There is something most troubling to me, and I must tell you now."
His eyes cut to a key that sat on the small round table next to his brandy glass. Thomas watched in silence as the coroner struggled to pick it up in his plump fingers, then unlocked a concealed drawer in the table. Pulling it open, he brought out a brass-bound mahogany box. He opened the lid.
"You see, I gave him one of these," he said, sliding the box toward Thomas.
The anatomist's eyes widened, and his head suddenly shot up when he looked inside at the contents. The open box revealed a red velvet lining upon which lay one flintlock pistol. Its grip was plain walnut, and its frame was silver and engraved with an acanthus leaf pattern. Underneath it was an indentation where another pistol, Thomas presumed it was one of a matching pair, usually rested. "You gave Mr. Tougoose your firearm?" he asked, fixing Sir Theodosius with an incredulous stare.
"God help me, Silkstone, I did," he replied with a nod.
The coroner flattened his lips as if to stop them from trembling. The prospect that had occurred to both men hovered in the air until the coroner summoned up the courage to ask the question outright.
"Could it be he was shot with my pistol?"
His eyes were glistening as he spoke. He was looking directly at the anatomist. Thomas returned his forlorn gaze, but knew he could not deny the possibility. "There is a chance, sir." "Yes," he conceded. "But I cannot say for sure until I have conducted further tests." He shook his head. "Either way, you must not blame yourself, sir." Suddenly Thomas understood why the coroner might feel weighed down by guilt. He held himself partly responsible for his friend's death.
"I gave it to him purely as a deterrent," explained Sir Theodosius, trying to justify his action.
He shook his head.
"I never thought—"
"I know." Thomas was sympathetic. Even so, he could not let the matter lie. "I will need to examine the other pistol, sir." The coroner jerked his head backward, so that the rolls of flesh beneath his chin came to the fore.
"Of course,"
he replied, closing the lid of the gun box and pushing it away from him, as if it were an evil talisman.
"Take it out of my sight."
"Thank you, sir," said Thomas. "I know this is not easy for you." Chapter 8. Thomas had set off from Oxford for Boughton at first light. Leaving Sir Theodosius's pistol in the care of Professor Hasher, he had asked him to take the weapon, along with a shot retrieved from Mr. Turgoos's body, to a renowned gunmaker in the city. He was to ascertain whether or not the missile removed from the dead man's chest could have been fired from the other pistol in the pair. Until his suspicions were proved, Thomas needed little excuse to concentrate on his original mission, to, at the very least, gain access to Lydia. The delivery of the preliminary post-mortem report into the death of the surveyor who had been in Nicholas Lupton's employ gave him the perfect excuse. It was with mixed emotions that he finally turned his horse into Boughton's familiar driveway. He had ridden this way so many times, urging his mount to go faster so that he could see Lydia a few minutes sooner. He pictured how she would stand on the steps to greet him and how he would kiss her hand. He would let his lips linger a little longer than was seemly, and she would blush. And now she was not here. Nor was young Richard. His heart felt heavy. Everything had changed, and nothing had changed. Boughton Hall's facade remained unflinching and sturdy. Its barley-twist chimneys still smoked, but the shutters at most of the windows were closed, and no one was there to greet him. He dismounted, climbed the front steps, and rang the bell. He was gladdened when Lydia's butler answered the door.
"Dr. Silkstone,"
he said, his voice rising in a rare show of emotion. Thomas was not sure if his unannounced visit was welcome or not. "Howard," Thomas greeted him, "I know my arrival is unexpected, but I was hoping Mr. Lupton would receive me," he said. The butler bowed and took the visitor's hat and gloves.
"I shall inquire, sir,"
he told him formally, even though the look in his eye told Thomas that his arrival would not be greeted favourably by the new steward. Just as Howard headed off, however, the study door was suddenly flung open and raised voices could be heard. A young man whom Thomas did not recognise stomped out. His hair was flame red and his face freckled. His head was swathed in a bandage that covered his right eye, and he seemed in a most wretched state, snorting back tears. He stormed down the hallway toward the servants' quarters, barging in front of Thomas without bothering to acknowledge his presence. The obvious altercation made even the unflappable Howard arch a brow. He knocked at the open door and entered, reappearing a moment later.
"Mr. Lupton will see you now, sir."
Relieved at being granted an audience, Thomas nevertheless tensed as he was led into the study. He found Nicholas Lupton pacing up and down in a most choleric manner, his hands clasped behind his back. Seeing Thomas, the steward greeted him curtly with a nod of his head, which sat deeply in his broad shoulders, then made his way back to the desk. It was piled high with rolls of parchment. "So, Silkstone," he sneered, easing himself into his chair, "wherever death is, you seem to follow like a scavenger crow that picks over carrion." The comparison seemed to amuse him, and he let out an odd sound by way of self-congratulation. True, Thomas had anticipated a frosty welcome from Lupton, but he was not prepared for such utter derision. The easy and affable manner the steward had displayed in front of Lydia had completely disappeared. Gone was the bluff simplicity of a country estate manager. His sun-bleached hair was now covered in a grey wig that aged him by at least 10 years. It was clear he carried a weight of authority on his stocky frame that he had not previously displayed. Nevertheless, the excuse fitted Thomas's plans perfectly. "I have conducted a post-mortem on Geoffrey Turgoose, if that is what you mean," replied the anatomist coolly. "You have the report?" The steward held out his hand. "I do." Thomas tapped the document he carried under his arm. "But it is not complete." "Why not? You have examined the body, have you not?" came the short riposte. Thomas took a deep breath. I cannot be sure of the type of weapon used." Lupton showed his frustration with a grunt, then spoke through clenched teeth as if trying to check his own irritation. "It was plain for any fool to see that the man died from a gunshot wound. But who pulled the trigger?" He lurched forward, making a grab for the report, but Thomas sidestepped. "Before I can answer that question, I need to carry out further investigations," he replied. Reining in any temptation to lash back, he kept his voice measured. "Investigations?" Lupton spat the word out as if it were poison. "It is most obvious to Sir Montague and me who killed the surveyor." Thomas's face registered surprise. "Who, pray tell?" Lupton snorted as if the question was below contempt. "The benighted villagers, of course. The ones who plagued the man while he was about his work." Thomas recalled Sir Theodosius's account of his dead friend's travails, but shook his head. "You are jumping to conclusions. And until—" "Give it here and be damned!" cried Lupton, suddenly lunging at Thomas once more. The doctor, however, stepped backward, hugging his report to his breast. Realizing the encounter was turning into a pantomime charade, Lupton relented, slapping his palm on the desk. "If you can bring us any further toward finding which of those village heathens murdered the surveyor, then you must do what is necessary," he conceded, with the grace of a pouting child. Thomas inclined his head in acknowledgment. "I am most grateful," he replied, his voice tinged with sarcasm. But his reply was followed by another question that took Lupton completely by surprise. "The gentleman who was with you just now?" Lupton's head jerked up. "To Goosey's man, Charlton?" he barked. "What of him?" "He seemed in a most agitated state," observed Thomas. "He saw his master shot before him and feared for his own life. Of course the man was agitated," Lupton snapped, his thick neck straightening itself indignantly. The reply, however, did not satisfy Thomas. He persisted. "And his injury?" The steward did little to hide his growing exasperation. "He was hit about the face and head, Dr. Silkstone." Thomas nodded, but would not be put off. "Then perhaps you would permit me to examine him?" "Certainly not," came the terse retort. "Dr. Fairweather has already administered to Mr. Charlton." Hearing this, Thomas realized any further discourse was futile. He would have to pursue another tack if he were to reach the bottom of this mystery. As if Lupton read his thoughts, he added, "Do not waste your time on the murder, Silkstone. We shall want to see your full autopsy report in due course, but my men will apprehend the killer. They are working on it as we speak." He began rearranging papers on the desk, obviously anxious to rid himself of his uninvited guest. Thomas, however, remained planted to the spot until Lupton raised his gaze, aware that his visitor had not yet moved. "And if that is all," he said flatly. Now was Thomas's chance. "It is not all," he retorted, standing his ground. His voice was resolute. "Lady Lydia—" Lupton's head shot up and he cut in. He threw down the papers he'd only just picked up, sending them skidding across the polished surface of the desk. "Of course, you've come to plead her ladyship's cause," he said with a sour smile. "You know she is locked up for her own good." Thomas felt his nerves tighten. "She is locked up for no one's good apart from Sir Montague's and your own," he replied, trying to curb his mounting frustration. "I know of your plans to enclose the estate. I also know that her ladyship would never have agreed to them." He heard his own voice rising in anger as he spoke. Lupton's reaction was, however, surprisingly cool. He slumped back in his chair and eyed Thomas. "What is it that you want, Silkstone? Money? A better position at one of the London hospitals? I am sure it can be arranged." The volley of insults, coming thick and fast as they did, momentarily disarmed Thomas. He had not anticipated such slanderous suggestions, nor had he been prepared to be bribed. Such a change of strategy unnerved him, but he nevertheless took advantage. "I wish to see her ladyship," he said. He knew if he asked for her freedom, he would have even more scorn heaped upon him. Lupton's head seemed to sink back into his shoulders for a moment. He tented his fingers and sucked in his cheeks in thought. "You wish to see her ladyship?" he repeated. "I am in the midst of seeing through an Act of Parliament for the benefit of this great estate, and you wish to see her ladyship?" He was shaking his head in disbelief, trying to belittle Thomas. "I am aware you have weighty matters to consider," replied the doctor. He resolved to keep calm. The villagers' reaction to enclosure, and the surveyor's murder must make your task all the harder." The steward eyed Thomas again and huffed. "You should not get involved in matters that do not concern you," he snapped. "I really do not have the time." He slapped the desk with his palm once more. "Her ladyship's welfare is my concern," replied Thomas, countering Lupton's anger with a coolness that he found very difficult to muster. "Oh," Lupton grunted in a show of exasperation. "Very well." Taking a sheet of paper from the desk drawer, he scrawled a few words hastily and blotted the missive. "Take this and give it to the superintendent at Bedlam," he said, holding a lighted candle to his melting sealing wax. "It will give you access to her." The red wax dripped like drops of blood onto the paper, pooling into a congealed mass. Lupton then stamped it with his ring. "Here," he said, holding out the letter. He deliberately looked away as if the very sight of the doctor irked him. Thomas felt as though he was being summarily dismissed. It was clear his presence was not welcome at Boughton. Nevertheless, he knew he could endure any number of insults just as long as it furthered his purpose. To his great surprise, he had achieved his goal. After all these weeks, he would finally be able to see Lydia. Chapter 9. As luck would have it, Joseph Makepeace, Brandwick's berryman, as haggard and world-weary as most of the corpses he lowered into their graves, had spotted the party from Boughton as it neared the churchyard toward midday. He had alerted one of Will Ketch's lads who ran to tell old Brindle, the bellman. In less than 10 minutes he was ringing his bell, broadcasting to the entire High Street what was about to happen, and the villagers began heading toward St. Swithin's. Moments later, Gilbert Fothergill made his appearance. Sir Montague's envoy was escorted by 2 of Boughton's newest recruits, burly thugs with permanent scowls on their faces who were paid to enforce Lupton's commands. The fussy little clerk had arrived to read out the Act of Enclosure on the steps of St. Swithin's as required by law. Soon it seemed that the whole of the village had gathered outside the church to hear what this unimpressive emissary from the estate had to say. Dressed from head to foot in black and crowned with a wide-brimmed hat, Fothergill looked more like a parson than one of Sir Montague's men. He cleared his throat and stared with unseeing eyes at his audience. He knew full well that what he had to say would not go down at all favourably among his listeners. The chatter of the crowd faded in anticipation. "Notice is hereby given—" Fothergill's voice sounded croaky. He cleared his throat and began again. "Notice is hereby given that the Commissioners named and passed by an Act of Parliament made and passed in the 10th year of His present Majesty, intituled an Act for dividing and enclosing the open common, fields, meadows, pastures, and woodlands, and other commonable lands in the lordship of Brandwick in the county of Oxfordshire." The clerk looked up. His throat was already dry, and he had finished only the first sentence. A crowd of at least 3 dozen had gathered and was growing at every turn. The noise began to swell again until one of the side men called for order. Fothergill resumed reading. "A meeting is to be held on the 30th day of April at 10 o'clock in the forenoon at the inn of Mr. Peter Geach in Brandwick for further proceeding in the execution of said Act." And despite the call to order, Fothergill's voice did not carry well, and his words were audible to only a few. It was clear that the clerk was decidedly uncomfortable. His spectacles kept slipping from the bridge of his nose, such was the effect of his perspiration, and his elbow was constantly nudged by the crowd that pressed around him, so that he kept losing his place on the scroll. Nevertheless, he struggled on to deliver his message. Anyone, he declared, interested in undertaking the cutting and making of drains, banks, and sluices for the drainage of the wetlands to be enclosed should contact the Commissioners. "In the meantime," Mr. Fothergill concluded, looking up from his script, "the plans may be inspected at the offices of Turgoose and Mather, Surveyors, Oxford." His mission now complete, the clerk rolled up the scroll, patted the crown of his hat as if securing it for the foray, and made a hasty retreat down the church steps. At first, some of the village men tried to prevent him from returning to his conveyance. Obviously, they did not care for him, nor, more importantly, for his message. He was gently jostled and his glasses were knocked off his nose, not deliberately, although the incident heightened the tension. The sidemen who accompanied him brandished their coshes and lashed out randomly, keeping the malcontents at bay. Josh Thornley, a sawyer, sustained one of the blows and fell to the ground. Will Ketch, the cowman, all act first, think later, sprang to his defence, but soon joined his friend, as a blow rained down on him too. Within a few moments all opposition and ill temper, such as it was, seemed to dissipate into a subdued sense of fear. After what seemed an age to him, but which was in reality only a few seconds, Gilbert Fothergill managed to remount the chaise. Flanked by the thugs, he took a certain satisfaction in his performance and gave a self-congratulatory nod as he seated himself. The wheels of enclosure had been set in motion. He had played a vital part, and he was driven back to Boughton Hall, secure in the knowledge that his legal duties had been successfully discharged. It was too late in the day to start back to London, so Thomas rode from Boughton to Brandwick, intending to stay the night at the 3 Tuns. As he glanced about him, the countryside seemed strangely dormant. The bitter winter had taken its toll on the land. In the fields, the ploughed furrows, normally swollen and pregnant with shoots, remained regimented. No birds pecked for juicy worms among the rows of still, cold clods, as if they knew their foraging would be fruitless. Even the hedgerows, usually hazed with green at this time of year, were bare. There were fewer lambs, too. He could see only a dozen dams at most, tending to their sickly offspring. What was more, the weather was still inclement. Eastertide had been and gone, and yet few signs of spring were evident. For the people of Brandwick, he knew it would mean only one thing: continued hardship. With an undoubtedly late harvest, the price of food would be forced up, heaping more suffering onto an already hard-pressed population. It was mid-afternoon by the time Thomas reached the outskirts of Brandwick. Passing St. Swithin's, he noticed a sizable huddle of villagers on the church steps. He urged his horse nearer. He could glean that the few men who knew their letters were reading excerpts of some bill or notice out loud. He dismounted and walked up the church path to see what was going on. After a moment or two he understood. The Act of Enclosure, the infamous measure allowing landowners to enclose land and charge rents for what used to be free to all men, had been posted on the church door. It also quickly became clear to him that not everyone understood what they were reading. "Dr. Silkstone, sir," came an anxious voice. He turned to see Susanna Kidd, the young widow of Boughton's former head gardener. Grief had furrowed her brow and dulled her complexion. "What does it mean?" She pointed to the notice. "There's talk of a hanging." The huddle suddenly parted to allow Thomas up the steps so he could read the document for himself. A quick glance told him that phrases like "the execution of such act" were to blame for causing consternation among some of the womenfolk. He turned to Mistress Kidd. "No hanging," he reassured her, "but changes to how the land is used. The Boughton Estate wishes to fence off the common and woods." Thomas observed the reaction of those around him to the news. Some of those he knew to be cottagers and commoners muttered among themselves and shook their heads. Thomas knew they were the ones who would lose out to Boughton's grand scheme, but he was confident they were fighters too. They all knew their rights, handed down by the famous lady who entrusted them with her flaming brand, and those rights over the land were in perpetuity. As he watched the stragglers disperse down the church steps, Thomas remembered Nicholas Lupton's diatribe. He would have it that these villagers, these downtrodden men and women, were so angry and vicious that they had already killed a man to protect these land rights. Yet all Thomas could see that afternoon was the quiet despair and the dignified anxiety that was etched on their faces as they drifted away from St. Swithin's. He read the act once more, this time for his own interest. He studied the details, written large in black and white, and as he read, it occurred to him that this piece of parchment bore all the heinous marks of Sir Montague Malthus himself. Everything had fitted so neatly into place. Gabriel Lawson's death had been most fortuitous in enabling Nicholas Lupton to slide effortlessly into the steward's shoes. While learning the intimate workings of the Boughton Estate and pretending to labour for the benefits of its tenants, as well as Lydia, the snake in the grass had, all the while, been plotting and scheming. And now Sir Montague's intentions had been made public, exposing him for the tyrant he was. With a heavy heart, Thomas turned and headed toward the 3 Tuns. Before he returned to London on the morrow, he still needed to investigate further into Geoffrey Turgoose's murder. He suspected there was much more to it than Lupton would have him believe. With or without the steward's cooperation, he planned to pursue his inquiries. Thomas rode through the narrow arch and into the courtyard of the inn. Hearing the clatter of hooves on cobbles, the stable lad, his hair greasy and limp, loped forward with an odd gait to greet him. The anatomist quickly noted that he had an artificial leg, a shaft fashioned, it seemed, from metal, and held fast below the knee. It did not appear to hamper the youth, however, and he swiftly took Thomas's mount and unloaded his saddlebags, which contained a change of clothes. Ducking through the low back entrance, Thomas found himself in the inn's familiar hallway. The flags were sticky with ale, and stale smoke hung in the gloomy air. Since there was no one at the reception desk, he ventured into the bar, where he spied the landlord. A wiry, thin-lipped Peter Geach, his eyes close-set and beady, was deep in conversation with a heavily built man Thomas did not recognize. Dapperly dressed for Brandwick in a brocade coat and riding boots and wearing a black wig, the stranger leaned nonchalantly against the counter. Pulling at his earlobe with his forefinger and thumb, he kept his head low and his face turned from sight. An open bottle of fine French wine was at his side. Seeing the doctor approach from the corner of his eye, Geach broke off from his patron immediately as if he were a hot coal. He greeted Thomas cordially enough, although his welcome was not entirely convincing. Peter Geach was a businessman before he was a host. The smartly dressed man demurred. It seemed he took no offence, and left. Forming his features into a shallow smile, Geach greeted his new arrival. "Dr. Silkstone, sir," he beamed with false enthusiasm, adding, "What an unexpected pleasure." Thomas nodded, brushing aside the remark. "I would stay in one of your rooms for the night, if you please," he said. He was painfully aware that all of Brandwick knew his business and of the terrible goings-on at Boughton. They would have expected him to stay away, not dare show his face again until Lady Lydia Farrell was returned to her rightful place at the hall. He did not belong in Brandwick, they said, never had. What did he know of English ways? Granted he had pulled his weight during the great fog, helping the sick and dying. He was savvy enough in his ways with corpses, too, telling how a man died from the contents of his gut, or a murder weapon from the marks it left, but that did not make him one of them. Brandwick mud may have been on his riding boots, but Brandwick blood did not run in his veins. "I will give you our finest room, sir," said the landlord, his voice thick with false bonhomie. He lifted a key from the board in front of him. "That is most kind," replied Thomas, recalling a previous stay's damp bedding, chair with uneven legs, and ill-fitting window-pane that allowed the rain in. "But first I must ask for some assistance." "Oh?" The landlord cocked his head. "I know that a man, a surveyor, was shot recently in Ravenswood," Thomas began. Geach nodded his sleek black head. "Terrible do, sir," he replied. "The curfew's not good for business, neither." "I'm sure not," said Thomas quickly, "but I've been asked by the Oxford coroner to report on the matter, and I need to visit the scene of the incident." Geach's small eyes narrowed further. "And I wondered if you knew of anyone who might be able to show me." For a moment, the landlord regarded his patron as if trying to gauge just how much he wanted to see where the surveyor had been shot. "I will pay," added Thomas hopefully. Yet it was clear that even this most wily of landlords did not believe that in such dealings the law of supply and demand should apply. He shook his head and pursed his lips, making an odd sucking sound as he did so. "You'll not get no one round these parts to take you up to Ravenswood, doctor," he said finally, "no matter how much money you offer." Chapter 10. It did not take Thomas long to realize that any investigation he undertook into the surveyor's murder would be conducted on his own. Such was the antipathy towards Sir Montague and the prospect of enclosure among the villagers that no one would volunteer any assistance. He would have to act alone. So, less than an hour after his arrival at the 3 Tuns, Thomas's fresh mount was being saddled to transport him up to Ravenswood. The stable lad with the false leg bobbed up and down with remarkable dexterity as he readied the horse. "She's a good girl, not like the one that kicked me in the shin," he volunteered, patting the mare. "Is that how you lost your leg?" asked Thomas. "Aye," came the reply, "but this one's not easily spooked." Thomas picked up on his words. "Spooked? Is that likely?" The lad looked away. "You be going into Ravenswood, ain't you, sir?" "Aye." The youth shook his head. "No one goes there unless they have to," he said. "Like Mr. Turgoose and his assistant?" Thomas suggested, poised on the mounting block. The stable lad nodded warily.
"I warned him, sir,"
he replied, watching Thomas settle himself on the saddle. "You warned Mr. Turgoose? Of what, pray?" The boy stood back from the horse, looking up at Thomas. But his furtive expression gave him away. He knew he had said too much, and backtracked.
"I told him not to go into the woods. 'Tis not a place for gentlemen. 'Tis the Raven, see?"
"The Raven?" queried Thomas. The lad squinted in the bright light.
"Him and his gang, sir?"
He broke off to allow Thomas to imagine for himself the horrors the eponymous highwayman might wreak.
"And you, sir? You take care too," he said.
"I intend to," replied Thomas with a smile as he tugged the rein. The goings-on in the wood seemed to have cast some sort of ghastly spell on the villagers. Whether local superstition was to blame or other, more earthly reasons, he could not be sure. But if no one in Brandwick would tell him precisely where the murder had taken place, he would try to find someone who would. In all probability that would mean asking a sawyer or a charcoal burner or someone of that ilk who worked in the forest. He rode up the incline past the fulling mill. On the nearby tenter frames the woolen cloth flapped in the wind. The noise of the stocks as they pounded the fabric echoed around the narrow valley. There had been rain the previous day, and the river, while not in flood, was flowing well, turning the water wheel at a goodly pace. At the foot of the slope, Thomas dismounted and led his horse up the steep incline that led to Raven's Wood. It was dotted with shards of flint, and the overnight rain had turned the cart track into a greasy mire. When the hill levelled out at the top of the incline, he remounted his horse and turned left onto a well-trodden path. The trees were not yet in leaf. Nevertheless, as Thomas rode on, the branches overhead seemed to thicken and entwine into a single canopy, blocking out much of the light. The birdsong that had been so lively at the beginning of his journey had all but disappeared, save for the shriek of a pheasant or the call of a red kite up above. Rainwater from the earlier downpour hung in droplets from twigs, dripping constantly onto his hat, and wet branches whipped his coat. He carried on deeper into the wood until, at a point where the track narrowed and dipped into a hollow, his horse suddenly jerked its head and pricked up its ears. Patting its neck, Thomas tried to reassure the animal. "Nothing amiss," he soothed, his own eyes darting from left to right, scanning the wooded terrain. It was then that he spotted what had distracted his horse. A wooden cross, girded with red rowan berries, was dangling from a branch up ahead, directly in the horse's eye-line. He had seen such crosses before, when the great fog, which local people called the Devil's Breath, had covered the countryside, and many thought the world was about to end. Such talismans were believed to ward off evil spirits. Thomas gently pulled on the rein so that the animal skirted the disturbing object, then guided her back on the track. A few yards on, he suddenly spotted great clouds of bluish-grey smoke billowing through the trees. At first he thought he had come across a smouldering forest fire, even though the ground was damp. Quickly he dismounted, and shielding his nose and mouth from the clinging smoke, he approached on foot. It did not take him long to realize his mistake. In the clearing he could see through the gritty haze a huge round mound raised on an earth platform. From it rose plumes that swirled around it and filled the air with the tang of burning wood. Covering the mound were clods of clay and slabs of turf, and at its centre stood an odd-looking chimney, out of which most of the smoke was escaping. A lone man with a shovel seemed to be tending what appeared to be some sort of kiln, lifting sods of moss and patting them down over vents, choking off the smoke, trapping it inside. Thomas took the man to be one of the charcoal burners who lived and worked in the wood. He was small, but solid in build, and on his head he wore a strange kind of leather bonnet with flaps that covered his ears. It was tied by laces under his chin. His face and hands were so deeply ingrained with soot that he looked as though he had been dipped in tar. The workman did not notice his visitor at first, or if he did not acknowledge him. He seemed too busy with his shovel, firming down the clods, until after a few minutes he stood back to take stock of his work. He coughed and spat forth sooty spew. It was then that he caught sight of Thomas out of the corner of his eye. He looked at him warily.
"Yes,"
he grunted. Thomas urged his horse forward. "Good day," he said, doffing his tricorn. The man's eyes looked bright white set in his blackened face, but they narrowed as he studied his visitor.
"You come about the map-maker?"
he asked. He had obviously heard of the murder.
"I don't want no trouble."
Thomas shook his head. "No, sir, I am not," he replied politely, aware that he needed to tread carefully. "I am a surgeon and physician." The charcoal burner straightened his grimy neck.
"I may have a cough, but I'm not sick," he replied.
Thomas smiled. "I can see that," he conceded, but he refused to be put off. He went straight to the point. "I understand you know these woods." The charcoal burner shrugged.
"As well as any man."
Thomas pried a little deeper. "Did the map-makers come this way?"
"What's that to you?"
came the crabby reply. "I am sent by the coroner. I need to find out more about how the man died." Thomas did not mean to be officious, but he feared he might have sounded that way. "Do you know the place where he was shot?" The charcoal burner shuffled his feet and let his shovel take some of his weight.
"What if I do?"
There was a defiance in his manner that Thomas had not anticipated. "Then I would ask you to take me to that place," Thomas persisted. The charcoal burner paused for a moment and eyed the doctor with a simmering resentment. It was plain he did not trust this stranger. "I will make it worth your while," said the doctor, delving into his pocket and bringing out his purse. "A guinea for your pains," he offered, tossing a silver coin into the air. It landed on the carpet of dead leaves by the man's boots. He picked it up and bit into it as if it were an oat-cake, before tossing his shovel to the ground like a surly child.
"I'll take it,"
he conceded, but still under sufferance.
"'Tis a good walk from here."
The man led the way north, through the forest, tramping along leaf-strewn paths and through muddy ruts. Thomas followed on horseback, dipping low under overhanging branches until eventually they left behind them the coop, full of squat, coppiced hazel, and entered the thicker forest. Walking over to a deep depression in the ground, scantily lined with leaves, the workman pointed to the steep-sided pit.
"Here."
Thomas dismounted and skirted the hole. He recalled that Sir Theodosius had told him that the horse had stumbled into a pit before the murder. It was not much deeper than a man's waist, but judging by the fresh spade marks at its sides, it had been quite recently dug out. "And where did the surveyor fall?" he asked. He glanced at the man, but seeing his reaction, it was obviously a question too far. The charcoal burner shook his head vigorously.
"I dunno,"
came the quick reply.
"Near,"
was all he would say. "Yes," said Thomas, with a knowing nod. For the woodsman to pinpoint the exact spot would be to incriminate himself. "Thank you. You have been most helpful, Mr.
"Godson, Zeb Godson," came the reply, "but the folk call me Black Zeb."
Again Thomas smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Godson," he said. "I shall find my own way back." The charcoal burner needed no further encouragement to leave. He disappeared into the trees within seconds, leaving Thomas alone deep in the woods. He knew the exact site of the murder would be within a radius of a few yards, so he tethered his horse and began pacing along the track that led away from the deep pit. All the while he kept his eyes trained on the ground, following a set of recent hoofprints. Within seconds he arrived at what he knew must be the place. Several flies had discovered a cache of blood on top of the leaves, a thick, dried pool of dark red barely discernible among the russets and gold. Thomas crouched down. A small fragment of brown material fluttered among the rest of the leaves, its edges jagged and ripped. Thomas picked it up. It was fustian. His mind flashed to poor Mr. Togoose's frock coat torn at the pocket. It was easy to see where he had fallen and lain for a moment or two in this woodland grave. There were gouge marks in the mud, where the leaves had been disturbed, and the dead weight of his body must have been dragged out and heaved onto the horse. Thomas looked about him. The clearing was small and surrounded by thick bushes, many of them evergreen. It would be easy for men to lie in wait here, unseen and ready to pounce. He pushed his way into the thick undergrowth, looking for signs. Footprints in the mud, scraps of clothing, any clues left behind by Mr. Togoose's attacker or attackers. Despite his best efforts, he found nothing and decided to return to his horse. It was just as he put his foot in the stirrup and grabbed hold of the saddle to heave himself up that he noticed his right sleeve. It was covered in what appeared to be black dust. He inspected it more closely, but did not brush it off. He dismounted and returned to the bushes from whence he had just come. Peering at the waxy leaves of a large holly bush, his eyes scanned the foliage, looking for something out of the ordinary. It was then he spotted it, some type of blight, he thought at first. When he touched what appeared to be the black mould and rubbed it between his forefinger and thumb, however, he was not so sure. He needed to take a sample. Meanwhile, less than half a mile away, Maggie Cuthbert, or Mad Maggie as most people called her, sat in her tumble-down cottage nestled among the beeches. Although she was a cunning woman, gifted with certain powers, or so she said, she had not needed any show stones to tell her that something was wrong in the woods the afternoon the surveyor was killed. For as long as anyone could remember, she'd hawked her herbal remedies and her hag stones in Brandwick. For the soothing of stomachache, Brandwick belly as it was known, her lavender water was proving particularly popular these days, and for the few who'd crossed her palm with silver, for amusement or mere curiosity, she'd read her show stones. Rolling them on the flat ground with a shake and a flick of her scrawny wrist, she'd study them carefully. Sucking at her gums, she'd either shake her head solemnly or twitch her lips into a smile and nod, depending on what she said she saw. A few people believed her. Many did not, but on this particular afternoon she hadn't needed her powers to know something was amiss. Her fowl had told her, her chickens and turkeys. They'd clucked and squawked and gobbled, and above their din she had heard a horse whinnying. She'd been sitting by a hissing fire at the time. The logs were damp and the room was smoky. Using the last remnants of daylight, she'd been threading a chicken feather through the memory cord that hung by the door, each one marked a week since her husband passed. She'd not wanted to lose track of time, so every 7 days she looped another feather into the yarn, just to remind her of her old Jack. She counted the quills. It had been 36 weeks since he'd died, choked by the devil's breath, like so many others. The monstrous fog had scoured his lungs and caused him to cough blood. Soon she'd have to start a new cord. At the sound of her hen's clamour, she'd craned her scraggy neck to look out of her window. It was then she heard the noise that caused her most alarm. It had split the peaceful air with a mighty crack, like lightning cleaves a sturdy oak. It was the blast of gunshot, of that she was certain. Her first thought was that the raven and his men were abroad, out to prey on innocent travellers. She'd drawn her bolts, blown out her candle, and kept low. It was then, from her window, that she saw the bushes shake and the dark shapes of men race away from the thicket. There were 3, or maybe 4 of them. She watched them charging down the track as if the very devil himself were in hot pursuit. She had a good idea who they were, so she was more curious than afraid. The next time she opened her door was on the following day. 3 sidemen in Boughton livery dismounted on the dead leaves outside her cottage. They knocked and called her name. A gentleman had been murdered, they said. Had you seen or heard anything? They asked. She shook her head. She did not like this new breed at Boughton. They would have to break her old bones on a rack wheel before she'd tell their sort anything. "An old woman like me lives in fear," she cried, spittle flying from her gums. "There's always footpads and highwaymen abroad." She pulled her shawl over her baggy breasts as she spoke. "And there's my hands. Not late today, they haven't," she told them, even though, in truth, she hadn't ventured out to look. One of the men, their leader, she guessed, built like a brick barn with not a hair on his head, barged past her and cast an eye round her room, the dried herbs hanging from the rafters, the kettle by the hearth, the filthy rags on the bed, the dark corners festooned with webs. "You heard no men? No gunshot?" Maggie shook her frizzy grey head. "I heard nothing," she replied. She knew if she told them she'd seen a huddle of woodsmen up ahead fighting their way out of the thicket like things possessed, no matter what their purpose, they'd be hauled over the coals. Chapter 11. Returning to Brandwick later in the afternoon, Thomas intended to go straight to the 3 Tuns. He did not wish to be interrogated by Geach, or anyone else for that matter, on what he had found in Raven's Wood. Circumstances, however, conspired against him. As he rode into town at the top of the High Street, he could see that a crowd of people had gathered round the square. He urged on his horse. "What goes on?" called Thomas to a man on his way to join the throng.
Commoners' meeting!"
he yelled over the din. The commoners, there were 103 of them, were congregating. Their rites were ancient, set in the stones of the common, stored in the sap of the woodland trees and cut into the boggy turf of the marshes. Had not the Lady of Brandwick herself bestowed the gift upon them, and now they were being challenged. Covering an area 2 miles to the north of the Market Cross and 3 to the east, Brandwick Common spanned grassland and scrubland, a river and several ponds, hillocks and downs, hollows and ridges. An elected council met every year to distribute plots of land and set the stint for pasturing animals to prevent overgrazing. Since time immemorial, each allotment had consisted of long strips of land often separated from one another so that no one received more than their fair share of the best parcels. And when the harvest was gathered in, the poorer families could glean the grain that remained on the ground. It was then the turn of the horses, cows and sheep to move in and graze, depositing manure to nourish the earth for the next year's crops. Where the soil was too poor to support such workings, then flocks of turkeys and geese would be set loose to peck and roam as they pleased, while the pigs were put to pannage in the woods. Thus it had always been, and thus it would always be, if the commoners had their say. But now that way of life was being challenged, and where better to meet and discuss the matter than on the common itself? Thomas looked around him at the growing crowd. They were mainly men, although a handful of women, a few with babes in their arms, had come to offer support. Some of them he recognised from his ministrations during the Great Fog: Maggie Cuthbert, the cunning woman, Will Ketch, the cowherd, Abel Smith, the fowler, and Joseph Makepeace, the berry man. Together they would march toward their meeting place at Arthur's Hollow on the common. Despite being an outsider, Thomas knew he had a duty to attend this villagers' gathering for Lydia's sake, if not his own. If the Boughton Estate was to be enclosed by Sir Montague, then Lydia, as its rightful custodian, must be informed. As the ragtag band started to move off, he decided to leave his horse at the 3 Tuns and follow them at a respectable distance on foot. Arthur's Hollow lay on the southern edge of Brandwick Common. The short walk passed peaceably, but Thomas noted that most of the people wore a slightly bewildered look on their faces, like passengers about to embark on a voyage to they knew not where. Their clothes and general demeanour marked them out as the poorer sort. There were plenty of men in ragged coats with frayed cuffs, their hats dusty and mouldy, and women in soiled bonnets. Those from the woods gathered too, men like the Coppices, the Diggots, all 3 of them, and Josh Thornley and his moribund son, Hal. A stink of sweat and dirt and toil hung about them all, so that those of middling rank who came to see what all the fuss was about held their scented kerchiefs to their noses and stood slightly back from the general melee. But among the poor it was their faces that spoke loudest. Hunger and cold had ploughed deep furrows on foreheads and under eyes. They had little in life, and they feared what little they had might soon be taken away from them. Nevertheless, the atmosphere was fearful rather than angry, curious rather than belligerent. Walter Harker, the watchman, was there to keep order, his cudgel in his hand, but it would be used only to tap unruly apprentice boys, rather than to bludgeon honest men. The rumours they'd heard about the act of enclosure were true, and now the proclamation was nailed on the church door for all to see. If their rights and liberties were to be upheld, then they would need to put up a united front against the Boughton Estate. Will Ketch spoke first. He heaved himself up onto an old tree trunk so he could see above the crowd. His herding dog, a shaggy-coated bitch who'd been with him since she was a pup, sat by his side. He lifted his arms, and after a moment the crowd fell silent. He was a commoner. He and his wife and their 6 children lived in a messuage about a mile away from the village. He'd dwelt there these past 10 years and eked out a living with a cow, 2 pigs, and half an acre of land. He was just 30 years of age, but his hunched shoulders, stooped back, and craggy face, weathered by the bite of so many cold winters, made him look more like a man of 50. "Good people of Brandwick," he began. He had heard them addressed as such before by the vicar, or some such dignitary. "We are here today because our livelihoods are threatened." There were grunts of approval from the crowd.
The very land that our fathers and their fathers before them lived off may be taken away from us." A shout went up. "We won't let them!" Heads were shaken, voices raised. Buoyed by the response, Will Ketch continued. "Boughton's new masters would turn us out and fence off the land that is our birthright. We must not let them." "We'll fight," came a voice from the crowd. This time fists were lifted. "Tear down the fences," someone called, and another took up the chant, "Tear 'em down, tear 'em down." Another shout went up, "We want compensation." But Jed Lively's was a lone voice. He was a tenant farmer who worked 10 acres. No doubt Boughton would negotiate with him, apportion him a good-sized allotment, but most of those gathered stood to lose everything. Lively was shouted down, and the atmosphere was turning ugly. Adam Diggett wanted his voice to be heard too. He'd been readying himself for this moment. His blood was stirred. So, elbowing his way through the gathering, he made his way to the front and stood on the tree trunk to address the crowd. "I have lived in the forest all my life, and I'll die there," he began. "And I swear on the life of my son Jake that I'll not be turned out of my home." A chorus of approval followed. He scanned the sea of expectant faces, but just as he was about to rouse them even further, a great rumble sounded from somewhere behind him. Turning round, he saw horsemen galloping over the ridge from the direction of Boughton Hall. There were 4 of them, and they pulled up just short of the crowd, sending men and women scattering to the left and right. One of the riders was recognized by some as the bailiff, Marcus Jupp, a gruff, unforgiving man who would countenance no challenge to his authority. In his hand he held a scroll. Another of the horsemen shouted for silence, and the gathering suddenly fell still. In a loud, clear voice the bailiff began. "Our sovereign lord the king chargeth and commandeth all persons, being assembled, immediately to disperse themselves, and peaceably to depart to their habitations, or to their lawful business, upon the pains contained in the Act made in the 1st year of King George, for preventing tumults and riotous assemblies. God save the king!" The crowd remained silent, stunned by the reading of the Riot Act. They knew what it meant. They needed to be gone within the hour, or face the death penalty. With these words the official folded up the scroll and surveyed his audience, watching for their reaction. "You heard what the bailiff said," shouted one of the horsemen. "Go to your homes." Only Will Ketch was foolish enough to try to lunge in anger at the bailiff, but his fellows wrenched him back just in time, and his folly went unremarked. The women made the first move to leave. The men, forced by their pride to wait just a little longer, followed shortly afterward. The horsemen watched them disperse slowly but peaceably, until just 10 minutes later only the commoners' scrawny cattle remained on Brandwick Common. Thomas, watching the proceedings from a few yards away, waited until almost everyone had gone before he, too, moved off the common. As he did so, one of the horsemen, his bald head glistening with sweat, called him out. "Oi, you!" he shouted. Lowering his head, Thomas quickened his pace. He did not wish to become embroiled with Lupton's thugs. As he kept walking, however, the sound of horses' hooves rumbled in his ears, and he saw a shadow loom up behind him. Quickly he turned, just as the horseman raised his cudgel. The blow struck hard on his shoulder, and he staggered. "Get you gone, you hear me?" cried the ruffian. Still reeling, Thomas looked up. He was about to protest, but the man had already ridden off in pursuit of more straggling quarry. Clutching his throbbing shoulder, he made his way back to the 3 tons. Upstairs in his room, he managed to ease off his coat, waistcoat and shirt, and inspect his damaged shoulder in the mirror. The fire in his grate was not lit, and he shivered as the cold pricked his naked skin. Inspecting himself in the cheval glass, he could see that a sizable bruise was blooming on his left blade. Gently he ran his right hand along the shaft of his clavicle, then back over his scapula. He satisfied himself that no bones had been broken, even though he found himself already debilitated. He winced with pain as he opened his medical case and retrieved a bottle of trusted arnica oil, together with a pad of gauze. With difficulty he managed to dab his purpled skin. The arnica would soothe his throbbing muscles.
Easing on his shirt, he walked to the window and scanned the now deserted high street. It was barely dark, and yet the village was already under curfew. Even the piss-cart men who collected urine for use in the fulling mill had to put off their unsavoury work until the morning these days. It was only a few weeks since Thomas had last been in Brandwick, and yet so much had changed. Boughton Hall was being inhabited by a usurper, an impostor. Nicholas Lupton was an occupying force. He had no right to be there, and the people of the village were living under siege. Their woes had increased since Lydia's enforced departure, and were about to multiply even further if Sir Montague had his way on enclosure. Above the rooftops, the soft curves of the hills rose gently beyond the town. Thomas lifted his gaze, and as he did so, something caught his eye. He glanced up to his right. The dark stain of Ravenswood was silhouetted against the fading sky, but somewhere within the forest he saw two pinpricks of light dancing in its midst. Lydia always teased him that it was a place of nymphs and sprites, of elves and hobgoblins. She'd spoken of the woods with a childish glee that conveyed a mixture of excitement and fear. Thomas watched the lights for a moment. They disappeared, only to reappear a few seconds later. Lydia's fantastic hobgoblins were poachers, he assumed, or worse still, highwaymen. He remembered the stable lad's warning about the raven, preying on unsuspecting travellers who were brave or foolish enough to venture through his domain. He had just begun to close the shutters on the night when his eye was snagged by a movement below his window. A cart was rumbling past, its cargo covered with a canvas sheet, and on the driver's bench sat Peter Geach, accompanied by the young stable lad. What delivery could be so important that they risked arrest for breaking the curfew, thought Thomas. They trundled unchecked up the high street in the direction of the fulling mill and the woods. He watched them until they disappeared into the darkness, then let the latch fall on the shutters. Such nighttime pranks were not his concern. He must try to rest before his journey back to London. Tomorrow was an important day. Tomorrow, if all went to plan, he would take another step closer to Lydia. Chapter 12. The moment the Bedlam clerk lifted his familiar bulging eyes and saw Thomas, he immediately reached for the bell to summon the guards. As soon as he did so, however, the doctor whipped Lupton's letter from his pocket. "Before I am forcibly ejected, I would ask you to read this," he said, flourishing the missive. The clerk arched his brow and looked at the anatomist sceptically. He snatched the paper and unfolded it as if it were a foul-smelling rag. Reading the contents quickly, he cleared his throat and looked up to meet Thomas's gaze. His usual scowl suddenly dissipated as he rearranged his features into a less threatening expression. "Dr. Silkstone, of course," he said grudgingly. "You wish to see Lady Lydia Farrell." Thomas resisted the temptation to reply that of course he wished to see Lady Lydia, and had been trying to do so, as the clerk knew only too well, for the past 8 weeks or so. Instead, he simply nodded emphatically to signify what seemed a small but significant victory. Yet he remained anxious even when the clerk issued him a ticket that granted him access. He stared at the small piece of paper. It was as if he were going to see a matinee in Drury Lane. At least Bethlem's patients were now shielded from public view. Up until a few years ago, they were regarded as peep-show freaks. Now, thanks to a decision by the Court of Governors, they could at least be accorded a little dignity in their various states of madness. Scrutinizing the scrap of paper, he realized it granted him access not to a female ward, but to the principal's office. He was glad of it. Now he would be able to demand answers directly. He could insist on Lydia's release in front of the man who had the power to grant it. Up ahead lay a great staircase. On either side were large iron grilles, one on the left that opened onto the men's gallery and the other to the women's. Thomas stood in front of the grill and took a deep breath. As he walked through this last door, he sensed that his own descent into hell was about to begin, a hell peopled by harpies and viragos who looked at him quizzically, or hissed and spat at him, a place inhabited by scorned mistresses, betrayed wives, ranting priestesses, and malevolent witches. His guide on this disturbing journey was a female warder with a round, benign face and a large bosom. She smiled as she jangled her keys and opened the grille. Waiting ahead, she led Thomas into a long gallery that was as busy as the Bath assembly rooms. "Don't be alarmed, sir," she assured him, seeing Thomas's apprehension. "They mean no harm, and those that do are locked safe in their cells." Thomas followed the warder, taking in every detail of the scene as if it were one of Mr. Hogarth's paintings. Some of the women merely promenaded, talking among themselves, or to themselves in a few cases, while others lolled about on benches, their expressions dazed and unseeing. As he passed one, he heard snatches of gibberish, as if she were playing the fool in King Lear. There were some who were addressing blank walls or doors they regarded as real people, while one or two sat on the floor, rocking to and fro, mumbling. A toothless crone chewed her words like victuals. Despite an underlying babble and the odd slamming of doors, the atmosphere was much calmer than he had anticipated. The noise, although constant, was not discordant, and although there was a whiff of urine on the air, he found the general state of cleanliness to be acceptable. To the female warder, this was a most natural state of affairs. The bunch of keys at her waist rattled with each step she took, but she seemed completely inured to the harmless chaos that surrounded her. "God put lunatics on this earth to remind us that we are mere mortals," she told Thomas as she led him along the gallery. She did not even bother to look round when a patient tapped him on the back. He turned to see a young, elfin-featured woman, pale and drawn, with dark hair and large eyes. For a moment he was transfixed. His chest was robbed of breath, his tongue was hobbled in his mouth. "Lydia?" The young woman cocked her head like an inquisitive bird and smiled a knowing smile. The warder, conscious that she was no longer being followed, finally glanced back to see the inmate hold Thomas's hand to her cheek. "Anna!" scolded the warder. Her tone was that of a governess reprimanding a child, rather than a jailer chastising an inmate. "Leave the gentleman alone." She shook her head. "You must forgive Miss Kent," she told Thomas, her double chin wobbling as she spoke. "Her fiancé's death made her so." Then, as she turned to continue along the corridor, she said something that took Thomas quite by surprise. "She has a look of Lady Lydia, does she not?" The doctor had to agree. Yes, she does," he replied. "I be convinced that is why Miss Kent is drawn to her," she added. "Drawn to her?" queried Thomas. The warder nodded. "She won't leave her ladyship alone," she said. They walked on. Although he was well accustomed to the corridors of St. George's, this hospital set Thomas's nerves on edge. It was as if he had been asked to suspend all reality and rationality. After only a few hours in this madhouse, he could imagine even the sanest person might lose their grip on the everyday and commonplace. Routine and order seemed to have been left behind at the iron gate. His fears for Lydia and her condition grew with each step he took nearer the principal's office. A set of double doors lay at the end of the gallery. The warder knocked, and a man's voice called from inside. "Come!" The warder flung open the doors, and Thomas proceeded to enter a spacious room with a lofty ceiling and walls that were lined with portraits of eminent physicians. An elderly gentleman stood from behind a long table to receive him, nodding graciously as he did so. His flat nose was purplish in colour, and his cheeks veiny. Thomas noted him for a heavy imbiber. "Dr. Silkstone," he shook Thomas's hand. "Dr. Angus Cameron at your service. Welcome to Bedlam, please." He gestured to a chair opposite him. As he seated himself, Thomas watched Cameron settle into his chair once more, then proceed to reach for a snuff-box from his desk. In silence he took a pinch, then inserted it into first his left, then his right nostril. "Snuff, Dr. Silkstone?" He thrust the box in front of Thomas. The doctor declined politely. The name Cameron was familiar to him. He recalled the physician's treatise on mental illness, published only the previous year. A Scotsman by birth, he had come south as a youth and quickly established a reputation in his chosen field of disorders of the mind. Despite his affable manner, Thomas knew him to be an advocate of radical treatments for those afflicted by insanity. "So, you are come to see your erstwhile patient?" Cameron said, snapping shut the lid of his snuff-box. Thomas was quick to correct him. "Lady Lydia will continue to be my patient just as soon as you release her, sir." He refused to be disarmed by the physician's easy mien. Caution would be his watchword. Cameron sniffed and leaned back in his chair.
"And what makes you think that her ladyship will ever be released?"
The question, so sudden and brutal, took Thomas off guard. The young doctor edged forward. "It must be clear to you, sir, that Lady Lydia is not mad, but a victim of circumstance." He almost said, "a cruel plot," but checked himself. He knew that Cameron might well be in Sir Montague's pay, or at the very least in his confidence. The elderly physician began to finger some sort of journal that lay open before him. He scanned its tightly written lines. Without bothering to look up, he said, "Her ladyship is no longer confined to her cell. She may walk unfettered along the galleries now." His voice adopted a cheerful note. Thomas looked at him askance. "Unfettered?" he repeated. "What have you done to her?" Cameron's head jerked up.
"Oh, calm yourself, sir."
He seemed indignant rather than frightened by the doctor's sudden outburst. Thomas, taking a deep breath, tried to compose himself.
"'Twas for her own good. Her ladyship was most distressed on admission, but now she is settling in well,"
added Cameron. Yet his effort to placate his volatile visitor had little effect. Thomas leaned over the desk. "I would see her as soon as possible, sir," he told him, his ragged voice unable to disguise his agitation. Cameron nodded.
"You will, sir, you will, but know this."
He shut the ledger with a deliberate thud and lifted his index finger threateningly in the air.
"Madness depends as much on management as it does on medicine. It responds to coercion, restraints, and physical treatments."
Thomas felt the bile rise in his throat at the inhumanity of this statement. He feared even more for Lydia's physical well-being. "There are those who disagree most strongly with you, sir, on that point." Cameron waved his hand dismissively.
"Oh, you're not here to talk polemics or discuss the latest treatises on mental health, Dr. Silkstone. You are here because I have consented for you to see your former patient."
He put an odd emphasis on the word former. His tone had switched from its initial civility to one of arrogance. He took another pinch of snuff and snapped shut the lid of his box with a deliberateness that reflected his changed manner.
"I'll be plain with you, Silkstone," he said, also leaning forward over his desk. "I'm allowing this visit purely because of this letter from Lupton."
He tapped the paper that lay beside him.
"Her ladyship's mental state is delicate, and any sudden upsets might cause her to relapse."
He reached for a small bell on the table and rang it.
"Lady Lydia will be with us shortly,"
he said with a nod, as the plump warder appeared at the door. An awkward silence swelled between the two men, and Thomas felt his stomach knot once more. The principal eased himself back in his chair for the wait, intent on making his visitor feel as uncomfortable as possible. Finally, he could contain his ire no longer, and he broke the uneasy stillness. "Her ladyship is not mad. You know that, don't you, Cameron?" The Scotsman's brow furrowed, and a look of puzzlement altered his features. Shaking his head, he said,
"I am afraid I am at a loss to understand your outrage, Dr. Silkstone. After all, it was you who signed her ladyship's committal papers."
The principal's words stunned Thomas. Momentarily he froze. His tongue cleaved to the roof of his mouth as his brain tried to process what he had just heard. "I signed the committal papers? What are you talking about?" His voice registered anger tinged with utter dismay. Cameron fumbled with a leather wallet on his desk.
"I believe I have them here," he said.
"Ah, yes." He handed the doctor a sheet of paper. Thomas scanned the document. At the bottom were two signatures. One was Dr. Fairweather's. The other appeared to be his own. He threw it back down on the desk in disgust and leapt up, pushing his chair back so that it scraped loudly on the wooden floor. "A forgery!" he cried. "I would sooner cut off my right hand than condemn Lady Lydia to stay here any longer." He raked his fingers through his hair and turned in thought. Sir Montague Malthus and Lupton must have gained access to his letters to Lydia in order to fake his signature. He felt his mouth grow dry and his heart pound. Seconds later he switched back. "Has her ladyship seen this?" He picked up the signed sheet once more and brandished it in the air. Cameron, clearly bemused by Thomas's display of furious indignation, nodded.
"She is aware that you are one of the signatories, yes."
Thomas's shoulders drooped almost instantaneously. as if the whole world had suddenly fallen upon them. "She thinks I sent her here?" His incredulous voice was a loud whisper addressed to no one in particular. He fixed Cameron with a glare. As he did so, there was a knock, and both heads turned. "Come!" called the principal. Thomas watched as, at the far end of the room, he saw a small, slight figure take faltering steps through the open door. He could not be sure it was Lydia. The warder was at the woman's arm, supporting her. Forcing himself to check a great urge to run up to the woman, if indeed it was Lydia, and hold her, he watched every achingly slow step with growing alarm. "What have you done to her?" He shot a look of incomprehension at Cameron, but the principal remained unrepentant. He, too, was watching the woman's deliberate and clearly bewildered progress toward them. "Nothing more than a purge and a good bleeding, both requisite to the cure of madness, Dr. Silkstone," came the glib reply. As the woman drew to within a few feet of him, Thomas felt the blood drain from his own face as surely as if it had been drawn from his body. It was Lydia, of that he was certain, but her cheeks and forehead were white and papery, and under her eyes were dark shadows. Of her lustrous chestnut hair there was no sign. She had been severely shorn, and what remained barely covered her scalp. What was more, her painfully thin frame was encased in a stiff white jacket with long sleeves. Thomas looked for her hands. He could not see them. Suddenly he realized with dismay that her arms had been crossed in front of her body and tethered by ties on the sleeves at the back. He flashed a look of horror at her, and saw her brown eyes suddenly latch onto his. They stayed there for just a moment, but it was a moment in which hope flickered before her gaze swam away from him once more. Terrified that Lydia might be lost to him, Thomas shot an angry glare at Cameron. "Why is she wearing this vile jacket?" He heard the fury in his own voice, even though he had tried to suppress it. The principal simply lifted his marbled features into the sly smile of a man who knew he had the upper hand. "For her own protection, Dr. Silkstone. 'Tis more humane than the usual shackles," he replied. "Shackles?" Thomas repeated. But Cameron refused to be riled. "May I remind you that her ladyship tried to take her own life once, Dr. Silkstone? She may attempt to do so again." Thomas's silence acknowledged the truth of the principal's statement. Lydia's attempt to poison herself during her deep depression the previous year had only compounded her problems and reinforced Sir Montague's case against her. Cameron motioned the warden to seat his patient on a chair next to the anatomist, and she helped Lydia lower herself. Her movements reminded Thomas of an arthritic old woman whose joints pained her. He drew closer, his heart sinking with every beat. "What have you done to her?" he asked incredulously. He jerked his head round only to see the principal nodding knowledgeably. "Acceptance is one of the first stages of recovery, Dr. Silkstone," he said smugly. "Acceptance?" replied Thomas. "It is clear to me that you, sir, have tortured this lady into submission." Cameron feigned hurt. "Torture, sir, is a very strong word." Thomas turned to Lydia once more. "You have chained her, bled her, locked her in a cell. If that is not torture, I don't know what is." Cameron shook his head. "On the contrary, sir, everything we have done here for Lady Lydia has been for her own welfare." Lydia, whose eyes had been moving slowly from Cameron to Thomas, cocked her head at an angle. Her reactions seemed slow and fogged, but Cameron's assertion appeared to jerk her into life. She fixed her gaze on Thomas as if he were a stranger to her. Then, with rising alarm, as if her memory was returning in a rush, she reined herself back. Her breathing became laboured, and she tried to rise. Seeing her sudden apprehension, Thomas moved to calm her, stretching out his hand toward her, but she turned her shoulder toward him and shook her head. "Lydia, it is I," he said. At first he did not want to sound too intimate in front of Cameron, but when she shook her head he abandoned all protocol. "It is Thomas," he told her softly. Yet, instead of allaying her fears, his presence seemed only to inflame her. She switched round, her lips trembling. "Was it Lupton?" she asked, her voice as brittle as glass. Thomas jerked back, shocked at her manner, but she continued in the same vein. "Were you jealous of him? Did you think he had taken your place in my affections, and this is your revenge?" she asked him. Her voice quavered and her eyes were brimming with tears. "Is that why you put me in here?" She turned her head away as if the very sight of him sickened her. Unable to endure the onslaught any longer, Thomas rushed over to her, settling his hands on her shoulders. "I had nothing to do with this. It is not true, my lady. Whatever you have been told, it is a lie." Lydia raised her reddened eyes to meet his. "Would my own father lie to me?" she asked. Thomas frowned and lowered his voice, hoping Cameron would not hear. "What did you say?" Lydia's shoulders heaved in a great sob. "Sir Montague is my real father. That is what I wanted to tell you before. But—" she broke off. Thomas suddenly remembered. It was true, she had been about to impart some news to him at Boughton after the lawyer's operation. Taking him by the hand, she had led him over to the window seat in the drawing-room, but Howard had called him away. He frowned. "He is your father? He told you himself?" Thomas's words were barely audible, but Lydia kept her gaze on him and nodded. The scenario flashed through the doctor's mind. Thinking he was about to die, Sir Montague must have confided the truth to her. Then, when the procedure was successful, he had been filled with regret, fearing the implications of his admission. The secret was out, only now Malthus wanted it suppressed. Thomas pulled back from her and straightened himself. "You have been cruelly treated, but believe me, I will do everything in my power to see you are released as soon as possible." His glare snagged Cameron's. "Can you not see that her ladyship is a victim in all of this? Here at the whim of Sir Montague Malthus, and that your so-called treatment is a travesty, sir?" Cameron remained calm. "The ability to manipulate can also be a symptom of madness, Silkstone," he said dryly. "I know of your feelings toward her ladyship, and she is able to abuse your—" he searched for the right word— "affection toward her." Thomas strode toward the Scotsman. "Lady Lydia Farrell is my patient." He flung a finger behind him in Lydia's direction. "What you are doing is not only unwarranted, 'tis inhumane, and as her ladyship's physician, I must ask you to discharge her immediately." Still Cameron refused to be moved. Such scenarios were commonplace to him. How many husbands had come to him, asking him to declare wives insane because they were either errant or barren, or both? Granted, this case had been slightly more complex. There was no cuckolded husband, no jealous lover. Nonetheless, Sir Montague Malthus's motives for wanting Lady Lydia Farrell put out of harm's way had been sufficient for him to pay 10 guineas a month for her incarceration. The principal returned with a valid riposte. "And what of her unprovoked attack on Mr. Lupton? I'm told she flew into an hysterical rage and brought blows down on him." Cameron was staring at Lydia as he delivered his question with a chilling assuredness. Lydia dropped her gaze, and her lip trembled. "I must confess to that most shameful outburst," she said, "but it was not unprovoked. Cameron's hand flew up to signify he had heard enough. He turned to Thomas. "So, Dr. Silkstone," he said smugly, tenting his fingers, "by her own admission it is right that her ladyship is confined here. Can you see that, aye?" Thomas shot Cameron another incredulous look. He felt wounded but not defeated. "This is not a hospital, but a prison, and you have convicted my patient without a trial," he protested. The principal sucked in his cheeks and refused to be moved. "As I said, Dr. Silkstone, her ladyship is here for her own protection as well as that of others, and you sanctioned it. She will remain as long as that is the case." Thomas rose, grabbed his case and hat, and paused before the principal. "I shall not rest until her ladyship is free," he warned. He turned to look at Lydia. Seeing all hope of her immediate release fade, Lydia wept, the tears cascading down her face. On his way to the door, Thomas bent over her and began to wipe her cheeks with his thumb. But she quivered and withdrew from his touch. "No," she snapped. "How can I trust you? You are like all the rest." Withdrawing his hand quickly, Thomas looked at her, horrified. Her harsh words sliced through him like a knife. For a moment it felt as if his world had imploded. He took a breath and tried to compose himself. "I will have you out just as soon as I can," he told her. but his feigned words of comfort fell on stony ground and were lost amid Lydia's sobs. Feeling both angry and humiliated, Thomas was escorted out of the hospital. His own soul was in as much turmoil as any Bedlam inmate's. As he strode out from the great portico, he reached into his pocket for his kerchief to dab his own eyes, which had, to his embarrassment, suddenly moistened. As he did so, he felt the cold silver of the locket that Lydia had given him as a keepsake after her mother's death. Retrieving it, he stood still, gazing at it in his palm in the middle of the busy thoroughfare. People and carts pushed past, but for him, time stood still. Sir Montague Malthus was Lydia's father. This was the reason he had seen fit to confine her, his illegitimate daughter, to a madhouse. Her son, Richard, was his rightful heir. Through the young Earl, Sir Montague could control not only his own estate, but Boughton too. He would make the child his puppet. Suddenly it all fell into place, the dogged determination to keep him and Lydia apart at all costs, the hatred that Malthus had displayed toward him. This was the reason why the lawyer had put every obstacle in the way of their union. Now his darkest secret was exposed. It was clear that the lawyer would go to any lengths to suppress it. That was the reason it suited his purpose to lay the blame for Lydia's confinement at Thomas's feet. He sought to drive a wedge between them. If they were divided, Malthus could rule, and although the doctor was utterly loath to admit it, this despicable strategy, for the moment at least, seemed to have succeeded. Chapter 13. Thomas knew there was no time to waste. He planned to hire a horse and head for Oxford that very morning. He needed to inform Sir Theodosius of Lydia's dire condition and of her extraordinary revelation that Sir Montague Malthus was her real father. To his relief, however, he found there was no need to travel. Returning to his Holland Street townhouse on the outskirts of London, he found he had a visitor. As he entered the hallway, he heard a familiar voice in the study and opened the door to find Sir Theodosius Pettigrew in conversation with Dr. Carruthers.
"Ah, Silkstone, dear fellow," the portly gentleman greeted him. "You have seen Lady Lydia. What news, pray tell?"
From the half-filled glass by his side, Thomas could tell he had already been imbibing, and that his spirits belied a mixture of anxiety and hope. Thomas knew that what he was about to tell Sir Theodosius would deflate any optimism. He knew, too, that he would be poor company until he could unburden himself. He was also aware that his findings at Bedlam would be better told sooner rather than later. "I fear it is bad, sirs. There is something I must tell you," he said suddenly, entering the room. He wondered himself where the words had sprung from.
"Well?"
The coroner's forehead was already furrowed with a frown. Thomas, choosing to remain standing, took a deep breath. "Before she was—" He broke off, searching for the right word. He wanted to say kidnapped or captured, but in the end he simply said, "taken away. Lady Lydia tried to tell me something that I think you both should know." Sir Theodosius arched a wary brow.
"Pray tell." "What is it, young fellow?" urged Carruthers, leaning forward in his chair. Thomas eyed both men intently, recalling the moment Lydia must have intended to divulge the shocking news to him in the drawing-room at Boughton. "It was when Sir Montague was so ill, before I operated on him last year." "Yes,"
said Dr. Carruthers.
"the aneurysm."
Thomas continued hesitantly. "Her ladyship told me that he believed he was about to die. It was then that he confided in her."
"Confided what?"
pressed the coroner. "Sir Montague told her that he is her real father." The words gushed from Thomas's mouth like blood from a cut vein. "She tried to tell me before, but I had to attend an urgent meeting and remained ignorant until today. Malthus is Lydia's father." He repeated the statement again as if to convince himself as much as his stunned audience that what he was saying was real. "Malthus is her ladyship's father." The reaction from both men was slow to come, as if it needed to percolate up through their bodies before their mouths were spurred into action. Nevertheless, when their responses were forthcoming, they were decisive.
"By God's wounds!"
thundered the coroner. He banged his fist on the table, sending his claret spilling. Dr. Carruthers was more circumspect.
Well, I never.
Thomas could see the news was having a devastating effect on the coroner in particular.
"It cannot be,"
said Sir Theodosius. "I fear it is, sir," Thomas countered, because when he recovered his health, he realized he had revealed too much. The coroner slowly nodded.
"And that is why he wanted Lady Lydia locked away and silenced?"
He spoke deliberately, as if he were putting together the pieces of a puzzle. "Precisely," replied Thomas. "Sir Montague and Lady Felicity had been lovers for years before she married Lord Crick, and they saw no reason to stop their liaison even after the nuptials." Dr. Carruthers breathed deeply and clicked his tongue.
"So that explains why he had always taken such a keen interest in Boughton's affairs."
"And why he does not want Lydia and me to marry. He intends to make young Richard his puppet and control the estate through him," said Thomas gravely. "Ever since Edward Crick's death, he has been scheming toward this end. This enclosure about which you speak would seem the next stage of his plan." Sir Theodosius, his wine-flushed face now drained of its colour, nodded.
"Enclosure, yes,"
he said, as if forcing himself to return to the moment.
"It makes more sense now."
Then, shaking his head, he added,
"My dear Lydia would be distraught if she knew what is happening."
He fixed Thomas with a look of such great sorrow that the young doctor found himself forced to turn away for fear he might succumb to emotion. "There is one more thing I must tell you, sir," said Thomas, steeling himself to deliver another unwelcome blow. Dr. Carruthers quailed.
"Surely not more bad news?"
The doctor felt his stomach churn as he turned once more to face the older man. "I fear her ladyship has been told I signed her committal papers," he said. As he spoke, he felt an icy cold spread from the centre of his chest. The coroner's eyes flew wide open.
"What? But that is preposterous!"
His gaze latched onto Thomas's face.
"Malthus again?"
he asked, not expecting an answer. "She no longer trusts me." There was a note of defeat in Thomas's voice. Sensing him to be nearby, Carruthers reached out his arthritic old hand and patted his protégé on the arm. He knew that such a revelation would have come to Thomas as the deepest cut of them all. The room fell silent. Chapter 14. Despite the curfew and the reading of the Riot Act on the Common, the men of Brandwick still talked, only now they spoke in whispers. But more than that, some of them plotted. They huddled in doorways or in the porch of St. Swithin's, but on market days when the village attracted farmers and traders from miles around, and their gatherings aroused no suspicion, they needed little excuse to congregate in the 3 Tuns. In the snug room, around the fire before the murder, they had put the world to rights. Cradling pints of cheap gin, they would mull over the price of grain and the recent weather, and they gossiped about King George and about his wayward son and heir apparent. They spoke of horses and of women, usually in that order. But on this occasion, as over the past few days, the talk was of the killing and of enclosure. Joseph Makepeace, filling his pipe as he spoke, peered up at Adam Diggett from under drooping lids.
"You had a visit from the Boughton men about the map maker?"
he asked, the leathery skin on his face as slack as an empty sack. The brawny coppicer sat staring into the hearth, seemingly entranced by the dancing flames. He had taken his boots off to warm his chilled feet. Young Jake, forever fidgeting, sat at his side. Now Adam turned and nodded distrustfully. "Aye," he replied.
"And?
What do you think?" he scowled.
"I told him out."
Will Ketch, his dog Bess curled up by the hearth, shook his head.
"I heard that American doctor was up in Ravenswood yesterday, sniffing around, he was. Seb Godson took him to where it happened."
Diggett whipped round.
"What?"
Ketch shrugged.
"Offered him a guinea, he did."
There was a general consensus that any one of them would have done the same for that money, but Adam Diggett remained unsettled.
"That doctor knows what he's about,"
he warned. He'd heard reports after the Great Fog that this American was a pushy one, always sticking his nose in where it didn't belong. There could be trouble. For a moment it seemed that those present caught their breaths, waiting for Adam Diggett's unease to explode into a rage. But his obvious anger was left to simmer, and Abel Smith, the bearded fowler, moved the conversation on.
"I see they've started felling for the fencing," he remarked, stroking his spiky stubble.
"Half the woodland'll be gone soon," lamented Josh Thornley. His tawny hair grew in odd tufts like patches of twitch grass on poor soil, leaving some of his scalp almost bald. He sat with his son Hal, who constantly wrung his hands, either because he was nervous or because he was cold. No one bothered to ask which.
"We'll not be able to gather the wool clumps no more for our bedding, nor find firewood," growled Ketch.
He reached down to stroke his sleeping dog.
"I seed some posts already stacked up over by Ravenswood," added Smith. "Putting the cart before the horse, isn't he, this new Boughton man?" jibed Makepeace, drawing on his pipe. But his pun did not even raise a smile. This was far too serious a matter. "He'll have the commons fenced off before you can say Jack Robinson, and there ain't nothing we can do about it,"
said Smith. He emptied his tankard and plonked it on the table in front of him in an act of resignation.
"There's the meeting next week,"
Thornley said, his tone more positive than the rest.
"You think they'll listen to us?"
sneered Ketch. Adam Diggott remained fiery.
"But what are we going to do about it? Surely they'll give us something in return, like allotments," chimed in Thornley. "They did that in Solwell."
Abel Smith's ale spurted from his mouth onto his beard as he let out a sudden laugh.
"Believe that, you'll believe anything," he exclaimed. "Maybe as how we need to show Boughton we mean business, so that they do right by us common folk," suggested Ketch.
"How do you mean?" asked Thornley, scratching one of his bald patches.
"We could show 'em we've got the upper hand, and that they can't mess with us," replied Diggott.
He shot a glance at his bright-eyed son and nodded to him as if to solicit his approval.
"Aye, but how?"
asked Makepeace, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe. Diggott leaned forward.
"We need a plan,"
he said conspiratorially. The other men drew in too, all except Abel Smith. He flattened his grimy palm in front of Diggott's face.
"I want no part of it,"
he hissed, his words whistling through the gaps between his stained teeth. But the coppice's expression told him he had little choice.
"Whether you like it or not, Abel Smith, you are in this up to your neck,"
he scowled, drawing his hands up under his chin. His words were delivered in a harsh, rasping whisper so as not to arouse the attention of the other drinkers, but their meaning was plain. Whatever happened, they knew they must remain united in the face of their new enemy. Their livelihood, and indeed their lives, depended on it. Chapter 15. It was the night watchman, Walter Harker, who spotted them first. The curfew bell had sounded not an hour before, and he was patrolling the northern edge of the common later that same evening when he saw something scurry toward the path. Guided by the light of his lantern, he was squinting into the darkness when he saw another shape darting across his view.
"Who goes there?"
he called. Before he received an answer, however, his eyes were drawn to a sudden flare of light, a bright cone aglow in the blackness. He was not sure how distant. All he knew was there was something ablaze. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he began to yell, "Fire! Fire!" Hearing Harker's cry, Adam Diggott emerged from his cottage nearby, buckling his belt.
"What goes on?"
he called. The night watchman twisted round.
"Fire!"
he replied, pointing to the flare. "Call for buckets and pails!" He switched back and saw two silhouettes running away from him.
"You there! Stop!"
he called. He gave chase, heading toward the fulling mill. "Stop!" he called again. The commotion had woken the fuller, Bart Bailey, who now appeared at the upstairs window of his cottage. He saw the old man lumbering up the slope, chasing two sprightly silhouettes. Barging outside in his nightshirt, he also gave chase. He was much faster than Harker and had almost caught up with the two runaways when they split, one veering off into the woods and the other disappearing down toward the river. He chose to pursue the latter, and in the darkness heard his quarry slipping down the bank. A clatter of stones followed. There was a faint cry. Edging his way carefully along the gully, his way lit by the full moon on the river, Bailey spotted movement up ahead. Suddenly a noise came from behind. He turned to see his son, Charles. "There!" cried the youth, pointing and bounding off down the riverbank. In a moment there was another cry and the sound of a scuffle. The fuller arrived just in time to see his son deliver a blow to the fugitive's jaw.
"Hal Thornley!"
cried Bailey in amazement. He rushed forward and helped heave the wretched youth up the bank. Blooded and bowed, he had given up his fight. Meanwhile, Walter Harker had been joined, then overtaken, by 2 men leaner and fitter than he, who had entered the woods in pursuit of the second runaway. They brought with them dogs that quickly caught the scent and bounded over the bracken. Their prey was now in their sights. The men could see the branches snagging at the youth's shirt as he zigzagged from tree to tree seeking cover. He jinked and tacked for a few minutes more, but he was no match for the hounds or their masters, who had gained much ground. Each second brought them closer until moments later there was a terrible wail, and they saw their target drop like a stone to the ground. The dogs pounced and set about their quarry until their masters called them off.
"What have we here?"
asked the first man, lifting his lantern. The light illuminated the crumpled face of a whimpering youth.
"Well, if it isn't Jake Diggott,"
he said above the noise of the barking hounds. The boy was clasping his leg and rocking to and fro in pain.
"For pity's sake!"
He pointed to his foot. Peering down, the men could see that the boy's boot was held in the grip of a gin trap, its iron jaws clamped around the toe cap.
"You're lucky, boy,"
said the first man, bending down.
"Could have taken your foot off."
He sprung the trap's mechanism open with the blade of his knife and pulled out Jake's leg. By this time Walter Harker had caught up.
"You needs come with me, you young hooligan,"
he panted. Meanwhile, at the foot of the slope leading up to Ravenswood, the fire still blazed. It was soon evident to anyone who bothered to investigate that it was the stack of fence posts that was alight. The flames leapt upward to the height of the weavers' cottages. The timber made a fine bonfire and lit up the night sky, so that the inferno could also be seen from Boughton Hall. A party of riders was hastily dispatched. When they arrived, they expected to find the villagers in a human chain passing pails of water down the line from the nearby river. They were, however, sorely disappointed. No one had lifted a finger to put out the conflagration. Besides, the fire had consumed almost all the stakes and posts by the time the Boughton men got to it, so they let the flames finish their feast undisturbed. Both boys were consigned to the village lock-up that night. Their action was sheer folly, most would agree, but they were not without their sympathizers. Some even brought them drink and crusts of bread to ease their discomfort. Passing them through the narrow grille in the door, they offered words of comfort, sometimes even praise.
"You did good, lads,"
some said. "Brave coves," lauded others. Someone even gave up a blanket for the delinquents to share. Jake's mother, Rachel, brought his coat. Pressing it through the bars, she peered at her son with tears running down her cheeks. She was a woman who wore her worries on her face. Her forehead was creased by a frown line, and crow's feet fanned out from her eyes.
"Why?"
she asked him, shaking her head.
"You know you'll be punished for this. There'll be no getting off this time. Why?"
Her voice dissolved into sobs. Of course, she needed no answer. She knew why. Every commoner understood the boy's motives and admired them, either overtly or secretly. While each youth blamed the other for their capture, both also took pride in the outcome of their escapade. A day in the pillory would be worth it, they told themselves. Chapter 16. Thomas was in turmoil. Safely back in his laboratory, he did not know where next to turn. He thought about engaging a specialist in the new field of mental health, Dr. William Batty or John Munro, to prove that Lydia was completely sane. Yet, even if King George himself ruled that she should be released, he was sure Sir Montague would find some way of circumventing a royal command. He thought, too, about organising her escape. He could disguise her, smuggle her out in a laundry basket, employ any number of ludicrous ruses, and until he could marshal his thoughts coherently, they would remain just that, preposterous flights of fancy that had no hope of success. For the moment he would turn his attention to Mr. Turgoose's murder. Sir Theodosius was relying on him to solve the ghastly crime. At least ensconced in his own laboratory, he felt partly cushioned against the rigours of the outside world. Here were logic and order, reason and science. Here it was possible to reduce things to their component parts, to analyse, to dissect, to strip down compounds to their basic elements, to distill the essence of liquids, to deconstruct nature in all its forms. Opening his case, Thomas took out the notes he had dictated to Professor Husher, during the post-mortem on Geoffrey Turgoose and the ones he had made immediately afterward. As he did so, he noticed the glass phial containing the sample from the murder scene. Walking to the window, he held it up to the remaining light. Inside there was less than a salt spoon of gritty black powder. He had a good idea what it might be, but until he conducted tests on the substance, his mind would remain open. Nor did he know just what significance, if any, it bore to his investigation. He was certain, however, that it might be evidence. He set to work. Unplugging the phial, he sniffed its contents. The tang of carbon stung his nostrils. He suspected that his initial thoughts that this was some woodland fungus were misplaced. This strange substance smelled and looked like soot. But if that were the case, how did it come to be in the middle of the wood and so far from any charcoal kiln? He would test for it. First, he heated a small quantity of potassium nitrate in a flask on the trivet in the fireplace. Then he added the grains of black powder. Sure enough, they instantly began to dance inside the flask as the carbon reacted with the oxygen liberated by the chemical addition. The grains were most certainly charcoal. But how did they come to be sprinkled on a holly bush in the middle of a wood? Moreover, was this soot in some way connected to Turgoose's murder? There was no escaping it. The deeper he pried, the more unexpected his findings. His heart sank with the realization that in order to solve the murder, he would have to return to the scene of the crime. He needed to go back to Brandwick and to Ravenswood. Unfortunately for Jake Diggott and Hal Thornley, the Brandwick parish magistrate, Sir Arthur Warbeck, did not share the view of the commoners that the boy's act of arson was foolhardy rather than criminal. Nor did he regard setting fire to Boughton's fence posts as a childish prank. It was, in his judgment, a wilful act of vandalism against the property of the Boughton Estate. At the assizes he sentenced Thornley to 24 hours in the pillory, but Diggott, whom he considered the mastermind behind the blaze, he ordered to be publicly whipped through the streets of Brandwick. There were gasps in the gallery at the pronouncement. Rachel Diggott nearly fainted and had to be eased to her seat. Other women screamed that the boy was but 13 years old. Adam Diggott swayed and grasped the wooden rail in front of him, but sentence had been passed. The following day it was carried out. The pillory stood near the market cross in the centre of Brandwick. In the past few months it had been the preserve of the usual drunkards and ne'er-do-wells. The nature of their sojourn, although never enjoyable, depended largely on the villagers' generosity. Abe Diggott had spent the odd day clapped in the pillory for making a nuisance of himself when drunk on his usual tipple, and barely anyone bothered to toss a rotten tomato at him. When Josh Thornley broke his wife's jaw, however, it was a different matter. The women of Brandwick showed solidarity with their injured sister and pelted the culprit with rotten eggs and the refuse from the local slaughterhouse. The reek stayed around the village for the next few days. Now it was Hal Thornley's turn to be cuffed and collared and to feel the yoke of the heavy beam bear down on his young neck. His wrists were secured and he was forced to stand, back bent, beside the market cross for all to see. Over the next day and night he would endure not just what the weather decided to throw at him, but what the villagers chose to hurl at him too. It was not well liked in Brandwick, but even his worst enemies had to admire him for his plucky spirit. They did not, however, like the fact that he had played the innocent. He had been, he told the magistrate, encouraged by Jake Diggott, dragooned, coerced, and bullied by the coppice's son into setting light to the woodpile. So as he stood in the pillory, oaths and curses were shouted at him, followed by the odd worm-eaten apple or pail of slops. But this humiliating consequence seemed as a carnival compared with Jake Diggott's fate. At a few minutes before midday, the tramp of feet marching in time could be heard at the top end of Brandwick's High Street. A small platoon of militiamen had gathered to escort a cart, flanked by several outriders, toward the market cross. Bringing up the rear of the procession was the magistrate's carriage. Sir Arthur Warbeck, bedizened in all his judicial finery, was accompanied by Sir Montague Malthus, glowering at the crowd from beneath hooded eyes. They had come to see the deed done. They did not have to wait long. In the cart sat young Diggott, caged like an animal. The conveyance drew up at the market cross amid jeers and angry jibes from the crowd directed at the militiamen. As they let the side down, the boy was pulled to his feet. His lips quivered at the command to step down, and the rope that bound his hands was jerked sharply so that he fell forward and stumbled onto the cobbles. The executioner, come all the way from Oxford to perform the task, now leered over him and stripped him of his shirt. Without any covering, his ribs showing through his pale skin, the boy looked even more vulnerable. The executioner shoved him forward and tied his hands to the cart's tail. Through stinging tears, Jake searched in the crowd for his mother and father, and when he found them, he called to them. When they surged forward, however, the militiamen pushed them back roughly, leaving Rachel Diggott distraught. Adam Diggott, on the other hand, became violent. He started to thrash around so that Zeb Godson and Will Ketch had to press upon him hard and tell him not to be foolish, unless he too wanted a good lashing. The whole village had turned out to watch, not to rejoice in the grisly spectacle, not to take their macabre delight in the sight, but to support the boy as he began the ascent to his very own Calvary. He was to be whipped all along the High Street and out toward Ravenswood, where the charred remains of the timbers he had burned served as a blackened reminder of his crime. Silence fell upon the crowd as the executioner swung back his arm for the first strike. The whip sliced through the still air and seared the youth's skin with a long laceration. He let out a cry, followed by another and another, each time the cowhide carved through his young flesh. No count was kept of the number of times the whip lashed, but the boy's anguish lasted a full 200 yards. The loud lamentations of some of the women, his mother's included, only added to the agonizing chant. When at last they released Jake Diggott from the cart tail, he fell to the ground like a heap of blooded meat, his back cut to shreds. Some of the womenfolk hurried forward. Released by his anxious friends, Adam Diggott rushed toward the boy too. Bending low, he looked in horror for a moment at the crimson fretwork of vicious cuts that crisscrossed his son's back. Then he lifted Jake's puckered face to his. Wiping away the boy's tears with his thumb, his father vowed there and then to avenge his suffering.
"They'll pay for what they've done to you, son,"
he growled.
"By God, they will."
Chapter 17. Thomas did not return to Brandwick village straight away. Leaving London the previous day, he had stayed once more in Amersham. On the last leg of his journey, he had turned off the Oxford road and headed up to Ravenswood. He wanted to investigate not only the scene of the murder, but the old ruins too. He had been musing on the lights he had seen the other night from his window in the 3 Tuns, and wished to pursue a new line of inquiry. Perhaps, he told himself, there was a connection between illicit activities in the wood and the surveyor's murder. Until and unless he was able to speak with the surveyor's assistant James Charlton, and he very much doubted he ever would, he would have to rely on his own intuition. The steep slope was laced with a fretwork of pathways, well used by men, horses, and carts. During the day, parts of the woodland were busy with the sound of industry, the crackle of wood burning in the charcoal kilns, or the rasping of the sawyers' saws. In his native homeland of Pennsylvania, men held the vast expanses of forest that covered the landscape in awe. Here, however, it seemed that Englishmen had the desire to tame nature and make it their own. Its riches were commodities to be traded. In their eyes, every oak was a ship's timber, every elm a dining table, every walnut tree a chest of drawers. As he pressed on, he suddenly became aware of a low droning sound and realized it was the rush of fast-flowing water that filled his ears. He could not see the river. It was still obscured by the trees, but he could hear it. It drew him toward it. Making his way nearer the gushing rumble, he soon came to the edge of a steep cliff. It gave him a magnificent view. He could see the river as it tumbled down from the highest point in the forest, cutting its way through a shallow gorge. Pulling up his horse, Thomas peered down. The water was still high after the winter snowmelt. It powered the fulling mill at the head of the valley. The sight lifted his spirits a little until he remembered that when the woods were fenced off, it would no longer be available to all. He turned his horse. Along the forest path he went, his mind still mired down in the resentment he felt toward Lupton. The beauty of the woodland seemed to be fading the deeper he went. Oaks and beeches and poplars gave way to more firs, their dark, brooding towers masking the sun. Suddenly he became aware of a change in the dappling of the light to his right. Looking round, he saw the ruins of an old manor house. He recalled that Lydia had spoken of it, telling him that it once acted as a garrison for Oliver Cromwell's troops in the Civil War more than 150 years before. She said it had suffered severe damage at the time and had fallen into disrepair. The villagers had helped themselves to most of the stone and wood, crawling over it like busy ants to build their own homes. Now all that remained was a ghostly footprint on the landscape. Here and there a jagged column might remain, like a stubborn tooth rooted so deep that it refused to budge. A mullioned casement was draped with swaths of ivy and framed a view of coppiced trees. There was a melancholy grace and beauty about it. He suddenly thought of Boughton Hall. Without Lydia, he only hoped it would not suffer the same fate. He rode up to the ruin and tethered his horse to a young tree that had grown at an angle through a broken window. He had little idea of his bearings, and he wondered how far from the murder scene he might be. Nevertheless, for now, he felt it of little consequence. This had to be one of the highest points in the wood, and if lights had been lit here, he may well have seen them from his room at the inn. He began to scrutinize the area for signs of recent human activity. Working methodically, he decided to examine within a 20-yard radius of the ruin. With his eyes fixed firmly to the ground, he started to pace the circumference. In less than half an hour he had moved to within a yard of the curtilage of the old manor, and it was there, on the mossy earth, that he spotted the odd flakes, spilled near the outer wall. He bent down and picked up some of the strange brown fragments. They appeared to be shredded leaves, but it was only when he smelled them that he realized what they were. "Tobacco," he said out loud. The sound of his voice prompted a rustle of leaves, and for a moment his heart missed a beat, until he saw a squirrel suddenly scurry along a branch and run off. This was an eerie place. He could understand why the landlord had told him no one would accompany him into the wood. Yet the forest gave work to so many. He resumed his own travail, his eyes latching onto every blade of grass, every leaf in the immediate vicinity, to see if he could find any more shreds of tobacco. Sure enough, he soon found more, much more. A small, thin trail of it led up toward the wall and continued on the other side. Taking a cotton bag from his pocket, Thomas began to gather up the flakes. In places there was but a sprinkling, in others it had fallen in small heaps. As he collected the shreds, it suddenly occurred to him that a sack must have burst to leave such an amount. He kept his eyes on the trail of flakes until he came to what seemed to be a dead end, a broken-off column of stone no more than a foot high, where the trace stopped suddenly. Around it tufts of grass grew, but on closer inspection he saw that there was a patch that had been recently flattened. Bending low, he grasped the column with both hands and slowly but surely tried to pull it toward him. It resisted at first, but then yielded, causing Thomas to fall back with the effort. When he picked himself up, however, he was rewarded with an intriguing sight, what appeared to be a trap door. Taking a deep breath, Thomas tugged at the large metal handle in the centre. To his relief, although the door protested loudly, it opened easily enough. Peering into the gloom below, he could make out a ladder that led into what seemed to be an old cellar. He lowered his head into the mouth of the opening and blinked away the darkness. It took only a few seconds for his eyes to adjust to the light, and even then he could not see much, but he could certainly see enough. Ranged along the nearest wall were wooden casks and barrels, piled high beside large wooden chests and bulging sacks. He craned his neck and strained his eyes. Could it be that he saw the word tea printed on one of the crates? Here was his proof. The tobacco he had collected was not destined for the pipe of a passing traveller who had fumbled with his pouch and dropped a few flakes. This tobacco was contraband, smuggled before it was smoked. Tea, too, carried a hefty excise tax, as well as gin and brandy. There was much profit to be gleaned from the illegal sale of all these goods. Could it be that Mr. Turgoose and his party had inadvertently stumbled across this illicit stash, and the surveyor had paid for the discovery with his life? The theory sounded plausible, but the only people who could verify it, Charlton and the guide, remained at Boughton Hall. It suited Malthus to keep the villagers under suspicion, and from what he had witnessed, there was no way of telling whether this smuggling racket was the work of locals or outsiders. Suddenly there was a flapping overhead. Thomas looked up to see a large black bird settle on a branch nearby, and remembered the words of the stable lad. He had warned of the raven. Mayhap this was the scoundrel's hideout. Questions whirled around in his head like an eddy of leaves, but very few answers presented themselves to him. Nevertheless, he had evidence to prove that criminal activity occurred in the ruins. Armed with his samples of tobacco, he decided to make for Brandwick before the rest of the day's light was lost to him. His return to the scene of Mr. Turgoos's murder would have to wait. Once more, to Mr. Geach's great surprise, Thomas found himself back at the 3 Tuns, being shown into his usual room. No sooner had he climbed the stairs, however, than the lank-haired stable lad bounded up behind him and appeared at his door. "Dr. Silkstone, sir," he began breathlessly. "There's Mistress Diggott downstairs for you. She says she needs you." Thomas nodded thoughtfully. From the boy's tone, the matter seemed urgent. Picking up the medical case he'd only just laid on the table, Thomas followed the youth immediately as he hopped down the stairs. A woman was waiting for him. Her dark hair peeped from her cap to frame a face that bore the familiar lines of want and worry. "Oh, doctor, will you come?" she pleaded. "'Tis my son, Jake." Young Jake Diggott had lain on his belly for the past 2 days, barely able to move as the fever raged. They had carried him home after the whipping and rubbed his wounds with salt to stop corruption, but still the ague came, and his mother was beginning to fear for his life. She had bathed the cuts with cold water, but they still wept as much as she did every time her son cried out in pain. Old Abe Diggott had taken his grandson's punishment hard, too. He'd been so stricken with grief that he'd been unable to join Adam in the coop since the whipping. He simply sat in his bentwood chair by the hearth. Gin was his only solace. He kept it by him in a large brown earthenware flagon and drank it as if it were spring water. "'Tis the only thing that eases my pain," he would moan to anyone who would listen. That evening Rachel had been standing over the stew-pot when Adam returned home from the wood. "The boy any better?" he asked as soon as he stepped over the threshold. His wife wiped her hands on her apron and shook her head. Adam walked over to the cot where Jake lay. Gently he lifted the covering over the wounds. A crust had not yet formed, and his savaged skin still oozed like a swamp. Every time Adam looked at his son, he felt the rage well up inside him. He turned away and kicked the wall. A clump of plaster fell away and crumbled on the ground like stale cake. It was then Rachel knew she had to act. She had seen the American doctor pass their cottage as he rode down the track from Ravenswood not an hour before. She understood that her husband remained wary of the colonist, even though she knew him to be a good man. So she slipped out of the house as he dozed with his father by the fire to ask the doctor to ease her son's pain. He had consented, and now stood with her in the cottage. "Dr. Silkstone is here to help us," announced Rachel. She spoke as if to reassure her menfolk. Adam Diggott leapt up from his chair and stood to attention, although the angry look he flung his wife did not escape Thomas's notice. Such behaviour made him aware that while he might have been a physician, he was first a stranger, and a foreigner to boot. "I understand your son has been flogged, Mr. Diggott. May I see his wounds?" he asked. "There will be no charge," he added. For a moment there was a stunned silence until the coppicer bowed his head in a show of both gratitude and acquiescence. "Thank you, doctor," he replied. Relieved at her husband's assent, Rachel guided Thomas toward the cot where the boy lay prone. Damp cloths covered his flayed skin, but they did little to mask the smell of putrescent flesh. Husband and wife exchanged glances across the room as Thomas gently peeled back the makeshift dressing. Adam clenched his jaw and moved toward the bedside. "You were whipped through the street for firing a stack of fence posts, doctor," he said, staring at his son. Thomas frowned and shook his head. So Malthus's barbarity extended to children now, he told himself. Crouching low, he examined the suppurating wounds. The lacerations were deep, administered with a great force, he surmised. Clearly no allowance was made for his age or strength. The young skin was gouged and puckered into great welts from the neck down to the coccyx. A foul-smelling, watery ooze seeped from the legions. Opening his case, Thomas took out a jar of aloe vera unguent. He had come to swear by it since he first used it in the treatment of infected wounds in London. "Now, Jake, I'm going to smear some ointment on your back," he said softly. The boy grunted in reply and shuddered as Thomas began applying the cooling syrup, but he soon quietened as the soothing balm began to take effect. Thomas then covered the wounds in gauze. Next, the doctor brought out a jar of willow bark. Knowing it to contain healing properties, he sprinkled the dried flakes into a flask of boiled water and urged the boy to drink it. "The fever should be gone in the next few hours," Thomas said, finally rising from the bedside. He had repacked his medical case and began to walk to the door when he caught sight of old Abe Diggott sprawled in his bentwood chair. He threw a questioning look at Rachel. "He is unwell?" asked Thomas. Rachel regarded her father-in-law, a despairing look in her eyes. "He's sharing the boy's punishment," she said plainly. "All he's done since the whipping is drink gin to ease his own pain." Her eyes wandered to the earthenware flagon at his side. Thomas followed her gaze, then looked at the old man, half awake, half asleep, a string of saliva spooling from the corner of his mouth. "Drinks the stuff like mother's milk, he does," chimed in Adam, joining them. All eyes had turned to the stupefied old man as if he were some curiosity to be pitied. It was Rachel who changed the subject. "We cannot thank you enough, Doctor," she said, as if wishing to draw Thomas's visit to a close. She gestured him to the door. Adam, standing at her side, managed a flicker of a smile. "We are grateful to you, sir," he said. Thomas nodded in reply and turned to go. Just as he did so, however, Adam called him back. "Is there any news of her ladyship, Doctor?" he asked. Taken aback by such a question, Thomas stopped in his tracks. It was a mark of the affection the villagers felt for Lydia that her well-being should concern them even when their own futures were in jeopardy. He thought of her pained expression, her body sheathed in the restraint. The inquiry only served to strengthen his resolve. As he turned to face the coppicer, he felt a sudden surge of energy. "I intend to bring her back here to Boughton, Mr. Diggott," he replied, adding, "She will be home soon." Before returning to the 3 Tuns down along Brandwick High Street, Thomas made his way to the apothecary's shop. As well as replenishing his supply of gauze, exhausted in the treatment of young Diggott, he wished to pay his respects to Mr. Peabody. The little man, who seemed to be in a continual state of anxiety, had been the most helpful to him during the great fog. He found him behind the counter as active as a weevil in a sack of flour. "Dr. Silkstone," Peabody greeted the doctor as he walked in the door. The familiar film of perspiration that always added a sheen to his face was still evident. "Mr. Peabody," said Thomas with a smile. The apothecary was occupied labelling various jars. "I see you are busy, as usual." Peabody paused for breath in an exaggerated gesture, his shoulders slumping. "If there is a complaint, Doctor, then the people of Brandwick will suffer from it." Thomas understood his meaning. There were many, especially those better off in the village, who worried themselves unduly over their bowel movements or their occasional aches and pains. "At least the noxious fog has lifted," said Thomas. The apothecary nodded. "Now 'tis bellyaches and gripes that ail them," he mumbled, resuming his labelling. "Bellyaches and gripes?" repeated Thomas. "Yes," nodded the little man, "and nausea, among the men in particular." He took his kerchief from his pocket and mopped his brow. "And you know of no especial cause of these symptoms?" pressed Thomas. The apothecary paused, then shook his head. "I can't say I do, Doctor. But 'tis a sickness that grows daily." He palmed his hands onto the counter as if to draw an end to that line of conversation. "Now, sir, how may I serve you today?" he asked. Chapter 18. It was Mistress Geach, the landlady of the 3 Tuns, who saw to Thomas's needs that evening. She was a cheerful, bawdy sort of woman, popular with the locals. A strand of auburn hair had worked its way loose and hung down from beneath her white cap, giving her a slightly wanton look as she stood behind the bar. Thomas did not know whether that was intentional or not. All he cared about was being left alone in his room to read and to think. He hoped sleep would follow. He ordered a plate of cold cuts and a tankard of ale.
"Early to bed, eh, Doctor?"
asked the landlady cheekily. Ignoring the obvious innuendo, Thomas nodded. "It has been a challenging day," he replied with a tired smile.
"Been up to Ravenswood again, have we?"
Thomas shot her a curious look. "How?" She gave a throaty giggle.
"Get to know all sorts here, Doctor,"
she told him with a wink, adding enigmatically,
"The woods have eyes and ears."
Thomas found this last remark somewhat unnerving, although he hoped he did not show it in his face. He took the opportunity to pry deeper. "Yes, I came across an old ruin, quite by chance," he said, watching for any reaction. "Most enchanting," he added. He noted that her eyes slid away for a fraction of a second before returning to meet his gaze.
"Well, I hope you'll be comfortable here,"
she told him cheerily, bobbing a curtsy behind the desk. Thomas felt her eyes follow him as he began to ascend, and he even heard what he thought was a heavy sigh, as if she were relieved that he was out of the way for the rest of the evening. He suspected he knew the reason. In a small outhouse just off the inn's courtyard, Peter Geach was holding up a flask to the lamplight. He'd had great hopes of the new still. He had bought it last year, but the liquid it produced was on the cloudy side. Flattening his thin lips, he clucked like a hen. Then, after a moment, he shrugged. The murkiness would be an issue for the more genteel sort. They liked their gin, if indeed they liked it at all, to be clear. But he'd mixed his with a measure or two of powdered chalk to lessen the effects of the turpentine. The last thing he wanted was a death on his hands. His gin was a slow pickler, not a poison as such, although many a regular with a sore head would dispute it. But this latest batch would be passable. He'd just make sure he brought it out late into the evening, when most of the punters were well into their cups anyhow and too far gone to notice. He and his stable lad, Aaron Coote, would be working well into the early hours. The copper had only just got up to heat, and they'd fallen behind. He had left it to his wife and Molly, the serving maid, to round up the last stragglers in the tap-room. Mistress Geach had a fine left foot, and had been known to kick a man 10 paces down the street when minded to. She would clear up the tankards and lock the doors, then join him as soon as she was able in the outhouse to lend a helping hand. This was where he concocted what he called his special mix. His wife, and most others, called it Mother's Ruin, or Mother's Milk, depending on their taste. Everyone else called it firewater. The room was steamy and the windows were misted, which suited his purpose. Working by the light of a couple of lamps, Coote was pounding the mash for a second batch. Geach watched him run the back of his hand across his forehead to wipe away the sweat. It was tough work, pulping the barley malt. He, meanwhile, prized open the lid of a small cask and peered inside. The vapour wafted up and hit him full in the face, instantly making him splutter and gasp for breath. His eyes began to water, and he flapped the fumes away with his hand. Such discomfort, nevertheless, brought a smile to his lips. He knew this would be a good batch. Careful not to spill a drop, he poured the contents of the flask into the still's condenser and opened the valve. On a square of muslin before him sat a mixture of leaves and seeds, an unappealing pile of detritus from the woodland floor, beech nuts and acorns. He'd long ago given up on using the magic ingredients that transformed the base liquid into a worthy liquor: cardamom, coriander, orris root, and lemon peel. Such luxuries were far too expensive, and were never appreciated by his clientele.
So now he simply mixed beech mast with a dash of powdered chalk, and no one was the wiser.
The quality of the flavour seemed the last thing to bother his customers. All that interested them was the speed with which oblivion settled upon them, dulling their brains to the cold or hunger or scurvy or whatever other ill pained them. He poured in the token crushed juniper berries and the rest of the ingredients, and looked at the mixture longingly. He could do with a good tipple himself right now, if he didn't value his guts so much. Business was brisk and he was tired. Ever since the new steward had been installed at Boughton, and the rents had gone up, the villagers seemed to look to their bumpers for comfort. How did the saying go? One man's meat is another man's poison? How true, he mused. He was chuckling to himself when he heard footsteps. They were light on the cobbles, but hurried. The latch lifted quickly, and in came his wife. He could see that her pretty, plump face was sullied by a scowl. "What is it, my precious?" He put down his flask and walked over to her, his arms outstretched. Remaining flattened against the door, she regained her breath. "You was right," she panted. Coote stopped mashing and looked toward his mistress. Geach's brow creased. "And? He were up in Ravenswood. I'm sure he knows something." Geach, however, seemed not in the least bit concerned. He turned and pulled the stopper from a bottle that rested on his table. This was from a quality batch, the sort he reserved for himself and his friends. Pouring the relatively clear liquid into 2 pots, he handed his wife one, but she remained on edge. "What if he finds out? What if he calls the customs men?" Her imagination was running away with her. "Now, my lovely," soothed her husband, "have no fear. We are beyond the reach of the law, remember." He drew his wife close to him and hugged her just a little tighter than she found comfortable. Chapter 19. As the coach bounced and lurched its way back to London, Thomas stared down at the palm of his hand. In it he held the silver locket that Lydia had given him all those months ago. He remembered how he had been riding down Boughton's drive with a heavy heart. He had not known when, or even if, he would see her again, when Will Lovelock, the carrot-haired groom, had come running after him. Gasping for breath, he had panted out his message. Her ladyship wanted Thomas to have the locket as a keepsake. He had slipped it into his pocket and carried it with him ever since. Now, however, he knew she would take it back if she could. She felt he had betrayed her, and knowing that she thought him so utterly dishonourable hurt more than any scalpel ever could. That was why he could stay in Brandwick not a day longer. Adam Diggett's inquiry about Lydia kept repeating itself in his head. It had jolted him back to his own pain. He needed to return to London. His investigation into the surveyor's murder would have to wait. So, early the very next morning, after a near sleepless night, he had ridden to Oxford and from there had taken the next available coach for the capital. Only 4 days had passed since Thomas's last visit to Bedlam Hospital, yet, once again, the bulging-eyed receptionist was being exceptionally abstruse. "Lady Lydia Farrell?" The clerk looked down the list in a ledger, as he had so many times before, and as on previous occasions he cleared his throat. Thomas was preparing himself for another rejection, so the response that came this time was wholly unexpected. "She is not here, sir." The words had barely left the man's lips before Thomas felt the room spin. "What do you mean she is not here?" The clerk looked up imperiously. "Precisely what I say, Dr. Silkstone. Her ladyship left us 2 days ago." "But this cannot be." His initial bewilderment started to give way to anger. He felt it rising in him. He clenched his fists in an effort to remain calm. "Let me see." The clerk obligingly slid the ledger across the desk toward Thomas and pointed at an entry next to Lydia's name. It read, "Transferred." "Transferred?" Thomas read aloud. "What does this mean? Where has she been taken?" With a tilt of his head and a smug smile, the clerk replied, "I'm not at liberty to say, sir." There was a certain swagger in his manner as he retrieved the ledger with a flamboyant gesture. He had the upper hand, and his arrogance unleashed Thomas's fury. "Where is Dr. Cameron?" His balled fist thudded on the desk, causing the clerk to shudder. "I would speak with him now." He banged the desk again. The clerk rose warily, backing away from Thomas. "I am to tell you that Dr. Cameron is away. You are to leave now, Dr. Silkstone," he said, tugging at a cord. Within seconds, the same thugs who had forcibly ejected him before appeared once more and went through their ruffian's routine. Yet again Thomas found himself being marched through the gardens toward the main gate. A few of the patients were being escorted round the grounds. Some sat on benches. These were the inmates regarded as posing no threat either to themselves or to others. Perhaps they had endured some mental breakdown, and their faculties had temporarily deserted them. Perhaps they had acted rashly out of a moment of passion and lived to regret it. There were so many ways to madness, thought Thomas, as the main gates loomed up ahead. And for a moment his outrage was so great that he felt himself poised on the brink of it himself, when suddenly a vision broke into his thoughts. To his left he fancied he could see the elfin-featured woman who had so reminded him of Lydia. She was out walking with an attendant. He recalled her name. "Anna!" he cried. Clearly riled by such impertinence, the guards jostled Thomas on. Yet, ignoring his vulgar escorts, the young woman broke away from her nurse and approached him. "Sir? Sir!" she called to him. She seemed agitated and, despite the presence of the guards, snatched at his hand. "Where is she, Anna? What have they done with Lydia?" he yelled, as she ran alongside him like a faithful dog. "Shut it, will you?" one of the guards warned him. Undeterred, Anna looked up at Thomas with large, dark eyes. "She's gone," she said breathlessly. "Where did they take her, Anna?" He dragged his feet so that the guards were forced to take all his weight. "I can find her if you tell me." Suddenly her eyes widened at the prospect of seeing her friend again. For a split second she gave Thomas hope that she knew where Lydia had been taken. He held his breath, but then her expression changed to one of bewilderment. "Where did she go? I must look for her," she pined. She broke away, shaking her head, and began ambling off down the path, calling Lydia's name. Chapter 20. The bell of St. Swithin's tolled the curfew. It was 7 o'clock, and the sun had set only minutes before. Doors were bolted and windows shut. The streets of Brandwick were deserted, save for the odd stray dog or contemptuous cat that flaunted the magistrate's edict. Nobody was allowed out in the evening until the surveyor's murderer had been caught. Nicholas Lupton had made the order, and the local magistrate had sanctioned it. Until the perpetrators of the most heinous crime against the commissioner were apprehended, all villagers would be confined to their homes after dark. No man, woman, or child was granted leave without express permission, and only then in the case of life or death. Evil was abroad in Brandwick once more, and suspicion festered like untreated sores among the villagers. Neighbours gave one another sly glances, and women doubted their husbands, but they all harboured the guilty feeling that the surveyor and his man only got what they deserved. They'd no right to measure and map and apportion land as they saw fit, land that had belonged to the village since before the days of French William. Nevertheless, the general feeling was fearful rather than angry, curious rather than belligerent. What they'd heard were rumours, gossip, tittle-tattle. But there was no smoke without fire. Any charcoal burner would tell you that, and if the worst came to pass, and an act of enclosure was sanctioned by Parliament, then there was nothing to be done. The watchman, Walter Harker, was charged with enforcing the curfew. He had allowed Widow Treacher to deliver Susan Thornley of her fourth child when she went into labour past midnight, and he had sanctioned the Reverend Unsworth's presence when old Clem Widgington began to fade rapidly in the early hours of a Tuesday morning, and wanted to prepare to meet his Maker. Other than for those most pressing circumstances, no one had been allowed to leave their dwellings after nightfall. Or so it was said. Just why Abe Diggott chose to break the curfew that evening was not immediately apparent. It was generally thought that he must have been in his cups, that the gin must have got the better of him yet again. Ever since his grandson had received the lash, he had been acting in a peculiar manner, raucous and confused by turns. His dull pallor was most evident, and his weight loss was clear for all to see. "Who's there?" asked Walter Harker, making his way up the high street, his lantern in his hand. He saw a shadow moving from cottage to cottage and heard a footfall. His cudgel drawn, he ventured closer, only to find Abe Diggott cowering near a wall. "What you doing?" queried Harker, grabbing the old man by the shirt and hoisting him up. It was then that he saw the earthenware flagon in his hand. "'Twas empty," said the coppicer hoarsely, pointing to the flagon. "And you went to the 3 tons to get it filled again?" said Walter Harker, nodding. He leaned closer and sniffed at the old man's breath. "You've had enough already this evening," he told him stiffly, relieving him of the flagon. Taking him by the arm, the constable shook his head. "Don't you know there's a curfew? If Lupton's men find you, there'll be hell to pay, you old fool," he chided. Abe Diggott came quietly. He seemed not to understand, but obeyed meekly as Walter Harker led him up the high street, back toward his cottage at the foot of the slope that led to Raven's Wood. His steps were faltering, and once he staggered he had to right himself against a post, but they made steady progress. The fulling mill and the nearby cluster of cottages had just come into view when the sound of horses' hooves splashing through muddy puddles could be heard. Walter Harker turned to see two men on horseback approaching through the gloom. As they drew close, he recognized them as Lupton's sidemen, all brute force and brawn.
"What you got here, then?"
called one of them, pulling up his mount beside the constable. Harker sketched a smile. He identified the man by his flattened nose. He knew him to be the prize-fighter Seth Talland. He also knew he had to make light of old Diggott's transgression.
"A straggler. The old fool's pissed as a newt, couldn't find his way home."
He slapped Abe Diggott playfully on the back, and the old man lurched forward, nearly falling.
"Look at him, see? I'd be taking him to his bed," he said laughingly.
Talland, however, did not see the humour in the incident.
"Not so fast,"
he called as Harker turned to resume his journey.
"He's broken the curfew."
The constable stopped in his tracks.
"There's a price to pay for that."
Harker wheeled round.
"The man's done no harm,"
he complained.
"How can you be sure?"
came Talland's riposte. His companion nudged his horse forward now, so that the two of them towered over the constable and his charge.
"I've known Abe Diggott for a good 40 years, and I know he's no murderer, if that's your meaning," replied Harker. "You think so, do you?" growled the prize-fighter. "Let's see about that, shall we?"
The constable frowned.
"What do you mean?"
At that point, Diggott staggered once more and perched himself on a nearby tree stump.
"Home?"
he moaned.
"Yes, old man," said the other sideman gleefully. "Show us where you live, eh?"
"There's no need," interjected the constable.
"Show us!"
barked Talland, pointing to the cosh that hung from his belt to show he meant business.
"Hurry!"
he cried. So with renewed vigour, Walter Harker crooked his arm through Abe Diggott's and half dragged him the 50 yards or so up the track to his cottage. Talland rode at their side, the other sideman behind, corralling both men like sheep, and it was the clatter of hooves that alerted Adam Diggott. He had only just realized that his father was missing, and was about to break the curfew himself to search for him, when he heard the approaching horses. Opening the shutters, he looked out just in time to see the men dismounting. Seconds later, one of them was shouldering the door and bursting into the cottage. Rachel, wiping supper dishes, screamed. Jake, still lying in his cot, moaned.
"What the—"
cried Adam, standing stunned by the door. Talland and the other thug hustled the old man into the cottage, where he crumpled like a sack of old rags against the wall. Walter Harker stayed close by him, his face like thunder.
"We have authority to search this dwelling," said Talland,
hands on hips, the cosh clearly visible as it dangled from his belt.
"What for?"
protested Adam. He cast a look at Harker, but it was all the constable could do to shake his head helplessly and shrug. Without a word, both sidemen marched into the room and began to overturn the few sticks of furniture there were. 3 chairs and 2 stools were sent skittering across the earth floor. Talland pulled out drawers in the dresser, emptying the contents where he stood. The other man, thick-set and swarthy, went over to the cot at the far side of the room.
"What are you doing?" shouted Adam, remonstrating with the men. "What are you looking for?"
He followed them toward where Jake lay. The swarthy man, rifling through bed covers and causing the boy to cry out, turned at Adam's question.
"This,"
he said. In his hand he held up a flintlock pistol like a trophy.
"And this,"
announced Talland, emerging from the door of a second room, brandishing a large gold pocket watch. Adam Diggott's jaw dropped open, and his eyes bulged at the sight.
"No, it cannot be."
Talland moved forward and stood looking down on Abe Diggott as he mumbled and shook in the corner. Bending low, he and the other sideman heaved the old man up. Then he clamped his hand on his bony shoulder.
"Abe Diggott, I arrest you for the murder of Geoffrey Turgoose," he declared.
The old drunk shook his head. A pewter plate Rachel had been holding fell from her hands and clattered on the floor, and as if the noise helped him gain a little clarity, Abe began to protest his innocence.
"No, I didn't kill no one. Tell them, Adam," he shrieked.
He tried to stagger over to his son, but the sideman held him fast. Adam moved closer to his father and grabbed the old man by the arm, but the swarthy brute struck him in the face, sending him hurtling to the floor. They pulled the old man's arms behind his back, and he cried out in pain as they tied his hands securely. Tightening the knots, the other sideman lowered his lips to his prisoner's ear.
"Sir Montague will be pleased to see you," he growled.
By this time Adam was on his feet once more. The sidemen swapped glances.
"Why don't we take the other one too?"
suggested the swarthy one. Suddenly Abe Diggett was shoved to one side like a discarded sack, and the two sidemen lunged toward Adam.
"No!"
screamed Rachel. Running in front of her husband, she tried to bar the men's way, clawing at their faces with her nails. She succeeded for a moment, drawing blood on Talon's cheek with her scratches. Adam seized the opportunity and dashed out of the open door before his wife was grabbed and thrown to the floor. The ruffians followed outside, but they were too late. Adam Diggett had already jumped on one of their horses, and a second later was galloping off up the slope toward Ravenswood. Talon mounted his horse too and rode off in pursuit, while the other man remained to guard his prisoner.
"He'll get him,"
he snarled, walking back into the cottage. He headed toward the old man, bound and bewildered on the floor. Once again Rachel headed to protect her father-in-law.
"Leave him!"
she cried, planting her hands against the sideman's chest and trying to push him away.
Walter Harker, bewildered and angry by turn, came to her. Putting his arms around her shoulders, he looked deep into her frightened eyes.
"You'll have to let the law take its course, matey,"
he told her, as the sideman heaved Abe Diggett toward the door. They both knew what that meant. Thomas sat staring at the open volume that lay on the desk in his laboratory. 3 days had passed since his last visit to Bedlam. 3 days spent in anguish. He had no idea where Lydia had been taken, so on Dr. Carruthers' suggestion he had consulted a list of private madhouses within a 7-mile radius of London and Westminster. Such premises were, in theory, licensed by the Royal College of Physicians. He knew, however, that so many of these mansions of misery were simply dumping grounds for discarded wives, women of breeding consigned to the madhouse to enable their husbands to install new mistresses. If they were not mad when they entered such institutions, they were soon turned so by the barbarous treatment they were forced to endure. A pencil tick by a name denoted that Thomas had paid the establishment a visit. There were 6 ticks, but none of the calls had yielded any useful information, except to confirm what he already knew, that these hospitals were little more than prisons for inconvenient wives, places where well-born women became nameless and faceless, and deprived of their children for no crime other than marrying a brute. Thomas had been working by candlelight, hunched over small print. He rubbed his tired eyes and eased himself back in his chair. The hour was approaching 6, and he knew that Dr. Carruthers would soon be trying to persuade him to break for supper. Stretching his aching arms wide, he looked up and saw his pet white rat scuttling about the workbench. "Where is she, Franklin, eh?" he said out loud, sighing deeply. "Where is she?"
"You are talking to that rat again?"
came a familiar voice around the door. It was Dr. Carruthers. Thomas had not heard the usual tap of his stick and jumped up from his seat out of habit. "I'm afraid so, sir," he replied, smiling. As he did so, he watched Franklin, frightened by the sudden noise, bolt across the workbench and through the door of his open cage, sending papers flurrying in his wake. "You made us both jump," he added. The old anatomist smiled.
"I like to keep you on your toes, young fellow," he replied.
Then, on a more serious note, he inquired,
"I take it you have made no progress?"
"I regret to say no, sir," Thomas replied, walking over to Franklin's cage to secure the door. The rat had retreated to his normal place of safety, and as he fastened the lock behind the creature, a thought suddenly occurred to Thomas. "Or perhaps I have," he said suddenly.
"Oh?"
"Where's the last place that anyone would expect Lydia to be held captive?" Dr. Carruthers felt his way farther into the laboratory and leaned against the workbench.
"I suppose I would have to say in Sir Montague's home," he mused.
"Precisely," replied Thomas. "I vouch that he has taken her back to Draycott House, where he can personally see to it that she is denied her liberty." The old anatomist nodded.
"I see your logic," he said slowly. "So next you will be paying Malthus a visit?"
"I am sure my journey will not be wasted." Buoyed by his latest theory, Thomas joined Carruthers for supper. Then both men retired to the study for a nightcap and their usual read of the news sheet.
"You will leave tomorrow?"
inquired the old anatomist as Thomas poured him his customary brandy. "I will, sir," he replied, handing his mentor his drink, then seating himself by the fire. Picking up the copy of the London Chronicle that Mistress Finesilver had laid on the arm of the chair, Thomas scanned the front page. There was news from Parliament and gossip from Bath, alongside sundry other tidbits. As usual, he turned to the obituaries next. There would almost invariably be a tribute to someone Dr. Carruthers had treated during his long and illustrious career. Thomas cleared his throat and began to read out loud. "Let's see who we have today, sir," he began. "The Earl of Harlow, aged 92. Carruthers's lips lifted at the corners. "I attended him once at Ascot. Kicked by a horse at the races, he was," he recalled cheerfully. Thomas continued. "Sir Robert Knox, 80, Whig politician." The old anatomist heaved his shoulders and snorted. "'Twas a wonder he lived so long. There were plenty who would have got rid of him sooner, including myself." Expecting Thomas to continue reading, Carruthers inclined his head to listen once more. When his companion remained silent, however, the old anatomist tapped his white stick on the floor. "So who's next, young fellow? Tell me another knave or varlet who has shuffled off this mortal coil." Thomas lifted his head from the news sheet. His face was as white as the paper on which the words were printed. Looking down once more, he saw the notice swim in front of his eyes. He opened his mouth, but the name snagged in his throat. "Well?" Carruthers snapped impatiently. Thomas swallowed and forced himself to push the words onto his tongue. "Lady Lydia Farrell," he said. "Lydia is dead." Chapter 21. There was still a chill on the spring breeze, but the sun shone and it called the winter-weary parishioners of Brandwick to market like a peal of bells to church. There was hardly any fresh produce to be had. The harsh frosts had taken their toll on the winter wheat, and the dried legumes were in short supply, but there was enough milk, butter, and cheese to satisfy the demand. And for those whose tastes stretched beyond the dairy parlour, there was tea, too, if you knew whom to ask. Few of the villagers could afford the proper leaves, of course, so they were happy to flout the law and settle for the next best thing. Until recently, one of the servants at Boughton Hall had supplemented his living by collecting, drying and rolling discarded leaves and reselling them for a pretty penny to those whose palates were more discerning than their pockets would allow. Now, however, the village had a new, more plentiful source of tea that bypassed the traditional market. Even the new vicar, the Reverend Unsworth, had been known to imbibe on such ill-gotten leaves. He was riding past the stalls in the High Street on his way to Boughton Hall. The village was in the grip of a general malaise. News that the traditional annual ceremony of the beating of the bounds was threatened with cancellation only added to the melancholic mood. The day was usually one of mirth and merriment, when villagers walked the boundaries of the parish. Maidens carried nosegays and apprentices were given the day off. There was, however, one bright spot on the Brandwick horizon. Now that at least one of the surveyor's murders had been apprehended, and the other would be caught soon enough, the vicar hoped for a return to some semblance of normality. Good cheer in the face of adversity was to be encouraged, he told himself. He doffed his hat to anyone who would look his way. Early that morning, he had received a message that bid him pay an urgent visit to Mr. Lupton. He assumed it was in relation to his recent inquiry about the establishment of a workhouse in the village for those who were dispossessed. A letter written on behalf of the parish board had been dispatched a few days ago. In it, the members of the board informed Mr. Lupton that a vacant property in the village belonging to the Boughton Estate had been identified as a possible venue. It would take a little work to convert it into suitable premises for the anticipated dozen or so occupants, but it could be done. He felt encouraged by such a swift response. The Reverend found Mr. Lupton seated at his desk in the study at Boughton. Although he rose to greet him as he entered the room, the steward's expression was so grave it seemed that he was burdened by a huge weight. "Please be seated," he said. The vicar did as he was bid, while Lupton remained standing, his features set hard. Any feelings of optimism that the Reverend had felt on his journey to the hall were now dashed, only to be replaced by a sense of dread. "I fear I have been in receipt of some tragic news, Reverend Unsworth," Lupton began. The vicar's thoughts immediately turned to Sir Montague Malthus. He recalled his surgery a few weeks before and hoped the wound had not become infected and led to his demise.
"Sir Montague?"
he ventured. The steward frowned and shook his head. "No, I am pleased to say he is in rude health," he said.
"Praise be,"
said the Reverend, lifting his eyes heavenward. He shifted in his seat.
"Then—"
Lupton's body shuddered as he sighed deeply. "I fear it is Lady Lydia." The vicar leaned forward, his eyes wide and staring. Like every soul in the parish and its surrounds, he was aware of her hospitalization.
"Her ladyship?"
Lupton nodded and pushed the latest copy of the Oxford Journal across the desk. "The announcement," he muttered. "You can read it for yourself." The vicar looked down at the print, which seemed to blur before his very eyes. Trying hard to focus, he pored over the text. An insertion at the bottom of the death notices confirmed the shocking news. "On Friday last, Lady Lydia Sarah Farrell of Boughton Hall, in the parish of Brandwick, following a short illness." He lifted his gaze.
"But this is most tragic," bleated the vicar. "Most tragic indeed. Please accept my sincere condolences."
Lupton's brows knitted. "Terrible news, yes, vicar. A seizure, I believe." He turned his back on the shocked clergyman, as if to hide his own grief. After a moment he seemed to have composed himself and turned once more. "We will need to make arrangements." The Reverend nodded.
"Of course. Her ladyship will be buried in the family vault."
"Naturally.
Lady Lydia was well loved. There will be many mourners, no doubt."
The vicar was nodding to himself as he spoke, but Lupton was quick to upbraid him. "No mourners, save for her immediate family. This will be a private affair," he snapped. Taken aback, the vicar twitched his lips into a nervous smile and blinked.
"As you wish, sir."
"It is the wish of Sir Montague, vicar, who is—" He stopped short and corrected himself. "Who was her ladyship's legal representative."
"Very well, sir."
The clergyman felt like a small child who was being scolded for speaking out of turn. Lupton had walked behind him and now stood leering over him. Again Answorth felt unduly pressured. He hoped for at least 3 days in which to prepare for the service. Once again he was thwarted. "The interment needs to take place as soon as possible," Lupton informed him.
"There will be hymns to choose. An order of service,"
protested the Reverend. "I'm afraid not." The steward shook his head as Unsworth looked at him askance.
"I do not follow, sir."
The cleric's expression had changed from one of sympathy to one of deep concern. Lupton returned to his desk and sat down. "Her ladyship died in London, and her remains have been transported here. The journey was delayed, so she needs to be interred as soon as possible," he added by way of clarification, if any were needed, "for delicacy's sake." The vicar nodded. He understood. He had heard about the unfortunate business of Lord Edward, how his remains were allowed to decay before burial in a most unseemly manner.
"Would Thursday be convenient? That will give me time to—"
Again Lupton broke in. "This afternoon, vicar, if you please." The Reverend's eyes opened wide once more.
"This afternoon?"
he repeated. Lupton nodded. "Her ladyship has been prepared. Her coffin lies in the chapel as we speak." Reverend Unsworth let out a resigned sigh. He could not think of any further objections he might raise.
"Very well, this afternoon it shall be, sir," he said, rising. "I must prepare my vestments."
Lupton pulled the bell cord, and Howard soon appeared at the threshold to usher the vicar out. Before he did so, however, another thought occurred to Unsworth. He turned.
"And who will give the eulogy, sir?" he asked with a frown.
Lupton smiled. "Sir Montague told me he wished to speak," he replied. "This tragedy has hit him harder than anyone." Thomas was numb to the usual discomfiture experienced on his regular journeys to Oxford. Despite the fact that his shoulder was still not completely healed, the lurching and bounding no longer troubled him. He sat, silent and impassive in his shock. Nothing seemed real to him since he had read the news that Lydia was dead. Time was standing still. The world had stopped. His very soul felt bandaged, distanced from reality and emotion. He arrived in the great city, unable to recall much of his journey, despite the fact that he had not slept during the 10 hours he had been on the road. He had not even been able to shed a tear, and yet his demeanour was such that it alarmed Sir Theodosius Pettigrew the moment he set eyes on his visitor.
"Good God, Silkstone, but you look like death, man. What has befallen you?"
he inquired when Thomas shambled into his office. Lifting his head, the doctor fixed the coroner with his bloodshot eyes. At the sight of his visitor's anguished demeanour, Sir Theodosius's forehead crumpled instantly into a frown.
"You are the bearer of bad news."
It was a statement, not a question. Thomas nodded. "Oh, sir, I fear so," he replied, dropping into a chair. His expression was so pained and his anguish so plain that the coroner immediately feared the worst.
"Not Lydia?"
He did not wait for a reply. It was enough to witness the young anatomist's dire condition. The coroner's own features twisted into a grimace.
"Oh, no,"
he gasped.
"No."
Grasping his desk with both hands as if to anchor himself in the moment, his eyes suddenly flooded.
"'Tis not true. Tell me 'tis not true."
He searched Thomas's face frantically for some reassurance, but finding none, he brought out his kerchief and held it to his face. The sight was too much for Thomas to bear, and he, too, for the first time, felt himself giving way to tears. Brushing them away with trembling hands, he roused himself from his torpor and made his way round the desk to put a comforting arm on Sir Theodosius's shoulders. He knew the coroner regarded Lydia as a daughter. Lifting his brimming eyes to meet Thomas's, the coroner asked,
"How? How did it happen?"
According to the announcement in the news sheet, it was a short illness. His voice shook as he spoke.
"What sort of illness?"
the coroner groaned. "The last time I saw her, she was in a terrible state. I fear her treatment may have taken its toll, sir." Thomas fought back tears as he thought of Lydia's fragile body swathed in that despicable jacket. If only I had taken her with me. I should have helped her escape. Suddenly angry, he banged his fist on the desk.
"You must not blame yourself. You could have done no more."
Sir Theodosius shook his head as he dabbed his eyes, but the floodgates of Thomas's fury had been opened. "But I do blame myself," he cried, suddenly pacing the room. "I was playing by the rules, and I should have learned by now that I cannot change anything by complying." The coroner's jowls quivered in protest.
"But the hospital had certain procedures that had to be followed."
Thomas, still pacing the room, shot back. "Don't you see? I let them put me in a straitjacket, too. I was weak. I should have acted." He strode over to the window and gazed out, as if cursing the rest of humanity for going about its business while his own world seemed at an end. "I should have acted, and now it's too late." Sir Theodosius could see there was no point in arguing with Thomas until the maelstrom in his mind had subsided. He had dealt with too many bereaved loved ones to know that anger and self-recrimination often followed a sudden death. His own experience in the aftermath of Geoffrey Turgoose's demise bore testament to that. Both men remained silent for a few seconds, lost in their own personal agonies, until the coroner's mind suddenly turned to more practical matters that needed addressing.
"Do you know when the funeral will be?"
he asked, his voice quavering. Thomas, turning back from the window, faced Sir Theodosius, whose cheeks were reddened and his eyes still moist. "No, sir, but I assume the burial will be in the family vault."
"Of course."
The coroner paused for a moment, waiting for Thomas to say what needed to be said. He did not have to wait long. Walking toward the desk in a more measured manner, the doctor nodded, filled his lungs, and sighed deeply. Looking at Sir Theodosius squarely, yet purposefully, he said, "We must leave for Boughton without delay." Chapter 22. Preparations for the formal public meeting at the 3 Tuns that morning were well underway. Peter Geach was expecting most of the village to flood into his hostelry, and he knew space would be limited, like pouring a quart into a pint pot. But he could accommodate the gentlemen and more important tenants of the village in the upper room. The rest of the rabble would have to spill into the stable yard. The landlord had been running around like a headless cockerel, wishing he could have been in at least 2 places at once, so behind was he in his plans. There were seating arrangements to be organised, and refreshments of ale, porter, and of course gin for his regulars, or sack for the gentlemen, to be made ready. Sir Montague Malthus himself was to chair the meeting. It was mid-morning when the coach from Oxford to Brandwick pulled up in the High Street. Thomas had anticipated finding the village in mourning, the bells of St. Swithin's tolling, shops shut, the streets deserted as a mark of respect for Lydia, their mistress. But no, the place was much busier than usual. A regular flow of carriages and other vehicles seemed to be depositing passengers outside the 3 Tuns. Thomas frowned as his conveyance came to a halt opposite the inn. People were gathered on the street outside, seemingly anxious to be granted entry into the courtyard.
"What goes on?" asked the coroner.
Thomas thought for a moment. "What date is it?"
"The 30th, I believe,"
replied Sir Theodosius, looking perplexed. Thomas nodded. "Then this must be the public meeting called to discuss the Act of Enclosure."
"But surely the meeting should have been postponed," said the coroner crossly.
"Only if her ladyship's death had been publicly announced," said Thomas, a look of resignation creeping across his face.
"You mean—"
"The villagers do not know," he said, his voice tinged with disbelief. Sir Theodosius slapped his huge thighs.
"But you must attend the meeting in all haste and tell them," he urged.
Then, looking Thomas squarely in the eye, he added,
"In her absence, you must be Lydia's mouthpiece. You must speak for her and Boughton."
His voice trembled as he spoke these last words. Thomas knew what the coroner said was right. An image of Lydia flashed across his vision once more. She had never envisaged enclosing the estate, fencing it off and depriving the very poorest of their rights to collect fuel and forage in the woods and on the common. "I shall. And you, sir, perhaps you could call at Boughton first. Lupton will be occupied at the meeting, and the staff at the hall will be more than eager, I am sure, to tell you what they know," he suggested. The coroner nodded.
"They will have been hit hard by the news,"
he agreed. Accordingly, Thomas alighted by the 3 Tuns, and his baggage was flung down to the ground. The coach, with Sir Theodosius still aboard, was soon on its way to Boughton. There was no time to lose. Hurriedly the doctor picked up his valise and headed through the archway of the 3 Tuns. He found the courtyard packed with villagers. Men with tankards in their hands were leaning against posts or sitting on casks and hogsheads. Women were in small clusters, their arms crossed over their bosoms in fighting mode. The low drone of anxious chatter filled the air, but it stopped as soon as Thomas was spotted worming his way through the crowd. Heads turned and tongues wagged as the villagers eyed him climbing the staircase that led to the upper meeting room. They do not know. No one has told them, he thought. Despite being surrounded by so many people, Thomas felt totally isolated. A bitter tang, like ashes, filled his mouth. He knew it to be the taste of sorrow. Standing at the doorway, but out of view of those gathered, he surveyed the room. He counted 16 men, seated on 3 rows of chairs in front of a long table at the top end of the room. Sir Montague sat haughtily at its centre, flanked by Nicholas Lupton and, to Thomas's surprise, the ailing Sir John Thorndyke. There were other familiar faces, Bartholomew Bailey, the owner of the fulling mill, and 2 yeomen whose children he had treated for bronchitis. The other attendees, he assumed by their dress, were reasonably well-off tenants who farmed larger acreages. They were certainly not peasants. Heads to the fore, they were listening intently to a plump man whose shoulders bore a light dusting of wig powder. In his hand he held a short cane which he used to point out various features on a map affixed to a board on an easel.
"In conclusion, gentlemen, we invite you to lodge your claims within the next 2 months. As the appointed commissioner," he turned to defer to Sir Montague, "I shall endeavour to ensure that all are dealt with fairly and that compensation is awarded where I see fit."
So this must be Geoffrey Tegouse's replacement, thought Thomas. He recalled from the public notice that he had a business partner, a Mr. Mather, if he remembered correctly. He was no doubt a most competent individual, but Thomas also detected a definite whiff of pomposity about him, which seemed so endemic in English professionals. Behind him sat the younger man with the flame-red hair and the bandaged eye, whom Thomas had encountered before at Boughton, when he seemed so distressed. He was, he surmised, the late Tegouse's assistant and chainman, James Charlton. There were nods of approval from among the assembled tenants. Most could see the logic in what the commissioner had to say. It made no sense to farm in narrow bands and let the land lie fallow throughout the winter. Where was the merit in walking furlongs between their various strips when they could have their own neat parcels? As long as they were granted allotments in exchange for the land they held, then they would raise no objections. Polite applause rippled around the chamber. Just when Thomas thought the meeting was about to end, however, he heard a rumpus from somewhere in the far corner. He craned his neck. A labouring man was elbowing his way to the front.
"I would speak," cried the workman hoarsely. "I would speak for the commoners."
Thomas recognised him immediately as Will Ketch, who'd lost a daughter to the great fog. Nicholas Lupton shot Sir Montague a look, then nodded to a bald-headed man who had been standing at his side throughout the proceedings. "Commoners have no right to speak," the steward called loudly over the din, in an effort to restore calm. As Ketch approached, the bald guard grabbed him by his arm and forced it behind his back. Another burly man assisted him, and together they dispatched the cowman, cussing and shouting from the room. Sir Montague, whose mask of complete decorum had slipped only a little during the incident, fingered the gavel on the table. He slid a sideways look of disdain at Lupton before moving to establish his authority once more.
"My apologies for that unfortunate interruption, gentlemen."
A wry smile played on his lips. Then, turning to the surveyor, he said,
"Thank you, Mr. Mather, for that most comprehensive review of the proposals, and now, if there's no other business—"
He lifted the gavel and was just about to bring it down when Thomas knew it was his turn to interrupt the proceedings. Side-stepping into the room, he called out, "But there is other business, Sir Montague." All heads turned to see Thomas standing at the back of the chamber. Lupton leapt to his feet. "Remove this man!" he shouted, and one of the guards pushed his way toward Thomas. Clamping rough hands on his arm, he tried to pull him to the door. Sir Montague, however, had other ideas.
"Wait,"
he called, flapping his arm.
"Dr. Silkstone is not a resident of this parish, but I'm sure these gentlemen are curious to hear what he has to say."
He stretched his lips into a smile, but his hooded eyes gave nothing away. He rose in an unhurried manner and addressed Thomas directly.
"Pray tell us what other business you would like us to discuss, Doctor," he urged,
his voice dripping with sarcasm. Pulling his arm away from the ruffian, Thomas tugged at his coat. "I believe you should be making another announcement, sir." Sir Montague arched a brow.
"Another announcement? Really?"
The anger that his shock had suppressed for so long was now welling up inside Thomas. "An announcement, not just to this room, but to the people of Brandwick." The lawyer threw his head back in a scornful laugh.
"And what might that be, Dr. Silkstone?"
Thomas felt his heart beat faster as he struggled to contain his rage, but the words came tumbling out in a great torrent. "Is it not your duty to announce that Lady Lydia Farrell, the mistress of Boughton and the woman whom the villagers held in the greatest regard and affection—" He was suddenly choked. "Is dead?" A collective gasp rippled round the room. The audience was stunned, as if everyone suddenly held their breath. All eyes fastened on the young doctor, who seemed most distressed. "And that she died at your hand?" Thomas pointed at Sir Montague. The mark had been overstepped. At a signal from the lawyer, the guard grabbed hold of Thomas once more and began jostling him back through the door. This time he did not resist. He had said what he had come to say. The pent-up words had flooded from his mouth with such force that he felt drained, but relieved. Now the world knew. The people of Brandwick could join in his mourning and unite against the machinations of the man who was ultimately responsible for Lydia's tragic death. Dazed, he made his way downstairs and out into the courtyard, where the news was seeping out like blood from a severed vein. A servant must have heard his rant in the upper room and rushed to impart news of it to the waiting crowd. In an instant, the commoners who had gathered to hear their own fate no longer cared about themselves. One by one the men took off their hats and bowed their heads as a mark of respect. The women, too, lowered their gazes. Some did not try to staunch their tears. Thomas stood among them, his chest still heaving with anger. Looking up, he could see that all eyes were on him, willing him to speak. He took a deep breath, trying to still his shaking body. Standing on a low wall, he addressed the crowd. "I fear that what you have just heard is true," he began. He drew another deep breath as if to steady his anxiety. "Lady Lydia Farrell is dead." From the throng, a mournful wail rose into the air. Sobs were heard. Men shook their heads. "How? How did she die?" came a shout. "'Tis said she had a short illness," replied Thomas. "I know no more than that, save to say that her death was wholly preventable." He surveyed the anxious faces and knew he needed to throw them a crumb of comfort. "But it is my intention to discover the whole truth, and when I do, I shall share it with you." His voice cracked as he uttered these last words, and he bowed his head and stepped down from the wall. He felt the sturdy pats of men's hands on his shoulders. It seemed that, finally, they were acknowledging him as one of their own, no longer a foreigner. Their sympathy offered him some solace, but no hope. The truth was that after his outburst at the public meeting, he had even dashed any chance he might have had of attending Lydia's funeral. Now he would never be allowed back on Boughton soil, never see his beloved lying at rest in the family vault, never be able to say his final goodbye. As he made his way into the inn, he silently cursed himself for a display of impetuosity that was so at odds with his usual measured character. He felt lost and alone. Chapter 23. Sir Theodosius Pettigrew lugged his weary hulk to the front steps of Boughton Hall. Glancing up at the mansion's facade, he could see all the drapes were drawn, the house dogs were nowhere in view, and the whole place was seemingly enveloped by a quiet despair, as if the hall had closed in on itself. He supposed it would have been Howard's difficult duty to inform the staff of their mistress's death. The butler, he imagined, would have gathered them downstairs, fighting back his own sadness as he imparted his grim news. And with the news, all hope of ever returning to the way of life that had been before had ebbed away, and now this terrible melancholy had descended upon the residence. The coroner, his face careworn and deathly pale, was relieved to be greeted by Howard. He had feared that so stalwart a member of the staff might have been dispatched. Such had been his loyalty to Lydia. But no, the old butler was still there.
"Sir Theodosius," he bowed stiffly. "You visit us at a terrible time, sir," he ventured.
Sir Theodosius, taken aback by the butler's forthright manner, paused for a moment, considering his words.
"A terrible time indeed," he acknowledged. "Yes, Howard, her ladyship was loved by all who knew her."
He handed a waiting maid his hat and coat.
"I'm afraid Sir Montague is in the village, sir. A meeting," Howard began. Yes, snapped the coroner with a knowing nod. "I am glad of it. It means I can speak freely with you."
The bemused butler made a stiff, jerking motion, then looked about him, hoping that Sir Theodosius's remark had not been overheard by the maid.
"Please, sir, the drawing-room," he said, gesturing ahead.
The coroner followed, lumbering through the open door into the room which was so familiar to him, yet seemed oddly empty. He recalled his last visit to this very place at Christmas, only a few weeks before. Young Richard had joined them, and they had played games of Hunt the Slipper and Blind Man's Buff. There had been so much joy and laughter, and he had rarely seen Lydia so happy. The recollection of it sent such an ache through his chest that he thought his heart would break.
"She is gone,"
he said, shaking his head as the butler shut the door behind them. Howard, normally so cool and reserved, found it hard to hold himself in check.
"Oh, sir, we're all so deeply sorry for your loss. On behalf of all the staff, may I offer my sincere sympathies?"
Sir Theodosius shook his head.
"'Tis not just my loss, Howard. A loss to Boughton and to Brandwick, and, indeed, to her beloved son." He frowned. "The young Earl, has he been informed?"
Howard cleared his throat.
"His lordship remains at Sir Montague's residence, I believe, sir."
The coroner sighed deeply.
"No doubt he will travel here to attend the funeral."
He threw the remark out as if it were a given or an aside, but Howard seized on it.
"But the funeral has already taken place, sir," he blurted.
Sir Theodosius froze.
"What?" "Yesterday, sir. They buried her ladyship in the family vault, yesterday afternoon."
The coroner's expression turned from one of resigned sadness to one of consternation.
"But that cannot be," he boomed.
His pale face suddenly reddened, and he plodded angrily across the room to stare out the window. Howard, struggling to compose himself, gave a flustered shrug.
"The staff were not even allowed to attend the service, sir."
The coroner shook his head in disbelief and remained silent for a moment until he asked,
"What has become of the world?"
As if in answer to his rhetorical question, at that very moment, Sir Montague Malthus's carriage swept up Boughton's drive. Within seconds it had clattered to a halt by the front steps. At the sight, Sir Theodosius turned.
"You had better leave me now, Howard,"
he instructed the butler. He hoped at least some of his many questions were about to be answered by the very orchestrator of these calamitous events. The urgent need to confront the situation was obviously mutual. As soon as he was over the threshold, Sir Montague wasted no time in challenging his visitor.
"How bad news travels fast!"
he cried, powering into the drawing-room in a flurry of self-importance. He slapped his gloves into the palm of his hand. Sir Theodosius, waiting by the mantelpiece, was in an equally confrontational mood.
"When did you intend to tell me, Malthus?" he bellowed.
The lawyer shrugged off his cloak into Howard's waiting hands.
"Leave us,"
he told the butler. Then, pointing at the settee, invited Sir Theodosius to sit.
"I prefer to stand,"
he replied, even though his legs ached under his own weight. Sir Montague was indifferent.
"As you wish."
He seated himself on the opposite settee and leaned back, as if wishing to make the point that he was the master of Boughton now, and at ease in these surroundings. The coroner took a deep breath.
"She was as a daughter to me."
His lips trembled as he spoke. Then, suddenly remembering he was addressing Lydia's real father, he held his tongue. He did not wish Malthus to glean that he knew his secret. Sir Montague nodded but showed no emotion.
"I know how much Lydia meant to you, Pettigrew."
The coroner lumbered forward, shaking his head.
"Then why did you bury her without letting me say goodbye?"
His eyes were welling up with the tears again, but the lawyer appeared unmoved.
"The madness," he began. "It had ravaged her beauty."
He was looking into the distance, as if picturing Lydia in his mind's eye.
"You would not have recognized her."
His pious response only provoked the coroner.
"Madness? You know as well as I do Lydia was mad only on your say-so, Malthus."
Sir Montague shook his head.
"Not so, Pettigrew," he countered. "It was your friend Dr. Silkstone who sanctioned her committal to Bedlam."
His voice was soured with contempt. The colour now flooded into Sir Theodosius's cheeks as his ire rose.
"You forged his name. You had access to all of Lydia's papers. It would not have been hard to find one of his letters to her and to copy his signature. No, you are the one to blame for her death."
His plump finger jabbed at the air, and a fleck of spittle from his mouth arced through the space between the two men and landed on the lawyer's cheek. For a moment Sir Montague remained silent. Then, in a pointed gesture, he took his kerchief from his pocket, flicked it out, and wiped the saliva from his face.
"I can see you are not your usual rational self, old friend," he said in a manner so relaxed
that it inflamed Sir Theodosius even more. Charging toward the window, the coroner gazed out over the front driveway again, toying with the idea of bringing the whole sorry meeting to an unsatisfactory end and storming out. He was therefore taken off guard by Sir Montague's offer.
"I am, however, prepared to grant you entry into the vault."
The coroner switched round as fast as his great frame would allow.
"You would let me see her?"
The lawyer drummed his fingers on the top of the settee.
"Not exactly."
Sir Theodosius scowled.
"Do not play games with me, Malthus," he warned.
Sir Montague's hooded eyes fixed downward for a moment as he gave the matter some thought.
"The coffin is sealed, but you could say a few words. Lay flowers, perhaps?"
It was as if he were negotiating land rights with a tenant. Sir Theodosius shot him a scornful look.
"That is the very least you can allow me, sir," he replied.
The lawyer snorted.
"And what else am I expected to offer, pray?"
Sir Theodosius lifted his head quickly so that his jowls flapped. He looked Malthus in the eye.
"You must allow Dr. Silkstone to accompany me."
Sir Montague let out a derisory laugh.
"The American parvenu? He is the last person I would allow into the vault."
Not for the first time in the heated altercation, the coroner raised his voice.
"May I remind you, sir, that American parvenu is the man who saved your life, although I am sure he very much regrets it now."
His outburst shocked even him. He held the lawyer's gaze, desperately wanting to swallow the saliva that had pooled in his mouth, but not wishing to do so for fear he would look weak. Sir Montague, too, remained staring at his adversary, as if waiting for him to blink first. When his response came, it was as cold and unyielding as granite.
"Over my dead body," he said.
Chapter 24.
"I am so truly sorry, dear fellow."
Sir Theodosius sat with Thomas at a table set for dinner in the private dining-room of the Three Tuns. Both had already confessed to each other that neither had the stomach for a meal. Between them on the table lay an indifferent bottle of claret. It was almost empty, but not even alcohol could help numb their mutual pain, it seemed.
"You must not blame yourself. You did your best," continued the coroner.
Thomas fingered the stem of his glass, contemplating the events of the afternoon. Sir Theodosius had related to him how he had entered the gloomy sepulchre and placed a posy of spring flowers, primroses and celandines, onto Lydia's sarcophagus. Under the hawk-like gaze of Sir Montague, he had said a silent prayer and had bidden her farewell.
"I wish I could have seen her sweet face again,"
said Sir Theodosius, exhaling a deep sigh.
"Just one last time."
The thought snagged in Thomas's mind like silk on a thorn. He pictured Lydia lying peacefully in her coffin, all the pain gone from her face.
"You asked to see her, but were denied?"
Sir Theodosius frowned.
"I was told in no uncertain terms that I could not."
The coroner's voice was most indignant as he relived the slight.
"Malthus told me that her ladyship could not be viewed."
"Can you remember his exact words?" Sir Theodosius's neck stiffened, lifting the folds of his chin away from his stock pin.
"To my dying day, sir,"
he replied, looking into the distance, preparing to recite verbatim.
He said, "The madness has ravaged her features so much that you will be hard-pressed to recognize her."
Thomas's eyes widened.
"I am so sorry. I did not want you to hear—"
The coroner was shaking his head, thinking he had grievously offended the young doctor's sensibilities. But he soon realized he was mistaken. Thomas shifted in his seat and grabbed the edge of the table eagerly with both hands, pulling himself forward toward his friend. "So we only have Sir Montague's word for it that Lydia is dead?" It was as if a candle had suddenly been lit in his darkness. The coroner looked flummoxed, then, after a moment's reflection, shook his head.
"There was no post-mortem," he said slowly.
"Not at Bedlam. And as Oxford coroner, this area falls under your jurisdiction," Thomas pointed out. Sir Theodosius's brow furrowed.
"Surely not even Malthus would stoop that low."
"I do not believe we can underestimate Sir Montague," replied Thomas, his face suddenly glowing, not with wine, but with renewed hope. Sir Theodosius remained puzzled.
"So you are saying that perhaps Lydia was not in the coffin I put flowers on?"
"Perhaps not.
But then, who?
Who knows if it is occupied?" suggested Thomas. "It may be empty."
"You think Sir Montague is playing games?"
"'Twould not be the first time." Thomas recalled the lawyer's secret, how he had told Lydia that he was her father, although Sir Theodosius had no notion of the claim at the time. The coroner cocked his head and gazed at Thomas with glistening eyes.
"Are you sure you're not clinging to a thin hope, young man?" he asked benignly. "Lydia's death has come as such a tragic blow to—"
Thomas managed a tight smile. "Of course I cannot be sure that I am not clutching at straws," he replied, casting around him at the laid table and the fine glasses, as if he might find something tangible to back up his latest hypothesis. "But 'tis better than having no hope at all," he said finally. Sir Theodosius lifted the bottle of claret and angled the neck over Thomas's glass, but the doctor laid his hand over the rim. Rebuffed, the coroner poured himself another glass, slurped a mouthful, and thoughtfully licked his lips.
"So you think the coffin at Boughton may contain someone else?"
Mayhap. Thomas's heart was beating as fast as a bird's in flight, but he was trying to remain outwardly calm. He could not be sure that he was not deluding himself, but the more he dwelt on it, the more his hope bloomed. In the gloomy fog of the dining room, the men's eyes met. There was another avenue of inquiry Thomas wished to explore, but for the moment he would play his cards close to his chest.
"Shall I make discreet inquiries?" asked Sir Theodosius. "The vicar, perhaps?"
"That would be most helpful," replied Thomas. "I, on the other hand, will make my way back to London." The coroner's head jerked back in surprise.
"London?"
"There is a line of investigation I need to pursue there as well," Thomas told him. He needed to follow his instinct. He needed to return to Bedlam. The seed of doubt over Lydia's death had taken root. He rose quickly from the table. "It is not yet dark. I can be on the road shortly to make the most of the light." Sir Theodosius seemed taken aback.
"But what about Goose's murder?" he barked. "I heard they have a man in custody at Oxford and another is on the run."
This was the first Thomas had heard of an arrest. "Who are they?"
"An old coppicer and his son, apparently."
Thomas thought immediately of the Diggards, the elderly man as fragile as a stick, his son furtive and suspicious of authority, and the young boy cruelly whipped for arson. "There is evidence?" The coroner nodded.
"Apparently so, although I know not what."
"A trial has been set?" Sir Theodosius shook his head.
"Next week sometime, so I am told. You will be required to deliver your post-mortem findings."
Thomas, his hand now on the door-handle, took a deep breath. "Have no fear," he said reassuringly. "I shall return in good time. And if the old man is innocent, then he shall be saved the noose." And with these words he opened the door and was gone, leaving the coroner alone with his claret and his quiet contemplation of the day's events. Chapter 25. The sound of patients screaming and hollering in the distance did nothing to unsettle the comparative calm of the reception desk at Bedlam Hospital. Such echoing agonies were politely ignored by those who came and went through the great portico and into the grand hallway. Thomas was one such visitor. When he presented himself on his return from Brandwick, he was surprised and relieved to find that the usual clerk with the bulging eyes was absent. "May I help you, sir?" asked the new clerk, a younger man with, it seemed, a more helpful disposition, who was seated behind the desk. Thomas gave a tight smile. "You are new here." The man smiled back politely. His teeth were as large as tombstones and bucked out at the front like a rabbit's. "I am, sir. How may I help you, sir?" The absence of the obstreperous clerk with his disconcerting eyes could, thought Thomas, prove to be his advantage. "I am Dr. Thomas Silkstone, and I am come to see one of my patients." On the long return journey from Oxford, he had concocted a vague story to cloak his deceit. The clerk slid the large leather ledger in front of him. "Name, sir?" Thomas recalled the flash of her large brown eyes and the melancholy air that shaped her delicate features. "Miss Kent," he said, peering over the register. "Miss Anna Kent." "Miss Kent," repeated the clerk. He licked his lips and ran his pen down a column of names. "Miss Annalise Kent, sir," he said, emphasizing the last syllable in Annalise, as his nib stopped suddenly. He frowned. Tapping the entry with his forefinger, he looked up. "Oh, doctor," he said. "What is it?" queried Thomas, his unease growing by the second. "Were you not informed?" The doctor leaned forward nervously. "Informed of what?" The clerk slid the ledger back toward him and turned it so that Thomas could see the name Annalise Mary Kent, spinster of the parish of Southwark, written quite plainly. There was her last known address and her age, and beside her sketchy details was written the word deceased. The words swam before Thomas's eyes. Dead? But when? The clerk retrieved the register. "On Thursday, April 26th, sir, it says." "Last week." Reeling from the news, Thomas tried to collect himself quickly. "I should have been informed," he said sharply. The clerk's cheeks reddened as he became flustered. "I can only apologize, Dr. Silkstone," he replied. Thomas could see that indignation was his best method of attack. "I shall, of course, need to know more." "Of course," the clerk nodded. "May I direct you to the mortuary?" A few minutes later, Thomas found himself outside a door in the basement area, away from the main building. He did not need to read the sign to know he was in the right place. The reek of death and of vinegar seeped over the threshold. He walked in and gave his name to a male attendant. "I am inquiring of a patient of mine who died last Thursday," he told him. "The name of the deceased, sir?" "Miss Annalise Kent." The attendant checked the register. "Yes, sir." "There has been a post-mortem?" Thomas came straight to the point. The attendant's eyes hovered over the notes and delivered his answer as if he were delivering the laundry. "Yes, sir." "And the conclusion?" Without bothering to embellish his reply, the attendant said neutrally, "Suicide." Thomas tensed. He leaned over and scanned the text of the relevant page. Under cause of death were written the words, "Self-murder. Method, wrists cut with a sharpened spoon." So Annalise Kent had killed herself just the day after he last saw her, and less than a week after Lydia's removal from the hospital. For a few seconds Thomas was lost in his thoughts. "Sir?" The attendant saw the doctor's face fall. "Will that be all?" The ledger closed with a dull thud. The sound made Thomas start. "Wait," he said, raising a hand. "Has the body been released?" The attendant, surprised by this sudden volte-face, reopened the volume and viewed the relevant page. "Yes, to an undertaker, sir. A Mr. Wilkins, in Chiswell Street, the day after the post-mortem," came the reply. Armed with this information, Thomas knew exactly where to go next. He strode purposefully back toward the great gates. Just beyond them lay normality, a world where logic was not a foreign word and where order was maintained by the courts. Not like this topsy-turvy place where nothing was what it seemed. He welcomed the cries of the hawkers, the muffin men and peascod sellers, as the music of the everyday that drifted through the great iron grill. He could not wait to return to the refuge of Holland Street, but just before he reached the exit, he heard someone call his name in a hoarse whisper. "Dr. Silkstone?" He turned to see a woman behind him in silhouette. She was leaning by a wall, seemingly to avoid detection. He watched her hook her finger and beckon to him. When he levelled with her, he recognized her as the plump warder who had taken him to visit Lydia. She backed against a nearby pillar as he approached, and for the first time he could see an anxious look on her face. She leaned toward him so that she came close enough for him to catch her scent. She smelled of lemons. "Sir, I believe you have been making inquiries about Miss Kent." Her eyes darted around her as if she was fearful that she might be seen. Away from the madness of the asylum, she looked much younger, thought Thomas. The authority she had commanded inside had ebbed away, leaving a more vulnerable woman in its wake. "I am," he replied, aware that she seemed acutely nervous. "A most distressing affair, if I might say so," she replied, as if seeking permission to hold her own opinion. "I know she is dead," said Thomas, trying to ease her path. The warder shook her head mournfully. "I see many patients come and go in this hospital, sir, but the manner of Miss Kent's death—" She broke off. "I can see you are distressed." Thomas allowed the warder to take her time. She tried to snort back her tears. "As you know, she and Lady Lydia had formed an attachment during her stay." Her speech was deliberate, hesitant almost. "And when her ladyship— when she left, well, Miss Kent became distraught. We knew she'd done herself mischief before, so we put her in a cell for her own safety." Thomas was aware that this was standard procedure in such cases. "But then what happened?" he pressed. "She was searched, sir, but somehow she had secreted a blade about her person." She shook her head as if reliving the moment. "And when we next checked on her— oh, the blood!" She clamped her hand over her mouth. Thomas tried to ease her obvious concern. "A terrible sight, I am sure," he sympathized. He himself had been called to such a scene when a young man had taken his own life by the same ghastly method. It was never easy dealing with the aftermath of such an experience. Despite his sympathy, however, Thomas's senses were not dulled to his task. What the young woman had just told him triggered alarm. "You say a blade?" he queried, "but the register cited a sharpened spoon." "A spoon?" The warder regarded him with surprise. "Oh, no, sir. It was definitely a knife. A sharp kitchen knife." "But how did a patient manage to secure such a knife?" Sounds of clanking locks and screeching gates echoed in Thomas's head. Bedlam, he knew, was as secure as the Tower of London. The warder shook her head and let out a shallow mouthful of air. "That's the mystery of it, sir. None of us knows." Thomas's mind flashed back to the face of the young woman, frightened and helpless. He knew little of her story save that her heart had been broken when her fiancé had died, and that her distress had brought on her madness. He only hoped that now she was dead she would gain the peace she deserved. "Thank you," he said finally. "You have been most helpful." He doffed his tricorn. The woman raised her hand as if forbidding him to go. "But you have word of Lady Lydia?" He was ill-prepared for such a question. "She is well," he said, although as the words left his lips he questioned why he had invented such a lie. The warder seemed satisfied with his reply. He thanked her and bid her farewell. As he walked away from Bedlam, he asked himself why he had not told the warder that Lydia was also dead. Perhaps it was because somewhere deep within him he refused to believe it himself. Chapter 26. The last rays of sunlight reached through the gaps in the London roofline like translucent fingers. Thomas knew this was not a good time of day to be hunting for the undertaker's premises, but he could not suppress his anxieties. His unexpected encounter with the concerned warder and his knowledge that Annalise Kent had somehow managed to procure a kitchen knife had planted a seed of consternation in him that was growing by the hour. The fact that the warder's version of events was at odds with the official report into the death suggested to him at best some form of collusion, and at worst a conspiracy. He could not wait until the morning to follow up the fragile lead he had been thrown at the mortuary. The undertaker's business was but a short walk away in Chiswell Street. Thomas noted that it was conveniently situated close to both the artillery ground and the city burying ground. The shop's sign, an iron coffin, had fallen off one of its hinges and creaked forlornly in the intermittent gusts that assaulted the corner of the lane. He walked in, his arrival heralded by the tinkling of a bell over the door. The shop was a shabby, dismal affair, displaying several accoutrements of death. On one shelf was a folded pile of plain shrouds, and on another a selection of mourning gloves and other funereal accessories. The sound of hammering and sawing could be heard from a back room. Thomas assumed it came from a workshop where coffins were fashioned.
An elderly, bespectacled gentleman sporting a jet-black wig with a frock coat to match shuffled out from the back, his face as solemn as his attire.
"May I help you, sir?"
he inquired in a gruff voice that clearly lent itself to hawking rather than dispensing platitudes. "Mr. Wilkins?" asked the doctor. On his way to the premises, Thomas had decided to further embellish his story in the hope that it would allow him to gain access to information that might be sensitive and not shared with anyone apart from close relatives and involved professionals.
"I am he,"
replied the man, seeming flattered to be addressed by name. "I am a physician, and I am inquiring about my recently deceased patient," Thomas began, "Miss Annalise Kent." Wilkins eyed Thomas oddly and sniffed.
"Yes,"
he drawled. "I've been away and was only told of her death by Bedlam Hospital today," said Thomas. The undertaker cocked his head in a well-rehearsed gesture of sympathy.
"Very remiss of them, if I might say so, sir."
"Indeed." Thomas fingered his hat nervously. "I wish to know when her funeral might take place, if you please." The undertaker frowned, peered over the rim of his spectacles, and looked at Thomas questioningly.
"I remember the order very well as it happens, sir," he replied with a sniff.
"You do?" Thomas could not hide his surprise.
"Indeed."
"How so?"
"I had the impression that Miss Kent's father was a man of considerable means, yet his agent said he was not interested in our ruffled crepe linings or our superfine sheet and shroud."
The undertaker obviously took this flagrant disinterest in his wares as a personal slight.
"He opted instead for the most meagre of cloths and the cheapest of woods for the casket."
Such penny-pinching was not, agreed Thomas, the customary behaviour of a grieving father. He needed to know more. Perhaps grief clouded his judgment, he suggested. The undertaker shrugged. "You mentioned his agent?" pressed Thomas.
"Why, yes. A man most brusque in his manner, with strange eyes, as I recall."
Thomas thought of the original clerk at Bedlam.
"He seemed only interested in dispatching poor Miss Kent with the greatest possible haste,"
added the undertaker. Thomas knew he should have guessed the officious clerk was in Sir Montague's pay. "So what happened next?" he urged. Wilkins shook his bewigged head.
"I was told in no uncertain terms that the plainest coffin was to be dispatched the following day up north."
He pointed heavenward with his thin finger. "Do you have the address?" asked Thomas. He hardly needed to ask. With each passing exchange he grew more convinced that his inclination was right.
"Yes. Now, where is it? Let me see."
The undertaker squinted over his order book, leafing through its pages until finally he pronounced,
"Here we are. Boughton Hall, Brandwick, Oxfordshire."
He looked up at Thomas over the rim of his spectacles.
"Miss Kent's remains were dispatched 5 days ago."
Back at Holland Street, Thomas found Dr. Carruthers dozing in his chair after supper, some of which was spilled down the front of his waistcoat. He had eaten something accompanied by gravy, by the looks of it. Not wishing to startle his mentor, he gently laid a hand on his. "Sir, 'tis Thomas. I am back." The old anatomist stirred, mumbled something inaudible, then came to his senses.
"Thomas, dear boy!"
Pulling up a chair, the young doctor proceeded to bring his mentor up to date with developments in Boughton and his recent visit to Bedlam. "When I heard that Miss Kent had stabbed herself with a knife from the kitchens, I suspected it must have been supplied to her by someone who might profit from her death," explained Thomas.
"You're not telling me Malthus was behind it?"
the old anatomist asked incredulously. "Yes, sir. I should have known. By befriending Lydia, Miss Kent inadvertently put herself in danger. A clerk at the hospital must have been employed by Sir Montague."
"And when Miss Kent reacted badly to Lydia's departure, he saw his chance?"
"Exactly. The clerk facilitated the poor young woman's death. He may as well have slit her wrists himself."
"And afterward?"
"He replaced the knife with a sharpened spoon, and the post-mortem was straightforward. He made all the subsequent arrangements and saw to it that the body was dispatched." Carruthers paused for a moment as if trying to digest all that he had just heard.
"And you say the remains were delivered to Boughton?"
"Aye, sir." Thomas nodded.
"So this could mean—"
He dared not say what he was thinking, so Thomas, even though he too was filled with trepidation, said it for him. "It means that the body buried in the vault at Boughton may not be Lydia's." Carruthers paused for a second, then clapped his hands together and clenched them into gleeful fists.
"Oh, dear boy! Could it be that she yet lives?"
Thomas felt his heart barrelling in his chest. Hearing his mentor say these words brought home to him the prospect of a hope he had thought dashed and lost forever. "Perhaps," he replied softly. He must not allow himself to dwell on such an overwhelming possibility. He could not dare to dream, for now his immediate concern was how he might obtain access to the Crick vault at Boughton. He cast his mind back to the dark, damp, airless space that was home to the last 3 generations of the family. The latest casket to join the ranks of the dead might well contain an innocent impostor. Only when he could see inside the coffin and gaze upon the face of the woman who lay there could he be sure that his beloved Lydia was still alive. Chapter 27. Armed with a hastily written autopsy report on Geoffrey Turgoose that merely threw up more questions than it answered, Thomas rode through the gates of Boughton Hall once more. Sir Theodosius had managed to pave the way, insisting that Thomas be allowed to deliver his post-mortem document in person, and Lupton had fallen for the ruse. Will Lovelock, the groom, hurried out to take his horse, but the boy's efficient manner soon dissolved into a melancholy look. "Oh, sir," he began. Thomas touched him on the shoulder. "I know," he replied, as he handed him the reins. "We must all be brave. Her ladyship would not wish to see tears," he said, forcing a smile. Delving into his pocket, Thomas pulled out a penny and placed it in Will's palm. The boy looked up, bemused. "I have an errand for you. Tell your father I must meet him at the chapel. He is to be there at noon with a cart and a shovel and pickaxe. You understand?" "Very well, sir," came the puzzled reply. By this time Howard had emerged from the hall and stood on the front steps. He did little to disguise his sorrow in front of Thomas.
"Dr. Silkstone, On behalf of the staff, please accept our condolences."
"Thank you, Howard," Thomas told him. The butler nodded and led the doctor into Lupton's study. No signs of mourning were on show, and the steward's manner seemed bullish rather than subdued.
"Silkstone," he greeted him churlishly, "I'm sure you know you are here under sufferance after your appalling behaviour at the meeting. Perhaps now we can get to the bottom of this Turgoose murder. You have completed your famous report?"
Thomas knew Lydia had meant something to the steward. He had seen Lupton's manner with her and supposed he had designs on her, yet today he appeared oddly bombastic. The doctor felt his stomach knot. He had gained access to the hall under false pretences. His report was by no means complete until he had heard from Professor Hasher about the caliber of the pistol that he believed to be the murder weapon. "I have made a preliminary one," he said, lifting up the leather folder he carried. He was just about to lay it on Lupton's desk when the steward's hand flew up.
"I fear you've wasted your time, Silkstone," he said,
eyeing Thomas smugly. The doctor's brow creased. "How so, sir?" Lupton seemed even more confident than usual. He picked up a pencil and began twirling it between his fingers.
"I'm sure you know we have one of Turgoose's murderers in custody, and the other will be captured soon."
Thomas thought of sickly Abe Diggett languishing in Oxford jail, and of his son, a fugitive, no doubt somewhere in Ravenswood. "I am aware there has been an arrest, but you will need proof to secure a conviction," and again the steward broke him off. He shook his head, still smiling.
"You see, Silkstone, I already have proof."
A look of puzzlement etched itself on Thomas's face. "Oh?" Lupton nodded.
"A flintlock pistol along with the chain man's pocket watch was found in Diggett's cottage."
The news came as a shock to Thomas. The shot that killed Geoffrey Turgoose most definitely came from such a weapon, most probably Sir Theodosius's, although Lupton and his men could not have known it. He tried to recover himself with a well-aimed jibe. "How very convenient," came the response. Such a reaction wiped the smile from the steward's face.
"You are right, Silkstone," he nodded. "It shall be very easy to see the culprit's necks broken."
At that moment he snapped the pencil he had been toying with in two and threw the halves down on the desk. His complacent smile switched to a stare, bald and unflinching, and he reached for the servant's bell. Thomas realized any further discourse was futile. He knew he should leave, but he wanted the last word. "You have made your position very clear, sir," he told Lupton. "In the absence of proof, supposition suffices," he said, placing his report carefully and deliberately on the desk. The steward opened his mouth to reply, but before any words came forth, Howard replied to his summons.
"Dr. Silkstone is ready to leave now, Howard," announced Lupton.
Thomas threw the steward a sour look, then walked toward the door. He thanked the butler as he handed him his hat and left by the front entrance. Descending the steps, Thomas glanced around for his horse. Will must have taken it for water, he supposed. As he searched about, however, he saw another horse being ridden toward the stables nearby. At a distance the rider seemed familiar. A young man with lank hair, but it was his leg that led Thomas to place him. It was the stable lad, from the 3 Tons. The youth did not notice Thomas, but rode straight into the yard. His presence was puzzling, and the doctor was just contemplating it when, as arranged, Will Lovelock brought his mare to him. "You've told your father?" asked Thomas in a low voice as the boy steadied his mount. Will looked around shiftily. "He'll be waiting for you, sir," he replied. The youth handed him the reins, and Thomas eased himself into the saddle. "One more thing," he said, looking down on Will. "There was a young man just rode into the yard. Did you see him?" Will nodded. "Aaron Coote, from the 3 Tons, you mean? He comes here quite regular." He shrugged. "I don't know his business." Thomas looked toward the stable yard. "I believe I may," he said in a low voice, to himself rather than anyone else. He thanked the boy and urged his horse back down the tree-lined drive once more. A few minutes later he was approaching the estate chapel, its spire as sharp as a needle against the pale blue of the spring sky. He looked about, making sure there were no prying eyes upon him, and rode to the side of the building. He found Jacob Lovelock to be true to his word. Will's father, the head groom, had parked his cart behind the chapel and out of view from the main drive. Thomas tethered his horse and joined him at the front door. "I need to know if it is her ladyship who is buried in the vault," Thomas told the groom, who came armed with his tools.
"There is doubt, sir?" Jacob asked, his pock-marked face registering shock.
"We can only hope," came the doctor's reply. Together the two men entered the holy gloom of the chapel. The familiar smell of damp assailed their nostrils. The wooden rood screen and the fine hatchments were there just as Thomas remembered them. He felt his stomach lurch as he remembered, too, his last encounter in this dark and melancholy place, when he performed an autopsy on the decomposing corpse of Lydia's brother. Now he prayed that it would not be Lydia herself who was lying in the family vault, beside Lord Edward. Thomas led the way to the flight of shallow stairs that descended to the door of the vault. Lovelock followed close behind, carrying the shovel and pickaxe he always kept on the cart. The doctor had lit a lantern, and holding it aloft, he quietly lifted the latch. The door creaked open on stiff hinges. The sound jangled both men's nerves before they ducked below the lintel and entered the eerie space. It was all coming back to Thomas with disquieting clarity, the sudden drop in temperature, and the familiar sickly sweet note of decomposing flesh that wafted vaguely on the stagnant air. Lovelock lit the wall sconce at the foot of the stairs, illuminating the 8 coffins that lined the facing wall, and awaited instructions. Thomas paused for a moment, mesmerized by the shadows that wavered in a macabre dance against the plaster walls. He had to clear his mind of all extraneous thought and focus on the task in hand. He lifted his gaze to the large stone shelf. Elaborate coffins of the 5th and 6th Earls had been joined by another, much plainer casket. It was smaller, too. Without a word he glanced at Lovelock. The head groom knew what was required of him. Retrieving the coffin from the shelf was out of the question on this occasion, so Lovelock dragged a wooden box that contained candles and positioned it to enable him to climb up. From his vantage point he could get a good purchase on the coffin lid. With no elaborate locks or fastenings to fool would-be grave robbers, the lid was loosened without much difficulty, but Lovelock did not remove it. He left that dubious honour to Thomas. Jumping down from the shelf, Lovelock handed Thomas the lantern with an apologetic look. He did not envy the task the doctor was about to undertake. Thomas took the lamp with a trembling hand, knowing that this would be the hardest thing he had ever done in his life. He'd never felt more alone than he did at that moment. How he wished that Dr. Carruthers, or Sir Theodosius, or Professor Hasher could be there at his side. The nausea rose in his stomach as he mounted the crate and set down the lantern. No longer secure, the lid was now at a slight angle to the coffin, and already the stench of decay was escaping into the vault. There was no time for sentimentality, no time for the self-indulgence of mourning. Thomas closed his eyes for a second and willed himself to be strong. Then, opening them, he seized the lid and slid it down toward the narrow end so he could have a better view of the cadaver's face. A noxious gas rose into the air, a deathly perfume so familiar, yet so abhorrent to him. He knew he would have to force himself to look. He collected his wits. His focus would be crucial. He had no desire to linger. Mentally he counted down. 3, 2, 1. "Oh, my God," he muttered, clamping his kerchief to his mouth. "Sir?" exclaimed Lovelock anxiously. Thomas turned, retching as he did so. "Sir!" cried Lovelock once more, rushing to Thomas's aid, but he waved him away. Gulping for breath, his shoulders heaving up and down, Thomas shook his head. "'Tis worse than I feared," he gasped. "But is it her ladyship, sir?" asked Lovelock, raking his fingers frantically through his hair. Thomas looked at him with wild eyes, his expression one of anguish. He had lost count of the number of corpses he had examined during his career. Despite their various states of decomposition, he had always remained calm and collected and professional. These bodies were mere vessels that had housed a being, a soul, a spirit, call it what you would, but this cadaver was altogether different. It lay in a plain white shroud that had lifted slightly as the torso filled with gas, but it was the corpse's face, purplish, blue, and blistered like a squashed plum, that he found so very disturbing. The dull hair, short and cropped, gave no clue as to the cadaver's identity or even its sex. He tried to blink away the vision of the eyes that bulged out of their sockets, and the tongue so swollen that it had protruded from the mouth. The blowflies had already begun feasting and appeared at every orifice. He shook his head, but still the sight remained of a ghastly apparition that was not of this world. "I cannot be sure," he cried.
I cannot be sure. What shall we do, sir?"
By now Lovelock was also suffering from the effects of the poisonous air, and held his neckerchief to his mouth. Thomas, all colour drained from his face, looked at him with glazed eyes.
"I will have to examine it more thoroughly," he replied.
He turned to face the coffin once more, but as he did so the sound of a latch, dropping, reverberated in the chapel above.
"What was that?"
Lovelock asked in a hoarse whisper. "Someone is up there," said Thomas. He suddenly remembered he had left the door to the vault steps open to allow the light from above to penetrate the depths. He pressed his finger to his lips. Footsteps fell on the flagstones overhead. They seemed to be coming nearer. Thomas's ears were filled with the sound of his own heartbeat, so that he could no longer hear clearly. He and Lovelock had no choice but to simply wait in the reeking vault, their breaths becoming shorter and shallower with every passing moment, until finally the groom could bear it no more.
"I need air, sir,"
he whispered, staggering against a stone pillar. Thomas nodded. Whoever had entered the chapel must have left it by now, he guessed. Several minutes had passed. He watched as Lovelock zigzagged toward the half-open door and put his head round it, gulping like a fish in the fresher air. So relieved was he to emerge into the stairwell that it took him a few seconds to blink away the gloom of the crypt. When he did, he noticed a deep shadow on the steps. Looking up, he saw a large